Yogmaya Verma, COO of Indigrams Lab Foundation, with over 15 years of diverse experience in project planning and management, collaborations, innovation, commercialization, strategy, academic technology transfer, and intellectual property rights management. Dr. Verma's key expertise is in the area of forging partnerships, project planning and management, and IP management. We are excited to hear from Dr. Verma's wealth of knowledge and experience in agri-climate tech projects and enhancing farmer livelihood, particularly involving women entrepreneurship. May I request Dr. Yogmaya Verma to join us on the dais? Okay, I am told that she's joining us shortly. As our distinguished panel member, we also have Mr. Ronald Fernandez, CEO of AIC RNTU Foundation, an incubation center supported by the Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog Government of India. With 28 years of experience in education and training, IT and manufacturing, Mr. Fernandez currently supports over 75 startups in the Incubation Center and has also worked with NEN, the National Entrepreneurship Network. As an entrepreneur himself, he is now mentoring early age startups. We look forward to gaining insights from Mr. Fernandez's expertise in promoting entrepreneurship education and supporting startups. May I request Mr. Roland Fernandez to join us on the stage? Thank you. Enriching the discussion, we have Mr. Mahip Singh, Head of Innovation Hub at Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow. With 15 years of experience in fostering innovation, he has filed patents, more than 15 patents, and has been to NASA twice for his innovative projects. He has led initiatives in POC development, IPR, testing, and startups. He has developed several innovations, including a smart down rod, anti-mill spilling control, and an AI-based solar cleaning solutions. He has also developed cutting-edge fluid optimization for the metal machining industry. Thank you for joining us. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. On the panel, we also have Dr. Puran Singh. He is an associate professor at the School of Management at IIT Mandi and the faculty in charge of IIT Mandi Catalyst, the first technology business incubator in Himachal Pradesh. He has led the development of Catalyst over the last 6 years, enabling the startup ecosystem in the state and powering over 300 startups. Dr. Puran has worked with state and central government agencies and is a part of various committees and associations related to entrepreneurship. He teaches and researches in the area of entrepreneurship and finance. A huge round of applause for Dr. Puran Singh. Culminating the discussion, we have Dr. Sheba Khan with us as our moderator, a seasoned professional with 15+ years of experience in strategic management, innovation, and entrepreneurship. She has expertise in consultancy and research, incubation facilitation, strategic planning, execution, startup community development, training, and mentoring. She was a key member of the founding team and assistant vice president at L Incubator IIM Lucknow, and currently serves as the CEO at Atal Incubation Center, Shiv Nadar University. May I request ma'am to kindly commence the session.
A very good morning to all of you. I can see a wonderful crowd. We are just after an amazing session. So let's see how it goes well. We have some amazing people sitting here who have done some tremendous work in their fields and especially helping the startups. Today's panel will definitely be discussing about how the enablers, the incubation centers, the accelerators have been playing their vital role in supporting the startup ecosystem. As an incubator, how they are facilitating innovation, building these startups from their very early journey of seeding an idea to scaling up, connecting them to mentors, connecting them to investors, connecting and making the whole network, which is much needed to build a business across. So the wonderful panel here will definitely discuss how the incubation centers are playing that vital role. There's a study by National Business Incubations Association that startups who are associated with incubation centers are surviving more than the ones who, like their period of survival is more than 5 years post the graduation in comparison to the ones who never joined the incubation centers, but that's exceptional. We should not be quoting and terming this to every startup. So welcome Puran, Ranald, Mahip. We'll be shortly joined by Yogmaya also. So the anchor has already mentioned about their experiences, their associations, so I don't need to get into the depth. Our session flow will be very simple. We will start with today's discussion on how the ecosystem enablers are doing this great activity. What are their offerings? What are the challenges, supports they are offering to the startups? Before digging into this session, we'll have a quick brief about their incubation centers, their philosophies, their expertise, what are the uniqueness or the unique propositions of their businesses as an incubation center for the startups. Thereafter, we'll open for a couple of questions, just a few at the end. So I'll begin with our speaker who's just next to me. Puran. Puran has a very rich experience of 12 years into academics, research, innovation, and many more things. So Puran, over to you now.
Thanks. Thanks, Shiba. Is this working? Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for getting me onto this panel. I'll talk about what we are doing at IIT Mandi Catalyst, the incubation center in Himachal Pradesh. What are the unique propositions? What is it that this incubation center offers? So I'm a faculty member with IIT Mandi, and I've been heading the incubation center, which is called IIT Mandi Catalyst for the last 7th year in running. And when we started, we did not know what incubation is and why is it that the startups are going to come to a remote valley in the hills, which is geographically challenged. Getting there is an uphill task, pun intended. And what is it that they would get by coming there? And over the years, what we have realized, what the value that we have discovered that the startups get is that first of all, you are away from, when you are in early stages of building the startup, you want to keep it lean. You want to, spend minimum resources and build maximum output possible. So we said, let's offer a low-cost, high-end destination. And most startups today are building products which are based by tech. And IIT Mandi being technology institution, we should offer technology support. We should provide a destination for startups in the hills where they have a serene environment where they can think about new ideas, and at a stage where the startups do not need to be close to the markets. So over the last 6.5 years, we have supported about 340 startups. We have funded about 200 startups. We host about 12 to 13 government schemes through which we are able to provide 50,000 rupees to 50 lakh rupees of funding support to startups at different stages in their life cycle. The unique thing that we provide, and now, all these schemes are common to several incubators. You find similar support. But what we realized was, although funding schemes bring startups to the incubators. What makes them stay is the mentoring. And again, mentoring is of different types. We were able to rope in the faculty members of IIT Mandi to mentor the startups, particularly technology-based products. So I guess our faculty, IIT being a new institution, only about 12, 13 years old. And when we started, we were, younger than that. We had young faculty working in latest technology areas, and they took a lot of interest in working with startups, mentoring the startups. So over the 6 years, we have about 40, 45 faculty members who have actively mentored startups, attended monthly meetings wherein the startup brings out the complications in the product development, what is the best way to initiate the product development, and getting advice, getting validation from technical experts is what IIT Mandi Catalyst brings to the table, particularly, in addition to other things, of course. So, in addition to, so we've been saying that, funding brings in startups, but what makes them stay is essentially the technical mentoring that we are able to provide. That is one. The second thing I will say is that our philosophy as an incubator has been that the incubation center has to work as a friend, philosopher, and guide to the startups. There are different areas where startups lack, and I can talk more about that later in the discussion. But the classical Bartle's 1968 theory of market separation, which was more towards rural entrepreneurs which are not able to sell their products in the larger markets because of spatial separation, temporal separation, informational separation, and financial separations. And for these startups, we particularly figured out that there are three types of separations that the startups have from their market, from their stakeholders. And we said there is credibility separation. The stakeholders do not trust a young founder building a high-tech product. So they need credibility, they need brand building, they need support, they need validation, certification. That is one. Second, the young startups, the young entrepreneurs do not have the BQ. We've been talking about IQ, but the business quotient is what they need. So training them there. And third, most importantly, PQ, people's quotient. Dealing with people, inspiring a team, building a venture. It's all about people. Dealing with complex situations, handling tough conversations with incubators, with investors, with clients, with stakeholders, with government. So startups lack on these three areas, which is what an incubator has to bridge. So with that philosophy in mind, and with the resources that I mentioned before, it is that we've been able to attract a large number of startups. And of course, the COVID, the advent of digital incubation going virtual has helped a lot. So I look forward to meeting many more startups in this event and look forward to supporting more startups through IIT Mandi Catalyst. Thanks, Shiva.
Thanks, Puran. I think this is what the right from the horse's mouth, that what all they are doing. So anyone who's working in tech domain and would love to have like incubated at your place, the wonderful campus, IIT Mandi. So anyone would be willing to work out of there. So I hope that there'll be a lot of startups who will be connecting you after the session. So with this, I'll move to Yogmaya. She is the COO at Indigram Lab Foundation. She'll be better off telling her the intricacies and the focus areas, the expertise the incubation center holds. Welcome, Yogmaya. Over to you now. Hello.
Hello. So I hope I'm loud and clear, audible. So Vande Mataram to all present here. And I'll start by talking about myself. So I have been into the innovation ecosystem from the past 15 years or so, and have been working into multiple domains, including as an intellectual property professional, as a tech transfer professional, into regulatory of medical devices. And then I am also into incubation and supporting startups. So at present, I'm leading the BIRAC Bioness program at Indigram Labs Foundation, and also alongside I'm implementing the Startup India Seed Fund scheme. Apart from that, we also have two other schemes, which are Nidhi Triple S and the Meti Samrid scheme. So this is about me, and I mean, by qualification, I'm a PhD and registered technology transfer professional, registered patent agent, and a postgraduate diploma in agricultural technology management. So after about me, I'll come to my organization, which is Indigram Labs Foundation. And we were established in actually 2015 by our parent organization, which is ISAP India Foundation. So ISAP India Foundation has been into existence for almost 2 decades. And in these 2 decades, they have been working in a focused manner on livelihood enhancement for the farmers in the rural sector. So their work is mostly focused on creating impact and developing the agri sector. And in these 2 decades, they have managed to build in a network across India, which is into more than 26 states. And this is also physical network. So physical presence is there. And ISAP has been involved into the formation of more than 300 farmer producer organizations. So this is, I mean, I can talk about ISAP as long as I want, but keeping in view the time, I mean, I'll come back to ILF. So ISAP, while working on the livelihood part, they also realized that to complete the entire picture, they also need to get into the startup space. And that is how we, Indigram Labs, came into existence. And we were established with the support of Department of Science and Technology. Since these 6 years, we have supported more than 150 startups. We have invested in more than 35 startups. More than 5 lakh farmers have benefited from our, maybe through our startups. And the wonderful part is that our startups have raised funds of more than 2,600 crores. So I believe that we are not perfect, we are evolving. And the two strengths, core strengths, where we are able to support startups are the main is the FPO connects, wherein, I mean, the farmers can leverage on the for market linkage, maybe demo of their products, validation of their products. These are some benefits. And also, I mean, this is something which is coming from host organization, but we as the incubator also work through in these 5 years developing a strong investor network. So we have a trust-based investor network, and whenever we fund our startups, we not only, I mean, we don't leave them there. So we also basically work with them to get ready for the next round of fundraise, and I mean, help them with the investor introductions. So this is briefly about us, and maybe we can discuss further deep dive in later
Thanks,
discussions.
Yogmaya. I think we'll add on to more questions later in the sessions. And people like the startups who are building their products in agri or agri-allied, agri-tech, you are the hotspot to join in. That's wonderful to hear your story and the facilities. With this, I move on to Mahi. Mahi, would you like to just add what exactly is AKTU's Innovation Hub adding to the UP scenarios and your overall expertise with the incubation center?
Right. Thank you, Shiva. So I come from Innovation Hub, and for those guys who don't know about the Innovation Hub was established under UP Startup Policy 2020 by government of UP. And the purpose for establishment of Innovation Hub is to foster the culture of innovation in all over UP, to foster the culture of entrepreneurship, to encourage the students for the same. That is number one. Number two, to develop the incubation centers across the UP. So that is the purpose of Innovation Hub. We work on hub and spoke model, and all the satellite incubation centers across the UP work as I spoke for us, and we handhold them, handhold in different terms like infrastructure development, policy making, incubation center development, incubation center registration, sometimes financial assistance, managers training, deployment of managers. In different terms, we help all the incubation centers. So Innovation Hub was established at Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow. And since we had a very small team, so initially we had taken responsibility to handhold the 15 government colleges who are associated, either associated or the constituent to AKTU. It was our moral responsibility also. So I'll just talk what exactly Innovation Hub is doing and how we are helping to strengthen the ecosystem of the startups. So we took a responsibility to handhold our 15 government colleges, which are at different places of UP. And for this purpose, university, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, disbursed a fund of 22.64 CR to develop the infrastructure and to create the incubation centers in government colleges. So we made the infrastructure, we made the co-working space, we get it registered, we deployed the incubation managers, we trained all the incubation managers, and we helped them in policy making. Altogether, we created 14 incubation centers in 15 government colleges. And there is a proud data that nowadays, within a year, or I can say within 9 months, we have more than 300 government of UP approved startups onboarded at different places. And there is one more proud data that out of top 10 incubators which are registered at government portal, among those 5 comes from the government colleges. In terms of maximum startup onboarding. So they did a tremendous job at their own end. And as I have already told that we work on a hub and spoke model. So we are not confined to the AKTU only. We have to support all the incubation center across the UP. So what exactly we are doing to strengthen this ecosystem is, we recently participated in Global Investor Summit, and we had a dedicated fund. We have a dedicated fund of 1,400 CR for the startups only. And this is not like Hathi Ka Daant. We are done with few of the startups with good amount of funding. 7 startups already funding ho chuki hai, and it's continuing. So because I believe that while you are on the stage of POC or prototype development, then government can support you a lot in terms of grants. But when you commercialize your product in the market, when you go for the market launch, when you harvest your business, then for sure you need a lot of funding. And at that condition, at that position, you need private investors. So that is what exactly we are doing. So primarily we onboarded the startups. Now we are preparing to bring to the market. And along with this, we are in process of making a dedicated fund along with the IIT Kanpur and SIDBI, that is of 10 CR with AKTU, which will be like a prototype fund, seed fund for the startups. And 3 CR dedicated fund we have already for the constituent and associated institute that is confined to the government organizations nowadays. We have 15 advanced labs. We have cyber security, cyber simulation, Google coding lab. We have robotics lab, automation labs, sensor lab, all the international level labs we have. We are in process of making advanced fabrication lab also, which is very essential for startup perspective. We have idea lab also. And this is open for all the startups of UP. We are working with the ODOP also, one district, one product, which is a very ambitious scheme of the government of UP. Honorable Chief Minister has launched it. And we are trying to synchronize our incubation centers with the product of that particular district so that we can develop those products. And we are also trying to bridge the gap from the Western UP and Eastern UP, which is already there, because Western UP is already privileged with a lot of things. We have investor connect here, we have market access, we have good connectivity, all the things we have here in Western UP. But if I talk about the Eastern UP, so one incident happened with me in the month of December. I was invited in some of the organization in Gorakhpur, and you won't believe students from that organization only came up with 470 product ideas. I mean, with the products. I would not say them the startups, because they have the single motto that they have to win this competition. They have to win 50,000 rupees. That's it. They don't know how to get business out of it. They don't know how to start the startup out of it. So there is a gap between Western and Eastern UP. So we are trying to bridge this gap also. We are trying to sensitize the students. We are trying to make them ensure that entrepreneurship is also a way apart from the placements. And at least once they should try for the entrepreneurship. So we are trying to do this also. Also, we have, if I talk about the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University only, we have around 750 or more than 750 colleges. But irony is, we have just 55 government of UP recognized incubation centers. So we are trying to establish the incubation centers in remaining colleges also. Around 600 colleges are still without incubation center or without e-cell. So we are trying to do this also with the government, because government has an agenda to create incubation centers in all the districts within 2 years. So one district, one incubation center to strengthen the system of entire system. And with synchronization with the government, we are trying to do this, and we are trying to pull in the private investors also in this to create the incubation centers where the investors and the incubation centers also would be benefited in different terms. So policy is in process of making. So one district, one incubation center, we are trying to work with the private stakeholders, and we are also in the process of making the state patent center, where we are not taking any stake from the innovator. We are just giving them the facilities to get the patent done without any financial involvement or without any involvement in the either inventor or the applicant. So this is one step towards making the state innovation ranking higher, because we are quite low in this ranking. And we are establishing incubation centers to get SDG 9 and 12 better of state of UP. So these are the few initiatives done by the AKTU. And we are also working for the grassroots innovators, because we are talking about the $1 trillion economy. Government is talking about the $1 trillion economy by 2027, and we are just landing at 25% of it. So I believe one of the best way to achieve this target would be to create the good, startups, good unicorns, unicorn, minicons, and for that purpose, we need to give them good, ecosystem, good infrastructure. So yes, these are the few steps being done by the Innovation Hub.
Thanks, Mahip. I think we are sitting in UP, and such a wonderful opportunities are there. Amazing fund you hold, and the Center for Patents, what you mentioned, I think that's amazing step towards building the innovation. And then you are also offering the commercialization of that patents and innovation. That's wonderful. We'll add on to a couple of more questions during our discussion. Over to you, Ranal.
Hello. Yeah. So I'm Ronald Fernandez, coming from Madhya Pradesh, Bhopal. So we are a sector agnostic incubation center supported by NITI Aayog, Government of India. We have been in operation since 2018, currently incubating around 75 startups from across the country. The way we work is basically, so capacity building is one thing which we work on. Then one-to-one mentoring, I feel, mentorship is the strongest pillar for any incubation center. So capacity building, one-to-one mentoring. Then there are some government schemes which we have got. So if startup is eligible, we fund them through various government schemes. And then we have got very good network of investors. So if they are ready, we connect them to investors. So typically this is how we work. Central India is still evolving market. But now we are able to attract startups from across the country. We have already funded through various schemes around 22 startups. So this is primarily what we are doing. We are a sector agnostic and open to any kind of startups. So as I typically say, we don't, when we do a call for application and interact with startup, it's not about selection or rejection process. It's more about whether we can support that startup. So that's if we are able to support that startup and take them to the next level, we incubate them. As I said, we have around 75 startups. Our parent organization has got very good network in rural and semi-urban areas. So when we support startup, we'll just not look at them in terms of funding or mentoring them. We do help them with market connect through the network which is available. So that's what typically we are doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Atal. Now over to the audience. Just a quick attention. We have so many startups here. I would request them to have a slight attention because we want to know how many of you are from Agri-Tech. Can you just raise your hand? Can we see how many of the startups are from Agri-Tech? Because there is an incubation center with us supporting Agri and Agri-allied. Oh, wow. A high range of networking going on. Anyways, so we have tech agnostic sitting just next to me, Agri-Tech, and then there our incubation center, which is tech agnostic again. So this is a good opportunity for you to know various schemes, funds, and a lot of support which you can avail. Right after the session, you can talk to them, and after the couple of rounds of questions, I'll also open this for the audience to ask direct questions from these enablers sitting here. I'll also quickly brief you what the AIC at Shivnadar Institution of Eminence is doing. We are also a tech agnostic. We hold a great support of from the host university with 150 plus labs. So we are supporting more product-based startups. Early to growth stage, we are also doing a funnel mechanism. If you are building your idea, you can definitely reach out, but to a different program. We are being supported by UP government, like Mahip and rest of them. We are also supported by Startup India and of course the Atal Innovation Mission. With this, we would start our rounds of questions with our panel members. I'll start with Puran. Puran holds like you name a scheme, government scheme, and IIT Mandi's Catalyst have that. So Puran, would you like to highlight a little bit upon how the schemes are and what these guys sitting there can avail?
Sure. So we are currently hosting about 10-12 schemes, as I mentioned earlier. In the beginning, IIT Mandi started providing 1.5 lakh rupees of support to early stage startups. First 3 years, we funded about 60-70 startups with that amount. And then, that sort of built the reputation, build a name for the incubator in the startup ecosystem, that there is, free money available. Let's go and get it. But I think that was essential, for any business, you have to spend in advertising before you capture the market. So I think that brought in the critical mass to the incubator. And once we had that, once we had a name in the ecosystem, we went to funding agencies and we said, hey, see, we have some startups coming to us. Can you give us the funding schemes? So then we got Nidhi Seed Support System. We have Nidhi Prayas. We have Ministry of Electronics Tide 2.0. We have state government seed support system, which is on the lines of DST's Nidhi seed support system. We have a EIR program from Nidhi, from Tide, and from the state government as well. We also host EIR, Prayas, seed support, and an accelerator program in human-computer interaction, which is funded by iHub and HCI Foundation at IIT Mandi. That's a technology innovation hub. So overall, there are about 12 to 13 funding schemes. Now, how can you avail them? If you are an individual who is exploring ideas, probably you are a student who is about to graduate, or you are a working professional trying to take a break and explore an idea, but you're trying to look at, you're looking at offsetting your opportunity cost. There is a program called Entrepreneur in Residence, which means you work at the incubator for about a year, and incubator sustains you with a pocket money of about 25 to 35,000. And for about a year, you can explore an idea, do market research, and there is money available to sustain you personally. So that is one program suited for people who are about to graduate and want to explore an idea. You are in corporate, you want to take a break and explore an idea, or in general, whatever else you are doing, but you want to now full-time pursue an idea. You don't have a team, you don't have a company, but you want to begin your entrepreneurship journey. So that is entrepreneurship in residence. We can support ideas in the area of electronics communication through Tide 2.0. We can support ideas in human-computer interaction, advanced technologies, which assist humans take better decisions by creating interdisciplinary intelligent systems. That is two. Third, if there is specific scheme from the state government under which we support entrepreneurs, prospective entrepreneurs in Himachal. So there are 3-4 different, and there is Nidhi EIR, should not forget that. If you're working on a hardware product, then we can still support you. Then next stage, if you have an idea and you have done some sort of research on it and you want to build a prototype, then you need somewhere around 1 lakh rupees to 10 lakh rupees to build something out of it, either a POC or a prototype or an advanced version of your prototype. So for that, there is Nidhi Prayas scheme, which is for hardware startups. There is CPS Prayas scheme, which is for startups working with the latest technologies, trying to create intelligent, interactive, interdisciplinary solutions. You have Tide 2.0 for startups working in electronics and communications area. Again, state government, if you're from Himachal, you're focusing on Himalayan solutions. If you're an entrepreneur in Himachal, then there are separate schemes from the state government. So that's prototyping stage. There is funding ranging from 50,000 rupees to 10 lakh rupees amongst these 4-5 different schemes. And then if you have a prototype validated and now you are well on your way to build an MVP or a product and you want to hit the market, then there are seed support systems. We host 3-4 seed support systems. First is Nidhi seed support system from DST. Sector agnostic gives you about 20 to 50 lakh rupees. There is seed support system from the state government focused on Himalayan solutions, same amount, 20 to 50 lakh rupees. There is CPS seed support system, which is for, as I said, interdisciplinary, interactive and intelligent systems, again, 20 to 50 lakh rupees. These three. And then there is fourth stage, which is you already are a revenue making startup and you need to raise a round, a larger round. You need to go to market. You need corporate connects, government connects. We have an accelerator program which funds you up to 35 lakh rupees, helps you raise funding in the market to reach about 1 CR. So across all 4 stages, idea, prototyping, product development, and accelerator, there are different schemes sponsored by different government agencies. All you have to do is go to the websites of the incubators, whosoever is offering them. And for us, it is IITMandiCatalyst.in. And schemes are open throughout the year. Mostly you apply there, you get a call, you get scheduled for a screening call. You go through a pre-pitch session, and then you go to a panel where you do the pitch. and then, you get selected or you get referred to a different program.
Thanks, Puran. I think the common question with every startup is where to get the funds, how to build. And you are providing all that support is required from government scheme, from scratch to the venture creation. That's amazing. And I suppose a lot of startups have already framed their questions for Puran, what and where and how to apply. So please keep your questions ready. We will take a couple of questions in the end. Over to you, Yogmaya. Would you like to just highlight, you were mentioning about that amazing support you are giving to agri and agri-allied startups. I heard that you are also supporting them in providing, because generally agri-tech startups face this issue of testing, piloting, and reaching out to the fields and doing a lot of things which they need. How are you supporting that in your programs and incubation center?
Sure. So, hello. Yeah. So, basically, the issue with agri-tech startups is reaching out to the farmers, as Shiba mentioned, how to convince the farmers for conducting these validations, or even if they have a market-ready product, getting the farmers to try out anything new is difficult, because their farming business is already so risky that they are not able to take any more scope for risk. So here is where, I mean, our ISEP, the parent organization, comes in, because we have the entire network across the farmers and the FPOs. So we are able to connect the agri-tech startups with the FPOs, because we have a trust-based network, and the farmers basically trust these officials. So we connect them for the demos maybe, or for the market linkage, or maybe trials as well.
Thanks, Yogmaya. I think that's adding a lot of knowledge and information for startups who can reach out to you. Mahib, you talked about the startup ecosystem building in Uttar Pradesh. How would you be suggesting, what is that budding up for? Because we are sitting here in Greater Noida. You talked about so many things. So I'll have to be a little specific. If there is a startup who wants to reach out to you from any of the regions, what is that you're building from like incubating till the end, they're scaling up? Okay. So there's a startup in UP, they want to reach out to you. So you'll be providing what all facilities, from the incubation facilities till the fund? Maybe a sample startup who's there with your incubation center, who has built a great business, you can discuss that, because that will help people here, the startups, to know how they can be availing facilities from Innovation Hub if they join the Innovation Hub, or how to join the Innovation Hub.
Yeah. So, Shiva, all the facilities which are being provided by the Innovation Hub, these are open for everyone. Anyone can come and avail those facilities without even spending a single penny. But here, if I talk about the financial assistance, as I have already told you, that financial assistance from the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University side is confined to the constituents and associated. Those are 15 government colleges only so far. But yes, we are also making some policy to support other startups also, other incubation centers also. So yes, facility can be available by anyone. And one more thing, we are trying to promote the product-based startups, because until we go for the products, we can't create a big wealth. Most of the people come with very conventional ideas, and they need to understand whether there is a slight difference between the conventional ideas and innovation driven ideas. So I think that's why Innovation Hub has been established, to make them understand and make them understand the difference between these two ideas. Because if you want exponential growth, then you need to have innovation-driven ideas and that to product. So if I talk about the central government is also promoting the product-based startups. And we are also promoting these startups, and these startups can come from, I believe, these startups come from the rural areas only, because they are struggling for the basic needs to be resolved, the problems to be resolved. And also we are working for one district, one product, I have already told you. So that is already product-based initiation by government of UP. And we support the grassroots startups also. So grassroots startup, most of these startups come up with the ideas, come up with the product-based ideas. They are not privileged, they don't have any degree, they don't have literacy. So all together, what they have is the idea only, and we need support. So not necessarily that every grassroots startup is having a good idea, a viable idea, but yes, 1 out of 10 works. So yes, two things. One thing, facilities of Innovation Hub can be availed by anyone just by dialing the number or putting a mail to us anytime. We are available 24/7, and we do not work like government organizations, so I'm not criticizing this. But yes, the facilities are available, and we support the product-based startups.
That's amazing, Mahib, and that's amazing that you're 24/7 available. And I think startups also prefer to work 24/7 when they're building something. They need that setup and teams to support that. That's amazing to know that.
Yeah, so one more thing I want to add here. We are trying to amend in the policy that the disbursement, the fund disbursement for the startups can be a little quick, because it's important. Every day which is passing for the startup is very important. So we are trying for the same, and we are trying to establish, that's why we have established the private investors also in this field. So within a week, they invest in the startups. And I believe there should be a bank like Silicon Valley Bank, but I do not support those financial mismanagement done by them. But yes, there should be a bank which support the startups quickly in all the fields, like prototype making, like seed funding, like everything. So yes, thank you very much.
Thanks, Mahib. And I think that will add a lot of value to startups here. And definitely during the lunch and breakout sessions, they'll interact with you. Over to you, Ranil, because you are sitting in a tier 2 city. There are a lot of startups. That's a place that you can get some amazing ideas, but the support is missing. And I think you're doing a wonderful job. Can you add on how you're building the startup ecosystem in a tier 2 city like yours, and what all is the uniqueness you are providing, along with some challenges? What challenges you would like to highlight, and how are you coping up with that?
Okay, yeah. So we are from Bhopal. Bhopal or Central India is still evolving as far as entrepreneurship ecosystem is concerned. So what I believe, what we are doing, and perhaps the things which we are going right for us, giving the exposure. So as you rightly said, startups coming from smaller towns, they are very innovative. I mean, there are a lot of very innovative ideas. There are ideas which are connected to grassroots level, and there are ideas which are easily scalable. But that vision or exposure perhaps is something which is lacking in the startups emerging from Central India. Perhaps they are not thinking very big. So what perhaps we are doing is, connecting the best of the resources available in the country to, startups sitting in Bhopal and surrounding areas of Madhya Pradesh. So that they get the exposure. So as I said, we have around 85 plus mentors and other investors associated with us. We try to connect these innovative ideas emerging from rural and semi-urban areas to the resources, best of the resources available. So that's what perhaps we are doing. We are connecting dots. We are giving exposure to these startups emerging from tier 2 cities to the resources which are available in other part of the country. But I'm sure once the ecosystem evolves, the resources would emerge from the local ecosystem also. But as far as current situation goes, we have to connect and look for resources from Delhi's and Mumbai's of the world and bring those resources and give the exposure to the startups which are available with us. So yeah, thank you.
I think COVID, though was not totally a good experience, but then it has taught us a lot many things. The hybrid mode, the connectivity has improved over online, and the international platform is coming up very in a quick way. So this is open to the panel who would like to answer that. How are you making your incubation center viable enough for startups to reach out outside the location, nationwide, internationally? A quick answer, maybe starting with Puran.
So to be honest, we're not doing a lot of international engagement right now. We're open to that. But as far as, connecting startups nationally, we have a large network of mentors that we access who meet with the startups in a very well structured manner.
Maybe any program you have, because we have just another 2-3 minutes. I just thought before ending, we can discuss this also, because that's a buzzword right now.
Sure.
India, we are sitting in G20. Any special program or your future plans, and then we can just.
Yeah, so I think a couple of initiatives that we are planning. Of course, we're signing an MOU with BIMTECH today. That will be our first step outside Himachal in becoming, in being present in other places. But we're also thinking of starting Catalyst chapters across cities. We have sizable number of startups in Delhi, Bangalore, UP, Gujarat, Mumbai, Hyderabad. So, that's one of the things that we're planning.
That's amazing. Anyone of you would like to add? Otherwise, we can close the session. And this was amazing. The word incubation or the incubator itself with the terminology goes by the word that we prepare the startups to in an artificial environment to face the real challenges. We support as an enablers in all forms, be it their networking, their capability to face the challenges, or handholding. Very rightly mentioned by Puran's team, how they're supporting with the schemes. With Yogmaya, how the incubation center is very focused in supporting the agri-tech startups. How Mahip is building an amazing ecosystem within UP, based out of Lucknow, which is was not looked that much a couple of years back. And how Ronald is building that ecosystem within a tier 2 city. How he's supporting that vision is very much needed. The idea is there, but the startups hardly understand how to build further. With this, I think we'll end this session, and wonderful audience. And after the session, the speakers will be around. Please post your questions. With the paucity of time, we are not able to take the questions right now. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd request the dignitaries to please be on the dais. Just quoting Mahip Singh, incubators as friends, philosophers, and guides who are agnostic to the sector or the stage we are in. So thank you so much. May I request Dr. Abha Rishi to felicitate Dr. Yogmaya Verma, Ronald Fernandez, Mahip Singh, Dr. Puran Singh, and Shiba Khan with a token of appreciation on behalf of AIC BIMTECH. Thank you for being there with us. May we please have a group photograph, Dr. Abharishi? Our sincere gratitude to all the panelists. Now we understand there's a lot of high voltage activity that is going on at the back, and that's because we have 14 startup stalls with us. Nonetheless, I'd request all of you to please be seated. I think Dr. Abharishi has something to say.
Thanks, Gayatri. I keep interrupting you in between, but then I guess that's the way I am. So ladies and gentlemen at the back, could you please take a seat? This is one of the momentous occasions which happens in the field of entrepreneurship. Two institutions are coming together to sign an MOU which can actually help deep tech startups grow the way they should. So can I have all of you here, please take a seat, and especially those who are networking at the back, please come and take a seat. So let me tell you a bit about this MOU that we are signing with IIT Mandi Catalyst, which is the incubation center there. So they have beautiful schemes for deep tech startups, and especially which is looking at the computer-human interface. And AIC BIMTECH is going to be helping with the funding as well as the business outreach which is there. So anybody out here who is thinking about this kind of startups, please do reach out. This is a joint program between IIT Mandi Catalyst and AIC BIMTECH. So thank you so much. And like I said, please do witness this historic moment. Puran, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Dr. Abha. Thank you for putting together this wonderful event and bringing several ecosystem stakeholders here. I'm delighted to enter into a partnership on behalf of IIT Mandi Catalyst with BIMTECH. I think BIMTECH has been doing great in NCR region in terms of supporting startups, and we've done our bit in remote valley. At IIT Mandi, we've had a dream to have a hill startup valley for last 6 years. We are striving towards it. It's not yet visible, but hopefully in the time to come, you will see a startup valley. We've had Silicon Valley in the West. We've had Silicon Valley in southern part of India. You'll soon hear about a startup valley in the hills. So we're very delighted that we are able to bring a part of that valley to NCR region, and also joining hands with BIMTECH. I think we complement each other's strengths. IIT Mandi is a technical institution. We can bring to the table the technical mentoring that the startups require. And BIMTECH, of course, has been doing great supporting startups, mentoring them on the business side. So I think ecosystem needs to consolidate. I think the players need to shake hands. They need to understand each other better. Rather than competing, we have to complement each other and ensuring achievement of a single goal, which is taking the startups success forward, taking that as the first agenda. So in that direction, I'm very happy and delighted on behalf of IIT Mandi Catalyst to enter into this MOU with BIMTECH. We look forward to supporting startups more and more with this partnership. Thank you.
We have IIT Mandi Catalyst and Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH joining hands through signing of a memorandum of understanding. This partnership represents a significant step forward towards finding synergies between two of our esteemed institutions. It's my privilege to have Dr. Abharishi, CEO, and Mr. Sangyam Dhingra, AGM of Atal Incubation Center BIMTECH, and Dr. Puran Singh, faculty in charge, and Mr. Anil Singh, General Manager from IIT Mandi Catalyst, on the stage for signing the MOU. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have a big round of applause for this historic moment. We extend our best wishes and congratulations to all the signatories. Thank you, Dr. Abha Rishi, Mr. Sayyam Dhingra, Dr. Puran Singh, and Mr. Anil Singh. We wish this collaboration will have a positive impact on the nation's startup ecosystem. Thank you so much, ma'am. So an interesting observation. As we more often say that the head is where the heart is. So is it true that the startup is where the fund is? So answering this conundrum, we have, it's my pleasure to have a discussion on how to partner with a bank to grow your business. We understand that partnering with a bank can play a pivotal role, and we are delighted to have Mr. Bhavesh K. Jatania with us. With over 25 years of leadership experience in the BFSI and technology space, Mr. Jatania has held prominent position in various reputed banks, including Yes Bank, IBM, and Tata Capital. He's a chartered accountant and the topper of the CIMA UK. Currently serving as the head of IDFC First Bank, Mr. Jatania is widely respected for his expertise in the banking and finance industry. Please join your hands to welcome Mr. Jatania amongst us. Sir, may we please have you on the stage?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Are you a founder of a startup juggling too many hats? Does your calendar look like this? And incoming messages in your inbox look like these? You have calls that never end and 1,000 tasks to complete every day. Oh, but wait, you've also got bills to clear, salaries to pay, and minimum balances to maintain at your bank. Not to mention that check you need to deposit. Believe us when we say, we get it. Slow yes to your banking is not for you, which is why we started First Wings, a startup banking program by IDFC First Bank for visionaries like you. Why go to the bank when everything can be done in a click or a tap? Does a current account with 0 charges for 3 years sound too good to be true? That's exactly what you get. Need that extra cash for unforeseen expenditure? We've got you covered. A high flyer like you deserves best-in-class debit and credit cards. And we are just getting started. Our Founder Success Program helps you connect with industry experts, mentors, investors, and helps you springboard your startup to the next level. You can unlock 40+ beyond banking benefits across payment solutions, HR solutions, co-working space, and so much more for you to focus on what matters the most. Think of us as the wind beneath your wings. First Wings, a startup banking program by IDFC First Bank.
So our vision was pretty much clear. We want to digitize the whole metal industry in the country. So if you know, the metal industry is very big in size. If you talk about the global industry, that is somewhere around $3 trillion in size. But still the procurement method was very orthodox in nature. So we came with the idea that we want to digitize the whole metal chain. And that is, with that vision, we came in the industry. And that is what gave us the idea that, this is a very big problem that needs to be solved. We are an online digital platform for procurement of your metal products. We have started with the iron and steel products, but sooner or later we'll be venturing into other metals like aluminum, zinc, copper, etc. What we do is we provide end-to-end procurement solutions to the customers. We are a B2B player. For all your infrastructure customers, your industrial customers, we provide them with a hassle-free procurement with value-added services like processing of the material, the credit options, and the logistics services as well. For an industry like us, from personal experience, I can say it is very important to have a sound financial partner. Since this is a very capital intensive industry and you have that kind of a support, the financial support, that can do wonders for your business. And you need to be very calculated that whom you partner with, and if you partner with the right company and right authorities, you'll be able to grow much rapidly and much faster. Running the company bootstrapped over the first year, we were able to realize one thing, that if we need to scale the business, it is important to give credit to the customer. This industry is heavily capital dependent, and the customers are always seeking credit. And in order to give end-to-end solutions to the customer, it is important that we extend credit as well. So it was very important for us to partner with IDFC. So IDFC has helped us immensely in order to scale our business. And I would also, recommend IDFC for other startups as well who are scaling at a very rapid pace. So initially what used to happen with us is that we had to refuse a few customers because they were seeking credit and we were not able to, provide credit to them. But with IDFC in picture, we have been able to extend credit to them, and that has resulted in an exponential growth for our company. And going forward, I think with the similar numbers, that will do wonders for us. So as a founder and as a startup, so it is a dream that, to become a unicorn, and we carry a similar dream. And in order to reach that dream, so we have recently explored and expanded our exports channel. We have been in touch with our neighboring countries, and we want the Indian-made steel to be used on a global level. And to provide that we need an expert financial partner, as I mentioned earlier, for us to mark a presence on a global scale. I think IDFC will help us with the various product offerings that they have. They have helped us on a domestic scale. Now we'll look on for the expansion on a global scale. And I think IDFC is the perfect partner for that.
Just like this startup, you can also aim for the success of your own startup with access to right mentoring, networking, and fundraising avenues. Join Leap to Unicorn, an initiative by IDFC First Bank, Money Control, and CNBC TV 18.
All right. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies here in this room. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone, right? Can you hear me? Yeah? So when I came to the stage, we had two options. I could start off with my presentation straight away, or I could take you through some of your stories. And I think this event is all about celebrating you, the startups here, right? And we said, let's start off with your story to begin with. And as I said, this is a celebration of startups, the startup ecosystem, the startups, you here, right? And I see a lot of the startups and wannabe startups, a lot of students here in this room, right? Guys, before we begin, right, can we have a great round of applause for all of us for being a great audience, right? Good. Fantastic. So first of all, let me thank Dr. Rishi, Dr. Chaturvedi, Dr. Chintan, Vaishnav, Mighty, and BIMTECH for putting this together and giving us the opportunity to talk to you here, right? Thank you. Thank you, dignitaries in this room, and thank you, audience, for being such a great audience, right? Let me quickly take you through how a bank comes in as a partner. And as we know, the bank typically, people look at banks as vendors and sellers and all, right? But banks, the true role of banks being custodians, right? And obviously that's the traditional role of banks now. Banks, since being custodians, have evolved to become partners now, right? And more so for an innovation economy like yours, which essentially grows on a faster basis, right? And like traditional organizations, it's extremely important that you partner with a sound financial partner. And that for the video that we saw, right? Essentially of one of the startups talking about how a good financial partner or a banking partner actually helps. So let me quickly take you through how, what are we first of all, right? And how we partner with startups like you to help you grow your business. All right, so quickly about the startup ecosystem, right? And this ecosystem has been growing. The point to note here is there are already about 100 odd unicorns amongst us, and then another 100 waiting in the wings to become unicorns there, right? But the most important part is essentially, look at the growth rate. On an average in India, it takes about 5 years to become a unicorn for a startup, right? And that's how kind of that differentiates them from the traditional businesses, right? And which is why you need to have a unit which focuses on their key needs of the startups. Let's understand before we begin as to what we do for startups. Like, let me quickly take you through how do you know IDFC Bank today, right? Let's go through some of the recent news items of what we as IDFC Bank been doing, right? At IDFC Bank, we've been kind of powering the digital commerce through the pilot, right? We've been powering deep tech innovation through partnerships, right? We've been powering essentially the digital currency with RBI. And at the same time, we also powering, innovating some of these banking products, making sense for our stakeholders, right? And all these is happening not at the cost of economic value add, right? We are adding value to our stakeholders as well, right? All right. A bit about our DNA and how does it make a difference to you? IDFC Bank is essentially a merger of IDFC Limited and First Capital, but how should that make a difference to you, right? So we position ourselves as a challenger bank. As a challenger bank, we look at essentially to challenge status quo. We are one of the newest bank on the block, and which is why we know that we need to also innovate. We also need to innovate to grow, which exactly makes us the right partner for an innovation economy like yours. All right. Some of the examples of how we have innovated, and quick ones at that, right? So if you look at our product suite, right, and we've known this for a long time, right, in the banking industry. Typically on your savings account, the interest was paid on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis. And nobody questioned as to why the interest needs to be paid on a quarterly basis and not on a monthly basis, right? But when we came into the fore, right, we realized that, and we are an EMI bank, so we understand this better than anybody else, right? We live, breathe EMIs. We are a consumer finance bank, right? So we understand that when we ask for monthly installments from our customers, why shouldn't we also pay monthly interest to our customers in turn, right? That's just goes to establish the equity of this relationship, which is when we started paying interest on our savings account on a monthly basis. And that kind of started the innovation in this space. And we see a lot of other banks also following the suit now. And that's just one part on the personal side that we spoke about, right? But let me also tell you what we do on the business side. One unique example, and I'll stop there. I know there's, in the interest of time, we will speak about what we do for the startup ecosystem as a whole also. But let me give you one quick example, right? So when we looked at some of these smaller organizations, right, and startups in particular, right, we understand that startups and smaller organizations, unlike large organizations, cannot afford to have an active treasury. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't optimize their return on the idle money that they have, right? And which is why we created a treasury account. We call that a booster account, right? And that booster account actually helps you sweep out your money into a fixed deposit and effectively gives you return on idle money that you have on your current account, right? That actually works as a treasury account for you. When we looked at startups, obviously, we wanted to be business partners and not just banking partners with the startups, right? Which is when we looked at not just their needs on the banking side, but the needs on the business side. Then only you can become a business partner, right? So when we mapped all of their needs essentially and created a proposition, right? Which essentially truly helps you in terms of solving your problems. So let me tell you few of the problems that we understand in the startup space and how do we address that at this point in time, right? So when we were creating the startup banking unit in particular, we figured that startup banking in most banks essentially works as verticals. And startups, unlike traditional organizations, move across their life stages really, really quickly. And we said, if we were to create a vertical, it will not help, right? So which is why we created essentially a horizontal and not a vertical, right? And how does that help you? Therefore, how does it help the startups? It helps the startups because then startups can talk to one particular unit, right? And be with that particular unit all through their life stages. Unlike traditional banks who are verticals, it becomes extremely difficult for startups to engage with multiple verticals within the bank, not knowing whom to speak to for what solution. So this team becomes essentially your go-to team, right? To go and essentially speak to them about your problems and they solve your problems. So let me go and try and address one more problem, and I'll stop there. I'll move on to the next slide in terms of solutions that we have, right? Is the problem with respect to when you say banks, how many people today walk into the banks? Nobody actually walks into the bank today, right? And which becomes a challenge, right? Most small organizations do not get a face to deal with, considering they don't bring value to the banks. But here, what we do as a bank is we provide a face to each of the startups irrespective of the value. So there is a relationship manager mapped to all the startups irrespective of the value that we have, right? All right. So let me quickly take you through the solution suite that we have based on the life stage. And that's how we partner with you in terms of addressing your needs. Some of these items that I spoke to you about, including the booster account, right? They've already mentioned about the treasury account or the booster account, so to speak, right? We also have a very unique proposition as a credit card, a business credit card, which gives you step-up credit at an early stage, right? Based on your credit behavior with us, we give you unsecured first to begin with the secured credit, and then step up unsecured credit to meet your life stage needs there. A very unique product, which nobody else has, right? I would request some of you to essentially reach out to us, right? Meet us outside here and talk to us about that particular product, right? We have a very unique founder success program. The whole idea here is to engage with startups at an early stage, right? And meet their needs beyond the banking needs, which is essentially in terms of mentorship and connect needs, which is the key need at an early stage, right? I would request you, all of you, to essentially go check out our Leap to Unicorn website. Leap to Unicorn is essentially an engagement platform that you have, right? Which is already about 1 million visitors today and 5,500 registrations today we already have on this website, right? This has many interesting stories of startups. The one that you saw earlier today, right? I would request you to go check out these websites and reach out to us for any help that you need. Thank you so much again. Thank you.
So I take this opportunity to thank Mr. Jitania. May I request Abharishi ma'am to join us on the stage. Mr. Jitania, thank you for letting us know how IDFC Bank is supporting the startup ecosystem. We take this opportunity to felicitate you on behalf of AIC BIMTECH. So thank you once again. Dear guests, delegates, experts and aspirants, it is time for our much awaited startup pitch session. We will feature presentations from promising startups that we have shortlisted for StartupKumbh. For the pitching session, we will give each team a maximum of 8 minutes, after which we will quickly let in the next team. There is a timer which will run on the screen. It's a request to all team members to complete their presentation within the allotted time. We will not be having Q&A session in between presentations, but our team will be evaluating the presentations to present the best pitch award at StartupKumbh and also the most promising startup award. So this event is phygital in nature and hence we are also live due to the fact that there is a mixer networking event going on. Investors with questions for startup teams can approach the teams directly after their session is over off the stage. So we take a minute to begin the session. I would like to invite our very first startup. We have Yarnet Innovations Private Limited, and we have Akash Jain from Yarnet. Akash, may I please have you on the stage? So we also have with Akash Choturmoy Datta, who's part of Yarnet. So we are going to have the duo on the stage.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, good afternoon. This is Jyotirmoy, co-founder and CEO at Yarnet. Now, with Yarnet, what we are trying to do, we are trying to build the first AI-powered marketing platform. But before I get started on Yarnet, let me first tell you as in what inspired us to get here. Now, when you look at content marketers across the globe, you can broadly classify them into 3 categories, right? One are trendsetters. I'm sure all of you have seen this ad, right? Now, if I speak about the brand and the specific content that you see here, what makes them successful is they speak to their audience. They're very personalized to their brand. And third is basically they make this entire thing on point. Now, the other category of startups or other category of enterprises are more ad hoc content marketers, which means they're very unaware of their customer needs. They are very unaware of their customer whereabouts. Now, the last category are basically laggards, right? Their presence on media, on social media, on content marketing is so less, their presence is negligible, right? Now, that's an interesting piece of information. But what is shocking is if you see 80%
or more than 80% of companies, of enterprises actually fail to deliver and execute on their content marketing objectives. Now, why is that big of a problem, right? The first problem, if you see, there are too many tools, there are too many solutions, which makes this entire process more complex and costly. Now, two, they are all focused on outputs. And I was answering a bunch of questions today, today morning about ChatGPT. You ask a ChatGPT, can I write a blog? Of course, you can write a blog, right? But do I really want to write a blog? Maybe, but I want to write a blog on supply chain for chief data officers so that they can understand what analytic services I provide and they subscribe to my product. Now that is an outcome. And that's the difference, because majority of the platforms today focus on outputs, right? The third piece is basically, this is a creative domain, which means for a successful content marketing team, you need to be great at storytelling, you need to be great at writing, you need to be great at design, and you need to do all of that at speed and at scale. Now, these are exactly the kind of challenges that we are trying to solve with Yarnet, with which, as an enterprise, therefore, you basically improve your ROI on content marketing. Now, how are we doing that? We have a four-featured or four-pronged approach to this, right? One, your content is now, you should be able to create content at speed, at scale, which is aligned to your audience, which is aligned to your brand objective. You should be able to sort of now distribute that content to multiple places, right? Whether it is your social media channels, whether it is your marketing website. And the third piece, now that we know what is your content behavior, can we actually tell you what is working and what is not, and more importantly, why? The fourth important thing, look, as in we have got all the data that you do on your creation behavior and your content engagement. With that, can we finally tell you what should be your strategy, when to post, how to post, and for whom? Now, while we are doing that, we are very, very focused on enterprises, right? Very focused on B2B. And this should be one of those questions I'm expecting, as in how are you different from ChatGPT? Please focus on this slide. We are personalized, which means you can train our own AI engines with your own data, your own legacy data, so that we are on point to your brand personality, your writing style, your design style. Now, the second piece is that you can configure the engine with your design personalities. The second part is that you should be able to now audit these workflows by automated audits and also sort of by baked in workflows for governance. The last part is basically we are evidence driven, which means every piece of feature that you see on Yarnet today is built on data. Now, of course, behind the scenes, we heavily focus on generative AI, and that's the buzzword today. But if you see, apart from that, we have our own IPs on NLP semantic search, NLU text classification, and computer vision. Now, these are some of the action in items, which basically means with Yarnet, you should be able to write, design, and publish every piece of content that you have in your content marketing plan. Of course, why is it so relevant to build a solution like this today? And there are three factors to it in my head. Look, the market itself is a $15 billion market as of 2022. And everything that is happening in the macro world, it is only going to push this market forward. The second part, there are genuine amount of white spaces. So if you look at this entire landscape, right from production to distribution to strategy, there are genuine amount of white spaces in there. And third, if at all the last 4 or 5 months have helped us, thanks to ChatGPT, they have increased the adoption of AI and technology in front of our customers. So the customers are not any more hesitant to use platforms like these. Now, just for us to sort of succeed on the ground, what makes us, for us, we are, like I said, we are very focused on B2B. And for us, the ideal customer is anybody who is creating content on social media or other marketing channels, people who have at least 0 to 5 member marketing team and has budget of $500 and above in that space, right? Now, who do we sell to? We, of course, sell it to enterprises, mid and large enterprises, startups and marketing agencies. Now, for us, for our own GTM channels, content marketing is very, very important. So the two key important channels that we follow are content marketing and SEOs. The other channel, or more like a partner channel that we follow, is to sort of work with organizations who make enterprises succeed in content marketing, which are your marketing agencies, which become a huge channel partner for us, individual creators who are sort of creating content for them, and then the strategic partners, which are more on the tech side. Now, just for us to understand how we sort of commercialize, since we are a generative AI startup, and if you see all the SaaS startups which are in the space of generative AI are moving towards more usage of feature-based plans. So in our case, the pricing or the commercial tiers sort of increase as more features you sort of use, or more sort of usage you show on the platform. Now, for us, as in we have been in the business for some time. It took us 2 quarters to sort of get to the product. We just did a beta launch, almost 6 weeks back, and of that we have 700 odd users. We are doing 50 B2B pilots, deep pilots with enterprises, and you can see some of the logos in here. Our next milestone for us is to sort of commercially launch the product, and which we are doing in the first week of April. In this journey, we have also sort of found the right kind of partners which will help us deliver the best outcomes to our enterprises. Lastly, the most proud thing of the team. Now you're looking at a team who has successfully built and commercialized AI products in the market, seen startups exits. You've seen me, Abhinav, he's my other co-founder. He heads our AI, apart from all the Ivy League and spending half the decade in AI, in data science and analytics. He also happens to be an amateur theater artist. So he's the perfect combination of the left and the right brain. Akash, he's on my side. He packs a punch when it comes to product design and product operations, and very proud to say he's an alumni of BIMTECH. And all three of us have worked for the last 7 years. This is our second startup together. The last one, which was part of Limbic, we got an exit in 2019. Saurabh, he looks at our engineering. And he has been a founder himself. He started his own company called Prabhuti Systems, which was into school-based ERPs. Thank you so much for listening in. If you have any questions, we are in the booth just right next to the exit. Please drop us a note. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, team Yarnit. Next, we have Ecotio, and I have Prashant Jain from Ecotio. Prashant, may you please join us on the stage. So Prashant is joined by Gaurav Gupta as part of the Ecotio team. May we have the duo on stage.
Thank you everyone for being a good audience, and thank you AIC team for giving us this opportunity. So hello everyone. So what we have here is Ecotio. Ecotio is an industrial IoT platform that is curated to help enterprise become more energy efficient and to drive sustainability. So before I start my presentation, I just want to tell you a story. I mean, how is it that we started this, and what is the reason why we started this? So this is our second startup, and we already had a working company during COVID. And during COVID, we got inspiration from our existing customers, wherein they wanted to know data about their factories. How is it that what is happening at their factory? And during COVID, we all encountered situations wherein people are not able to go there, and many people were ill. So owing to those reasons, they wanted to have a clear understanding, a consolidated report of what has happened within their premises. So that's the genesis. So our starting this solution. So we're part of acceleration program of IIM Lucknow and AIC BIMTECH. So what is the problem that we are? What is the introduction? So we intend to utilize technological innovations so as to help enterprise become more energy efficient and to become virtual energy efficiency and sustainability managers for an organization. So all the organizations cannot have these people in-house, these roles in-house. So that's what we are trying to do. So that's what we can do. We can sort of help them we become virtual energy efficiency and sustainability managers. Next slide. So what's the problem statement? So our solution is catering for industrial and commercial customers only. So industrial and commercial customers have a very unique problem wherein they have equipment and devices from multiple manufacturers, and they have a problem in consolidating the data. So that's the problem that we prima facie we are trying to solve. Simultaneously, they have to train their employees on those multiple platforms. Then obviously they have sufficient data regarding what is happening in their factories and how can they sort of use that data to consolidate each and everything and make them more energy efficient. Next problem is unplanned machine breakdown. So with the help of our platform, we also intend to address this solution. Next slide, please. What's the solution? Solution is the platform wherein you can consolidate the data, and that platform will help in improving your efficiency, automation of your energy reporting. You can create and visualize the data. You can do benchmarking. So all those things can be implemented on a single platform. The platform is hardware agnostic, sector agnostic, and geography agnostic. So that's the overall product architecture simply. So you have third-party systems, actuators, sensors, meters installed on field, which will be sending data onto our gateway device. The gateway device will be sending the data wirelessly onto a cloud platform. On the cloud platform, we can curate easily different dashboards for different people in the hierarchy, for the management, for the engineers. Simultaneously, the data can be used to generate efficiency ranking and the sustainability rankings. So all those things can easily be done on the single platform. So what's a unique value proposition which is that we are offering? First of all, we are hardware and sector agnostic. We can use the existing meters, existing sensors which are already installed, and then curate data. We will not ask for change in the hardware of an existing premises. We can help in performance benchmarking. We can for a factory which has, for a company which has multiple factories located at different locations, we can help them in benchmarking the performance of machines. We can help in anomaly detection. We can also help in automation of energy audits. So energy audits is something which large customers have to do it on a regular basis. With the help of our solution, they can automate that entire energy audit. So what is the opportunity size? There's a huge opportunity size. So the Samsung numbers are available. So currently the market is served by less than 0.1 or 0.2% of the market is served by the existing solutions. And there's a huge market which is available for exploration. So what's our business model? So what we have is a cloud platform wherein the data will be sending onto the cloud, and we'll be charging the customer basis the initial installation cost and the SaaS cost. So these are the two things. Simultaneously, we'll have an opportunity to go to the customer year on year basis the additional value offerings that we can do. We are also entering into partnerships. Recently, we have been selected by KPMG amongst the top 10 startups within their competition. We are selling to existing customers. We are entering into partnership with CIA and different energy auditors. So market traction. So we have already live at 9 locations. We are helping vendors of IKEA and Target to automate their reporting. We have also installed a solution at Redison, Sujata and Anisa Carpets, which is a textile manufacturer. So about the team, Gaurav and myself both are the co-founders. So I have done my engineering from Delhi College of Engineering and MBA from IIT Kanpur. Gaurav has also done a lot of research and development experience after his electronics engineering in Delhi College of Engineering. We have people who have a huge amount of experience in IoT domain and also execution domain. So this is the funding asked. So we have already received funding from under Startup India Seed Fund scheme, and I am Lucknow and under Samrit scheme. And we are looking forward to raise another 1.2 crores. The utilization will be under different heads. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, team. So next we have with us Dectrocell, and we have Soumya Shukla, pitching on behalf of Dectocell Healthcare and Research Private Limited.
Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to introduce to you what we do in AI and ML to impact healthcare in India, especially in context to the Indian landscape. And I'll be happy to take you through my presentation today. Okay, this isn't changing. No. This one. Can you move it ahead? See, this is going back, right? This one, not this one. Between. It will not. I have to just go back. Hi, everyone. So I would like to introduce to you Dectocell. We're a health tech startup, and we built comprehensive artificial intelligence solutions in healthcare to sort of democratize and empower the healthcare system. So here is what the problem is. The WHO recommends 1 doctor per 1,000 patients. And in India, we're looking at an average of about 1 doctor per 11,082 people. And this ratio sort of gets worse when you look at states like Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. And some of the most pressing issues remain to be the incidence of malignancies like gallbladder. Only 30% of the Indian population has access to specialized level healthcare. Liver cancer remains to be one of the 3rd leading causes of death globally. So we sort of looked into how we could actually use technology to sort of enable early diagnosis and sort of, address unaffordability and make accessibility in India for digital healthcare solutions. So we sort of built 2 comprehensive medical imaging solutions in CAD AI solution, one of which is an AI respiratory screening tool where we're trying to revolutionize early diagnosis in respiratory abnormalities. And second is an automation tool in hepatopancreatic co-biliary diseases. And what that specifically means, we'll get to the specific just in a couple of seconds. So here is what the artificial intelligence report for your respiratory tool looks like. You have a chest x-ray that you can actually upload in the platform. And in a quick turnaround time of about 5 minutes, we're able to identify chest respiratory abnormalities, some of which have significant mortalities like pneumothorax, like consolidation. But today, this is what I just spoke about, some of which have significant mortalities like tuberculosis, pneumonia, fibrosis. But today I'm here to talk about our one of its kind tools, which is a hepatopancreatic co-biliary automation tool to you. And just to put into perspective, hepatopancreatic co-biliary diseases are a global health crisis, and there are about more than 1 billion people who are affected by it worldwide. So we sort of build a PWA application, which is more like a symptomatology index which can be used by the patient himself and also from the doctor's end to be able to evaluate early diagnosis. And we'll get to the specific quickly. Putting into perspective the magnitude of the problem here, we have about 308,000 cases every year on a population of 140 crores approximately, and only 5% of these cases are resectable. When I say resectable, it essentially means when you hit the hospital, only 5% of the patients can be actually, cured to an extent that they can actually live, manage their disease. So here is a patient who has gallbladder cancer. And for the last 1 year, he's been put on ATT treatment, which essentially is tuberculosis treatment. And in spite of his, ultrasound scan showing an abnormal wall thickening, when he hit the hospital, while this is exactly, just to put into perspective the patient journey, let's look at what the patient journey looks like at this point in time when you don't have a symptomatology index. So you have patient complaints, you have multiple physician visits, you've worsening of symptoms, you hit a tertiary care center, and then you have relevant diagnostic tools. You do have the diagnosis, but then that is a late diagnosis. When you have the HPB-DSI, which is the symptomatology index that we've built, you are quickly diagnosed and you hit the tertiary care center quickly, and then your prognosis and your outcome for the disease becomes better. So this is what it looks like. Can we just quickly play the video here? Okay, it's more like a symptomatology index. You'll actually be able to take some quick questions, and then you'll be able to identify whether you have a hepatobiliary disease or not. This is how the clinical adoption of the tool has actually happened in one of the tertiary care centers in India. So these are some of the doctors who've been a part of building this application. You see some of the doctors holding that application and taking the symptomatology index for the patient. So sorry. Can we just go back, please? I'm not able to change the slides. Yeah. So we do look at a phenomenal market opportunity. We're looking at an obtainable market of about 4 billion. When you talk about the market competition, we don't essentially have a direct competition, but you can look at Eventra and Fibrinostics as the indirect competitors. The clear differentiator is that, of course, this is one of its kind application globally, and the technology function is built completely in-house at Dectocell. So we're the folks who call the shots here. That's the current status. We've screened about 4,000 patients. We're hitting an accuracy of more than 92%, and we've seen an uptick of about 39% in notifications. When you look at the business model, we're looking at a pay-per-use model and a subscription model. We're looking at charging ₹100 per scan per report. And when you look at the unit economics, we're clearly looking at 80% margins per sale. And the intention is to be able to activate 50 sites. When I say 50 sites, essentially does mean diagnostics centers, hospitals, and clinics. And then you will see a turnaround of about 1.5 CR, and we'll go profitable within 1 year. That's the team. We do think that we're the right people to execute this vision. Ankit is the technical founder. He's a doctorate in AI and medicine from Queensland Medical School. I am an MBA from NUS Business School. I'm also pursuing doctorate in health economics from Sanjay Gandhi Institute of Medical Science. And I'm also data scientist from Harvard Medical School. Nikhil is the CTO, and he's a researcher in AI and medicine from IIT Kanpur. That's what the clinical team looks like for Dectocell. So you've got the man behind the first liver transplant unit in India as the principal investigator on the product that I just spoke about. When I have to introduce you on the clinical side for my respiratory product, you've some of the key opinion leaders in the government in respiratory space who are actually key investigators on this project. The entire clinical validation has happened under them. And essentially, we're looking to raise about $250,000. And this essentially will go into sort of product development, expansion of business activities in existing markets, and of course, launching into new markets. And with that, I end my presentation, and I'll be happy to take questions. These are some of the awards that we've gotten. So we were the Quebec Market Access winners for the government of Quebec. We're also the product and technology winner at Denmark Technical University. We're also the product and technology winner at UQ Ventures Brisbane. We've been funded by Startup India Seed Fund. We've also been selected in the IIT Mandi CPS Accelerator program. They're investors with us. BIMTECH is an investor with us, and we've been incubated at MedTech SGPGI, and we've successfully completed projects with the Google Brain team at USA alongside Apollo Hospitals, Hyderabad, and mentioned on your screen are some of the supporting partners in terms of the hospitals who've supported Dectocell. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Soumya. Next, we have with us Sahaj Rana, who is going to pitch for BLUP. Sahaj, may we have you on the stage, please?
Hello, everyone. My name is Sahaj, and I'm the founder of Blup. So, if I can have the presentation on. Okay, all right. So Blup is a desktop application that helps founders, entrepreneurs, mid-scale companies, large-scale companies to create mobile applications graphically. So, okay. So if I just talk about our team first, so I am Sahaj, Ashutosh is our CTO, and he's been a great kind of like a technical person. Kashan is he's from IIT and he's been helping us out in the software development part. Om, Hardik, Shan, and Rajni, they are taking care of all the reach out and getting to the customer and taking care of the whole market area. And Sandeep is taking care of our Blup development team. So if I talk about what we have been working on. Okay, so if I just talk about the typical app development cycle, so what happens is everything starts from an idea stage, and from there we go to a UI UX team. And if I'm talking about the app development cycle, so what happens is after you get your whole UI UX, you give it to the coding team, and they take you around 7 to 8 months to create the whole application. And you then go to the testing stage, and then from there you go to the end users, and from there those end users give you feedback, and it goes back to the UI UX team or the coding team, and this cycle keeps on repeating itself. So what happens is it takes you at least a year, a lakhs of rupees you have to spend, and you have to hire a lot of people. So because of that, what happens is your whole development cycles go way low, and you have to wait for a long time, and it becomes very resource intensive process. So this is where we come in. So what we do is we reduce this whole development cycle into a single software. So what happens is now you don't need like a huge amount of basic coding knowledge. So with Blup, you can just hire a person straight out of college, and he can build the application that previously 4 to 5 years of experienced person was able to create. And at the fraction of time. So what happens is it was taking 7 to 8 months. Now it can be done in a couple of weeks, and at the fraction of cost, because the amount of time it takes, it is reduced, and the amount of knowledge that is needed is reduced. So if we talk about how it is done, so this is a product demo for it.
Superpower, it's gonna blow your mind. You know that I'm all about it. I'm built different, I'm a new guy. So watch me do what I do. Yeah, with the old and then with the new. Yeah. Limitations, it's amazing. Yeah, you watch me do what I do. Well, this is new. This is new. Hey, I'ma show you what's next. You're gonna be amazed. I don't even have to flex. This set the world ablaze. So watch me do what I do. Out with the old and in with the new. It's amazing. Well, this is new.
So yeah, if I just summarize it, how it works. So you start by designing your whole UI page by page, and then you can power that whole UI design through logics, where you can connect these rectangular nodes and create the whole logic. And then you can add in your own backend if you have, or you can use ours, which is pre-built, and you don't have to spend a lot of time building it. And then you can just test it out on your mobile phone or on your web, and you can get the app done way fast than previous way you were doing it. So if I just talk about the competitive landscape of what is going on in the market right now. So there are two prominent players right now. One is Thunkable and one is Atal. And we are going to compare how Blup is way ahead of what is going on in the market right now. So if I just talk about the UI designer, so in Thunkable, you get this rigid kind of a system where it is very hard to actually create any kind of a kind of like a beautiful UI. So if you give it to a UI designer, they find it very hard to build any kind of thing out of it. If I talk about the Atalo, so what they have done is they have built these pre-built kind of like components where you can just drag and drop them and you can't do much out of it. So if let's say you want to create a logic where you just want to sign in a person whose email ID ends with yahoo.com, you can't do it. So very constructed kind of like the logic system you can do in Atalo. If I talk about Blub, so what happens is you can create any kind of a UI, which is, so what happens is for a startup, the UI is the very first thing that they look for because that is the face of their whole startup. So what we have done is we have made it much more rich and much more dynamic, just like any design tool, any person use like Figma or anything like that. And they can even drop Figma files if they already have that. So if moving ahead, if I talk about the logic system, so Thunkable provide you with this outdated 90s version of a logic kind of system, which was actually created by Google for small children to learn how to code, first or second class students. So this was never built to create big kind of like software, enterprise software kind of thing. So this is where it fails and you can't do much into it. If I talk about Adalo, they provide you with this like a drag and drop thing only, and you can't do much of a logic system. But in Blub, what we have done is we have built this whole system from the ground up. And this is built in a sense so that you can create those large softwares that you want. And plus you can add in any third-party software that is out there, any SDKs and all, and it creates much more, you can create much more complex application out of it. And it removes the kind of like the threshold, kind of the limitation that other no-code tools kind of reach. Okay, so if I talk about the backend system, so Thunkable and Adalo have this limited kind of a system where you can just do what they provide. You can't do much if you want. But what we have done is we have given the whole power to the customer where he can design anything he wants. And what we have done is we have made it real time. So as soon as you make any changes, it is directly reflected on your mobile application. So let's say you are creating a chat application or something like that, it makes it much more quick. And as soon as like over here, I'm dropping a file, it will be shown on the other screen. And other is a real application that is being casted on the screen. So if I talk about the code export, if you are creating something, you cannot take it out. If you want to build something again, if you want to get out of those platforms, you have to build it again from scratch. But in Blub, what we have done is you can export the code, export the UI, anything you want. 1 second. Okay, all right. So you can do anything in the code export part. If I talk about the app building, so in Thunkable and Adalo, what they do is they provide you a kind of like a browser centric approach. So over there, your whole code goes to their server and they build it for you. But the problem is that takes at least an hour or half an hour to an hour to build that whole application. Then they give it to you through your email, which makes it much more cumbersome and very hard to do. In Blub, what we have done is it is a complete app that sits on your desktop. So what happens is it builds the whole application on your system, through your system, and it installs on your mobile phone. So as soon as you make any kind of a change, it reflects as soon as you make those changes. So it is called hot reload in development area. So as soon as over here I'm making any change, it will be shown on the other screen. Oops. So yeah, this is kind of like a product roadmap. We are launching our new versions and we are going ahead with the team collaboration and all. If I talk about the market opportunity, TAM is around 600 billion. And this is how we kind of like do the business model. If you are ready to launch, need code export, or you want team collaboration, then you would have to choose a subscription plan. I will just move ahead because it is almost time is up. So this is kind of our GTM strategy. We do B2B and B2C. We have around 1,000 people, 1,000 users right now. And these are some of the companies that are using our product. And these are some of the user testimonials. And these are some of the kind of like the things that we took from the users and kind of like our business roadmap. But I think we can talk about it if you are interested later on. This is the fund allocation that we are looking for, 2.5 million. We have already raised around 97K in our previous round. And yeah. So yeah, that is it from my end. If you have any questions, anything you want, we are on the second stall. It is on the right-hand side, you can just come to us and we would be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sahaj. To add to this, I'd like to iterate that this is a startup showcase pitch. We do not have the timeline for Q&A here, but the startups which are showcasing their pitch here on the stage, they are available at the back. And in case the investors or delegates, anyone wants to reach out to them, they'll be happy to interact. So moving forth, we have our next pitch from Credit Siddhi by Chetan Pandya on behalf of Finovus Technologies Private Limited. Chetan, over to you.
So while the presentation comes up, I would like to thank AIC BIMTECH for inviting us for the pitch. I'm so happy to see so many people here in this event. So we are in business of credit, and essentially we don't say that this is equal to loan. So credit is much more complex and much more omnipresent than what a loan provider would be. So I'm Chetan Pandya. I spent 27 years in BFSI, large stints in Kotak and Intellect Design, where I ran businesses, ran technology, even was part of various restructuring that was part of the groups. And I was lucky to be at the right place at the right time to learn a lot of things in that time. So what do? We actually provide credit to the segment which is the most difficult. That is the micro and small enterprises in India. And if we look at it, the way we see the problem is multidimensional, and multidimensional to the extent that it is almost been given up while everybody wants to solve it, but it has not been able to solve. So what do is essentially, what is the ask that everyone has? So enterprise is asking multiple things from the BFSI provider, that is the banks and capital market, in terms of pricing, in terms of ability to get the good benchmarks for them to be able to get into the credit market. The banks and the exchanges are again asking for credit risk, which is involved largely, and the pricing and the contextuality of the entire transaction, which is in play, which is going to take place. Government and regulations are essentially interested in finding the stress levels that are existing in the industry, the benchmark, the supply chain risk, and also the high frequency indicators. Today, if you look at our high frequency indicators, they come with a lag. So what is the problem like? If you look at the global scene at the bottom, India's entire enterprise skew is towards the micro. And the main reason, if you look at it, is the availability of finance, that is finance formal for these industry. And most of the businesses are either getting anemic or nil credit from the system. And that's a humongous problem unless and until we move these micro and small businesses to large businesses. All the previous presentation that we saw won't have customers, because the kind of revenue that these guys are generating and the kind of profits that these guys have, these guys, most of the Indian businesses cannot even afford those services. So how do we solve it? So we solve it with a multidimensional platform that comprises of three things. That is, one is our flagship platform, that is Credit Siddhi, which is where everybody logs in and gets onto his credit requirements, and which is API'd into various lenders who work with us. The second part of is the NEO reports, which is essentially an alternative mechanism to underwrite using the unstructured data. And mark my words, unstructured data does not mean reading the mobile device of the business. We get into intensive discovery of the businesses through our processes, and those unstructured data points are taken into our data lake and then processed for digital journey here from there on. And third part is the NEO engine, which is the heart of the entire thing, where everything is getting processed. So if you look at it, we already have solutions which are working. That is Credit Siddhi, NEO engine, NEO for enterprises, And now we are stepping into quality management, because what we discovered is we know these businesses far more than a credit bureau would understand, or any even supply chain provider would understand. We understand these businesses deep down, and we can mark their quality processes and quality requirements from them. On the other side, we continue to have more and more digitized data coming in for us, more ML-based analysis, and what we see is high-dimensional analysis is possible on our platform itself. So what makes us so different? If you look at the numbers, what the industry is doing and what we are doing, there is a stark difference. We do it faster, we fail faster, but at the end of the day, the candidates that remain with us for credit opportunities are far more dedicated and far more surety of taking credit than us. The cost is almost 10% of what the industry is doing the charges for. And most important, theoretically, we can complete this entire process in 3 minutes. It does not happen because a lot of documentation and a lot of processes are required, and a lot of underwriting happens on the lender side before because decision is finally the lenders. So what is the difference between us? If you look at the two graphics that I put on the screen, on one side is the conventional processes which are running, which everybody has. But once you get into Neo goes into iterative processes using the ML and discovers more and more relationships between the business data points that are available. That allows us to help the lender underwrite it better and do a more nuanced underwriting at the end of it. This is our innovation at work. TVS Credit is working with India Post, and we are providing the technology where the entire bank's portfolio of customers, TVS would be able to provide credit to those customers, and the entire orchestration and the alternative mode of underwriting would happen through our platform. Mahindra Finance came to us and is working with us to provide credit to the SMEs and the others who have Mahindra vehicles already on or want. This we never thought that this would happen, but this is an iterative discovery, and as we went deeper into it, these things have started happening for us. ICICI is our biggest partner today, and with ICICI, while we were doing smaller loans with other lenders, with ICICI, we are able to do larger loans, and the scale is simply mesmerizing with it. In last 3 months that ICICI has been with us, we already crossed around 8 crores of disbursement with them. So these are our partnerships, and our main distribution partnership is with India Post Payment Bank, which allows us to distribute without any fixed costs through the entire network of the bank. That revenue points that have already been discovered have been marked on the other side, and others are coming up fast. It all depends on the kind of management bandwidth that is available us to monetize those points. This is the build-up that is happening this year. The next financial year, starting 1st April, we should be able to do a 6 crore top line with a minor loss of around 50 to 60 lakhs. And in the 4th year, we should be doing around 731 crores of revenue from the existing activities also only. New activities will come in, and that may add to the revenue pool itself. This is the why. Why do I think that we would? It's our reliance on the simple thing that our model does not burn the cost. There is no burn that is happening. Multiple inflection points keep on getting discovered the way our technology platform is there. Deep risk management, risk comes first, scale comes second for us. Rounded management capabilities, as you will see in my slide as we're going ahead. And what we are doing here is applicable globally. What we need to do is just adhere to the regulatory requirement and go ahead from there. So we are raising a round of $1 million, of which 200K has already been committed. Another 100K is going to get committed in a day or two. 300K has been raised. Other conversations are on. We should be able to close the entire round, subject to some of you participating in the month of April itself. This is my team, my Celtic team that comes from market research, banking, VC world, IT, and various other correlated areas. I'll just run through a simple demo on the ML side, which would essentially show you the path to how the entire thing is being orchestrated. So apologies, this is not working. And can you switch to the next slide, please? Just give me a slide. So I would like to leave you with this slide. The opportunity is not only Indian, $30 trillion BFSI industry is yearning for it. Banks' efficiencies continue to come down, our efficiencies continue to go up, and in that triangle, we would be able to make our point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chetan. So for the next pitch, we have Kunal Verma from Avanya. Kunal, may we have you on stage, please? Kunal is joined by his co-founder Piyush Vijay. Please welcome the duo on the stage.
Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Kunal Verma and I'm the founder of Avanya.com. So can you just say this? Yeah, okay, so I'll just address what are the problems that we are going to solve, the platform is going to solve. So in simple words, the platform is based upon the generative AI industry. So the current problems that we have is, for example, let's say there are a lot of people or marketers and marketing agencies, and they are using a lot of subscriptions for, to automate their personalized content creation. And one of the most problem that the current marketers and the content created by AI is they all are facing is, that we have Google's policy and the AI content detectors, and Google is actually, decreasing the ranking of such content that is generated by AI. A lot of companies that says that they are AI companies, basically they are using, OpenAI's APIs, and due to the overusage of OpenAI APIs, they somehow shows that the platform is under development, or the engineers are fixing it. One of the greatest things that with the current technologies, with the current generative AI companies, is that they are only able to generate text content. There's not a platform that has the ability to generate, text, images, videos at one place, and this actually sucks. And let's say there's some marketing agency and they want to build their own corporate AI, that is trained on their own data, that is specialized for their own customers. So they can do that right now. Okay, so this is the solution that we are offering. Before moving on to the solution, I'll just discuss what is the mission basically. So our mission is to become one platform to supercharge your personalized content creation. Just imagine, create, and publish from one platform. And the solution for that we are offering is Avanya.com, which is a SaaS-based platform. So it is a platform that is the ability to generate personalized contents from text, images, text content, and AI avatars. If any company want a brand face, we have AI avatars to create your Instagram reels, TikToks, personality videos, etc. Fully customized. You don't need a human to be your brand face. We have AI avatars for that. And they have the ability to generate content, to generate content in more than 15 plus of human tones that has been ever known, and 25 plus, more than 25 of human languages. One platform to publish all your social media content and manage them, analyze them from one platform only. High quality, super duper customer support that we are targeting. So if I talk about the traction, we already got 95% of customers feedback from marketing agencies, content writers, individual business entrepreneurs that want to manage their company onto the one platform. We have got more than 20 plus of beta. We have launched prior 2 months back the beta testing for this platform. We got more than 20 customers for the paid plan. 10 plus subscriptions we already got for our $129 of plan. We got more than 300 of people that are waiting for the plan, that are waiting for the platform to launch. And because of our AI model, we have got more than 50 plus of GBs of data to get training for our AI model. So what makes us unique? So this is the thing that makes us unique from the other existing platforms. We have our own AI model. That is our mode of the company. We call it Ava AI. So it has the ability to generate 100% unique, plagiarism-free content generation, immunity against AI content detectors, image generation copyrighted free, and API integrations in CRMs, Shopify, custom AI tools, etc. because this gives us full control over the pricing of our own AI model. So this is another thing that makes us unique. So we have our own AI influencer. This is basically our AI avatar, and her name is Eva. So the features that she has is currently she has the ability to generate human emotions, human expressions, more than 15 plus of human tones, 25 plus of human languages, and fully customizable to your need. So what customers get from our platform? So no more multiple subscriptions. One platform to manage your whole content creation from one platform only. No need to hire face for your content videos. We got AI avatars for that. Time is equals to money, obviously. So let's say if there's if a marketing initiator, if any individual is taking to write a blog from end to end 2,000 words of blog, including images and AI avatars as well. So it takes around weeks, and with our platform, it takes only around 15 minutes. Same goes with social media images and AI avatars. It hardly takes in minutes to automate your whole content generation. If you want to build your own custom AI tools, we already have APIs that won't go down and that will provide you immunity against AI content detectors. So in terms of monetary benefits, we are reducing the cost of around 60% for the marketing agencies, for the content writers and marketers as well. So we are going to earn money by the subscription model. So the plan starts from $19 per month and it goes to $129 per month. We got a profit margin of 46 to 64%. We are soon going to introduce Darwin pricing model, that is the pay-as-you-go model. We also, because of our own AI model, we have integrations in, we have the ability to integrate in any of CRMs, APIs, Shopify, Chrome extension, and mobile app is also soon coming on in the next 3 months. If I talk about the market, if I only talk about the overall market, so it stands around $340 billion untapped market, which is done by manual labor. If I talk about generative AI market, so it stands around $188 billion by 2022. More than 6 lakh marketing agencies, businesses, marketers that requires this type of platform. It starts every year in only India and US. Currently, $81 billion is the cost that the brands face because of the manual-driven content generation, and the CAGR of the generative AI and the technology is 32% overall year-by-year growth. Because the achievements we are funded by the government of Rajasthan, that is under the iStart program. We also got the winner of the innovative startup under TIA Rajasthan, and we are thankful to AIC BIMTECH to let us represent in the G20 summit. So if I talk about the future growth, so the mobile app will be launched by the next 2 months. Social media ads automation and analysis will be integrated into the platform. Just think about it, one platform to manage all your paid marketing onto one platform only. If I talk about the integrations, we have Shopify, Chrome extension, CRMs with custom AI tools. We are offering APIs as well with the customized AI content for the marketing agencies for anyone to create their own copyright AI in simple terms. Then we will verticalize for with our AI model in different industries like tech development and e-commerce as well. So if I talk about the team, so I'm Pranal Verma. I'm a Stanford certified AI engineer. I built AI model to replicate Tesla's self-driving car. I built AI model to detect Alzheimer's early stage detection during my college research projects. So my role is basically I handle AI tech and execution of the company, and working on Eva AI, that is India's AI model. That's what we call. We also have Jay West. So he's a full stack developer. He's currently on part-time. He has 7 years of experience in software development, and he basically handles the web platform of our company. Then we have Piyush Vijay. He's full-time. He's expert in business development and on-ground operations. He basically tracks and handles the customer support and customer deals. So thank you.
Thank you, Team Avanya. May I request all of you to join us for a working lunch, since our chief guest, Minister of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Yogendra Upadhyay, is expected to join us at 2 o'clock sharp. So we'll continue with our working lunch while we have 2 more pitches. For the next pitch, I have with me Kritika Sharma, and she is going to talk about Sahayak. Kritika, may we please have you on the stage? I think I'll need this.
अब चलाए इंटरनेट. Namaste, I am Kritika, co-founder of Sahayak, and our vision is to make internet simple for everyone. So let me start with the origin. Prior to this, I was working in Azim Premji Foundation as an educator, and my work involved training of teachers and doing lots of research in education. Things were well then, but then COVID happened, and overnight we had to bring education online. Now my job role completely changed, and my entire day went on onboarding teachers and assisting them to take classes. Basically, मैं उन्हें ये बता रही थी कि आपको Zoom पे कॉल लेना कैसे है. यही सीट थी सहायक की. Now moving on to the presentation. So everything around us is getting digital. We have come a long way from sending our first email to name a thing today, grocery shopping, healthcare, everything is online. But people are lagging behind. Only 20 to 25% of people prefer doing things digitally, while rest of them are simply busy on YouTube or Instagram. Talk about my dad, daily he uses 2 GB of data, just empty scrolling YouTube. लेकिन बिजली का बिल जमा करने के लिए वो सेक्शन ऑफिस जाते हैं. Why? क्योंकि उन्हें नहीं आता. Because suddenly the way of doing things has changed. Different applications have different UI and UX. Language is a barrier, or sometimes there is this fear कि कहीं कुछ गलत ना हो जाए. So people struggle with 2 things: what to do and how to do it. And all they need is कि कोई बगल में बैठ के बता दे अब ये करना है. And this exactly is Sahayak. So Sahayak is a digital guide that will help you navigate step by step, and that too in your own language. Currently, Sahayak speaks 21 languages and is available for both web and mobile applications. Now, what Sahayak does best? Onboarding. So whenever someone new comes in, Sahayak will show them the entire product. Training. So Sahayak trains its users through learning by doing. Imagine there's a trainer always in your application. And now, since the trainer is always there, Sahayak comes out for support as and when needed. So let's just see what Sahayak is. Can we have a video, please? Here what we have done is we have injected Sahayak in Amazon.
Amazon में आपका स्वागत है. घरेलू और किचन के सामान के लिए यहाँ क्लिक करें. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स के लिए यहाँ क्लिक करें. हमारे लोकप्रिय आइटम्स के लिए यहाँ क्लिक करें.
Now, if someone wants to sell anything online, this is how Sahayak will assist.
अपने बिजनेस के बारे में बताएं. Amazon पर अपनी दुकान बनाने के लिए दुकान का एक नाम चुनें. Amazon पर एक नाम की एक ही दुकान हो सकती है. अपनी दुकान के नाम की उपलब्धता चेक करने के लिए यहाँ क्लिक करें. अपनी दुकान पर बिकने वाले सामान की कैटेगरी का चयन करें. अब यहाँ पर अपनी दुकान का पता डालें. अब अपना बैंक खाता नंबर, पैन नंबर व GST नंबर तैयार रखें.
Here there is another use case where a user is paying property tax.
प्रॉपर्टी के मालिक का नाम लिखें. प्रॉपर्टी खोजने के लिए यहाँ क्लिक करें. मूल्यांकन के लिए प्रॉपर्टी का चयन करें.
Now you have seen what Sahayak is. Slide please. Okay, so let's understand how it works. So Sahayak is a lightweight plugin. Just copy paste few lines of code and you're good to go. There's another part which is the builder, where you can design the entire journey, and designing it is as simple as designing a PPT. And then in the third step, you just have to publish. Sahayak automatically translates and narrates in the language of your choice. So suppose if your user is in Karnataka, Sahayak will speak in Kannada. If he or she is in Delhi, Sahayak will speak in Hindi. So our journey has been very motivating. Last October 2021, we started working on this. We were the winner of ONDC Hackathon by Government of India, and we were the winner of MG Motors Development Program. So currently we have our 4 purchase or confirmed purchase orders with a revenue of 40 lakhs. Bihar Sharif Smart City, Pune Gram Panchayat, MG Motors are our customers. Okay, let's have a look at the market. So everything is getting rapidly digital, and we have come a long way from and everything is getting rapidly digital. So gone are the days when we used to go to office, use software and come back. And today we actually wake up to software. Hence adoption is critical. So this industry already has a product market fit with players as Userlane, Pendo, Whatfix, but they are focused in providing employee training solutions. Whereas at Sahayak, we are focusing on consumer-facing softwares to a non-digital audience, and we are voice-driven. So you'll also ask why now? Well, this is the correct time because everything is getting digital, and there's this massive vernacular push for regional languages. What we have done is we have mapped 25,000 applications where Sahayak finds a fit, and we are currently aiming for 1,000 such applications. So how do we do it? We have an annual license fee of 10 lakhs per application per annum. So this gives us an opportunity to be 100 CR ARR in coming 5 to 7 years. Okay, so we are targeting areas that are rapidly getting digitized, be it smart cities, edtech, financial institutions, and businesses catering to tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and also a non-digital audience. How do we do it? We do direct sales. Partnership is an important channel. We are currently partnered with Gaia and Eigenlytics, and further we plan to open with SMBs and startups through community partnership. Let's have a look at the financials. With the current projects in pipeline, in 12 months, we aim to implement Sahayak with 15 enterprises and have a revenue of 1.5 CR. We'll reach our break even in 18 months. We'll close year 2 with 6 CR and year 3 with 10 CR with 100 customers on board. This is our strength. We have given a lot of time building this team. Puneet is my co-founder, and our team comes with great network and industry connects. Currently, we are raising 3 CR. We have already raised 75 lakhs and 25 lakhs out of it from Startup India Seed Fund scheme. The fund will be utilized 40% in product development and 25% in sales. This funding will give us a runway of 18 months. And we aim to launch it in all platforms, add more languages, and most importantly, get live with 20 customers with a revenue of 2 CR. So yes, this is Sahayak, Digital Banaye Aasan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kritika. That was a wonderful pitch. Thank you. So next we have with us Interview Cracker, and we have Anupama Singh, who will be representing Interview Cracker. Anupama, welcome on the stage, please.
You have given me the most difficult time just before lunch, and you announced also lunch is outside. But I humbly challenge all investors here that you are going to invest in us, maybe directly as an investor or for your portfolio company. So please bear with me for 8 more minutes. So India is aiming for $10 trillion economy by 2030. Whenever we talk of growth, it's always related to revenue. Revenue is related to sales. However, 8 out of 10 high growth companies are struggling to find the right sales team on time, at scale, across geographies. What if there is a platform where employers are putting their requirement and they are getting the best fit sales candidates? Well, that is what we have built here at Interview Cracker. This is a sales hiring platform backed by speech AI and video analytics. Yeah, sorry. So currently people wants to hire a sales candidates. It's a nightmare for them to, I'm sorry, I'm going, I guess. Please help me with this. It's going. So if currently people wants to buy a sales candidate, what is there is that they just go and post, I need a help with this. So they need to go and post a job on the job boards, and because there is a no prerequisite, hundreds and thousands of applicants apply for a job. It's a manual process to filter out these resumes because ATS does not work on sales resumes. Across the globe, nobody hires a sales candidate without listening to them. So now again, another manual process to call them and find it out how is this candidate sales pitch. Other side, if you see from the job seekers, they do not know where to apply, again because there is no prerequisite for sales job. So it's a big wall between them, and it requires 70% of the hiring time starting from sourcing till the time it gets filtered out to just to have a few sales folks filtered. And I'm not talking about here 1 or 2 sales hiring. Last year, India has seen 40 lakh sales opening and 50% of them were not fulfilled. So if you see sales hiring, it starts from the sourcing till the finding the skill gap, then the screening, doing the interview. The entire gamut is giving us $10 billion TAM just in India. To solve such a massive problem, it requires a rock solid team. And that is where 3 friends came together. Myself, Anupama, I am a BTech from IIT Kanpur, currently handling sales and business here. My other co-founder, Shalini, she is also from IIT Kanpur, comes from a product background. She is taking care of product and operations. My CTO, he is a hardcore techie. He has got Best Innovation Award from President of India in his last startup. So how are we doing it? We have created India's first exclusive platform for sales hiring. We have already 2 lakh plus weighted sales professional on our platform. How are we doing it? We found out that the audio is the speech, the pitch is very important part of any sales hiring. So we have built our platform, which not only takes English, but the vernacular language also, the interviews, and our speech AI analyzing these audios and finding out the sales skills out of that. Our video analysis is giving a behavior analysis, and then we are giving the best fit recommendation to the employer. Just to give a number here, earlier when employers were putting a resume and getting a JD and getting 1,000 resume, if we recommend 5, 2 of them are getting the offer letter. Our layer tech stack looks like this. We have a speech processor, video processor, recommendation engine, and AI engine. We have already started a filing patent process around this solution. The candidates from India, the rural Bharat, where we go tier 2, tier 3 cities, they are struggling to find the job in their vernacular language. We did a survey and we found that 7 different versions of Infosys came, different spelling. They can read, but they cannot write. So we have given them a speech-based search for their job. Not only that, they can give interview also in their own vernacular language. Our speech AI is analyzing and giving the finding out the sales skills out of that. We are there in the market since last 15 months, and happy to say that we have 400 plus companies using our platform. Be it early stage startup or a big giant like BFSI, Motilal, Simply Learn, Unacademy, Tech Mahindra BPO, Aviva Insurance, Mahindra Insurance, and all that. We have a very competitive market pricing model to penetrate the market. We have 2 components. One is subscription plan, and then the second, success fee. We have a product roadmap such a way that is starting from a vernacular speech AI. We want to move to those industry which is now very new in India, like Industry 4, drone industries, hydrogen, green hydrogen, where you cannot find a candidate have a previous experience in the same industry. So we are building a platform which can help those industry also to hire a sales candidates. We have kept interview crackers such that it gives the mix of job boards as well as the smart hiring solution which is there in the market to give the holistic solution to the companies. We have now 2 lakh plus sales candidates on our platform, and this quarter we are ending with 1 crore ARR. In the next 3 years, our growth plan looks like this, where in the next year we will be reaching to 20 lakh candidates and 5 CR ARR. We are raising $5 million in this round, and we have already raised 100K an angel round. And happy to announce that, I mean, it yet to be announced socially. Yesterday, we have onboarded Hirect CEO on our platform as an angel investor as well as advisor. Thank you so much. I request all the investors to come along with us so that together we can make India a sales engine for the globe, as well as we will help your portfolio company to grow their sales number. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anupama. On behalf of AIC BIMTECH, I thank all the startups who had their showcase pitch here today. Also, I'd request all of you to join us for working lunch. It's a request for us to assemble at 2 o'clock. We will commence our next part of the journey sharp at 2. So I look forward to all of you assembling here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
नई राह मिली है। अटल इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर जैसी योजनाओं से युवाओं को आगे बढ़ने का मौका मिल रहा है। सरकार द्वारा अलग अलग संस्थानों को अटल इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर के लिए आर्थिक मदद दी जा रही है ताकि उसका फायदा युवाओं को मिल सके। डॉक्टर आभा ऋषि AIC BIMTECH की CEO हैं। आइए उन्हीं से जानते हैं इस योजना के बारे में।
This is a very good and positive step that the government has taken in the field of entrepreneurship. This is a grant which has been given by the Atal Innovation Mission by the Niti Aayog, which is a grant up to 10 crores to academic institutions and other corporate institutions for setting up greenfield incubators. The idea is that we encourage entrepreneurship and also enhance the ecosystem in which the incubators are going to be created. And when we see incubators helping the students and the people who are there who want to go in for entrepreneurship, there's going to be others who are going to be inspired. So ultimately, the agenda is also to create inspiring stories from within the ecosystem so that more people get attracted and they also try to become job creators.
इस योजना के तहत नए एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को बढ़ावा मिल रहा है। ये एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जहां युवा एंटरप्रेन्योर को दिशा मिलती है ताकि वो सक्सेसफुल जॉब क्रिएटर बन सकें।
The scheme definitely has the potential to be a game changer, and especially when we look at the areas of student entrepreneurship and women entrepreneurship. Most of the grants which are going to academic institutions, and they are being situated in places which are already a buzz field of entrepreneurship. Students basically need a catalyst to start thinking in a different angle rather than just thinking about jobs. So when you have an incubator on campus, the students also get enthused and inspired to start thinking about entrepreneurship. And ultimately, that is what is required.
केंद्र सरकार की योजनाओं को लेकर डॉक्टर आभा ऋषि क्या राय रखती हैं, आइए देखते हैं।
I'm very glad that this government has actually gone ahead and done something about it. Till now, there was a lot of talk about entrepreneurship and other things, but nobody actually took the time out
केंद्र सरकार के प्रयास से अटल इनोवेशन मिशन से एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को नई राह मिली है। अटल इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर जैसी योजनाओं से युवाओं को आगे बढ़ने का मौका मिल रहा है। सरकार द्वारा अलग अलग संस्थानों को अटल इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर के लिए आर्थिक मदद दी जा रही है ताकि उसका फायदा युवाओं को मिल सके। डॉक्टर आभा ऋषि AIC BIMTECH की CEO हैं। आइए उन्हीं से जानते हैं इस योजना के बारे में।
This is a very good and positive step that the government has taken in the field of entrepreneurship. This is a grant which has been given by the Atal Innovation Mission by the Niti Aayog, which is a grant up to 10 crores to academic institutions and other corporate institutions for setting up greenfield incubators. The idea is that we encourage entrepreneurship and also enhance the ecosystem in which the incubators are going to be created. And when we see incubators helping the students and the people who are there who want to go in for entrepreneurship, there's going to be others who are going to be inspired. So ultimately, the agenda is also to create inspiring stories from within the ecosystem so that more people get attracted and they also try to become job creators.
इस योजना के तहत नए एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को बढ़ावा मिल रहा है। ये एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जहां युवा एंटरप्रेन्योर को दिशा मिलती है ताकि वो सक्सेसफुल जॉब क्रिएटर बन सकें।
The scheme definitely has the potential to be a game changer, and especially when we look at the areas of student entrepreneurship and women entrepreneurship. Most of the grants which are going to academic institutions, and they are being situated in places which are already a buzz field of entrepreneurship. Students basically need a catalyst to start thinking in a different angle rather than just thinking about jobs. So when you have an incubator on campus, the students also get enthused and inspired to start thinking about entrepreneurship. And ultimately, that is what is required.
केंद्र सरकार की योजनाओं को लेकर डॉक्टर आभा ऋषि क्या राय रखती हैं, आइए देखते हैं।
I'm very glad that this government has actually gone ahead and done something about it. Till now, there was a lot of talk about entrepreneurship and other things, but nobody actually took the time out to think through the entire system. So many things have been created which have taken away the
Good afternoon. Is it okay? Good afternoon. May I kindly now request everybody to please be seated. We are about to begin the session in around 10 minutes. Some of the guests have already arrived. Kindly be seated. I would also request the stalls to kindly, for this one session, when the minister is here with us, kindly subdue the activities to some extent, and you can resume your networking after the session, please. Thank you so much. Kindly be seated. Thank you. I request everybody to be kindly seated. We're about to begin the session in a few minutes. Thank you.
केंद्र सरकार के प्रयास से अटल इनोवेशन मिशन से एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को नई राह मिली है। अटल इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर जैसी योजनाओं से युवाओं को आगे बढ़ने का मौका मिल रहा है। सरकार द्वारा अलग अलग संस्थानों को
The group of 20 represents around 85% of the global GDP. The group of 20 represents around 85% of the global GDP, over 75% of the global trade, and about 2/3 of the world population. Led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India, in its year of G20 presidency, aspires to bring humanity together to help shape a new paradigm of sustainable globalization inspired by the traditional philosophy of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or one earth, one family, one future.
भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता इंक्लूसिव, एम्बिशियस, डिसिसिव और एक्शन ओरिएंटेड होगी.
With the world fast adapting to digital innovations, India is inviting global startups and innovation from all G20 member initiatives in 6 sectors under Digital Innovation Alliance. The G20 Digital Innovation Alliance Summit will be held in the city of Bengaluru and will see global speakers, startups, unicorns, industries, corporate, and the government aiming to showcase digital solutions for various world economies. The summit will not only celebrate the startups, but find transformative digital solutions that are needed for the betterment of economies and the upliftment of humanity. Transforming billions of lives across the globe, the Digital Innovation Alliance is a decisive step towards equitable growth for one and all, with the vision to create a futuristic, prosperous, inclusive, and developed society at its core.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world, with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the fifth largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. And the inspiration for India's G20 logo design. The design, rendered in saffron, white, green, and blue, is drawn from the national flag of India. The 7 petals in the logo signify the 7 seas and the coming together of 7 continents at G20 India 2023. Sitting above the lotus is a representation of the earth, reflecting India's pro-planet approach to life and seeing the world as one family. From this, we derive the theme for G20 India 2023, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. A theme that brings the G20's focus on shared global growth, while being in harmony with nature. G20 India 2023. One earth, one family, one future. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
नमस्कार, G20-DIA नेशनल रोड शो के दिल्ली एनसीआर चैप्टर में मैं साक्षी एआईसी बिमटेक की तरफ से आपका स्वागत करती हूँ। इस रोड शो को हमने स्टार्टअप कुंभ का नाम दिया है। स्टार्टअप कुंभ में पूरे भारतवर्ष के कई क्षेत्रों से यूनिकॉर्न फाउंडर्स, इन्वेस्टर्स और कॉर्पोरेट लीडर्स शामिल होंगे। विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से आए ये लीडर्स भारत में व्यापार के भविष्य पर अपने विचार और दृष्टिकोण साझा करेंगे, यानी कि पर्सपेक्टिव्स। 100 से भी ज्यादा स्टार्टअप्स को मिलेगा मौका 50 से ज्यादा इन्वेस्टर्स से जुड़ने का और अपने आइडियाज को पिच करने का। नेटवर्किंग के अलावा हम स्टार्टअप्स को अपने स्टॉल्स लगाकर अपने प्रोडक्ट्स की प्रदर्शनी का भी अवसर दे रहे हैं। तो अगर आप एक स्टार्टअप फाउंडर या इन्वेस्टर हो तो आज ही रजिस्टर करें www.startupkumbh.com पर।
Hi everybody, this is Dr. Abha Rishi, CEO AIC BIMTECH, speaking for StartupKumbh, which is a program that has been created under the G20-DIA alliance, which is there, which is being partnered and hosted by BIMTECH, that is Bella Institute of Management Technology, and AIC BIMTECH, that is the Atal Incubation Center, which is under BIMTECH. So let me give you a few statistics about what has happened till now in this last few months of heavy rolling. We have had more than 700 plus registrations till now, which includes around 350 startups. There have been quite a few startup stalls given away, and let me also tell you, we have not taken any registration fees for this. We really want to help those in the startup ecosystem to network, because this platform has been created in such a manner that all of you who are there and part of this ecosystem, you get together, network with people who matter to you, and also grow and fly ahead in this journey first. And for that, let me also tell you, we have 5 unicorn representatives who are going to be speaking at this particular event. We have around 70 plus registered investors. So meet up with them, especially those who have registered, make sure that you're there and you meet up with these people and have a good conversation. Along with these investors and unicorns, we're also having representatives from different embassies who are going to be there. So those who have grown to think about international market access, this is an excellent opportunity to talk to the trade councillors. So be there. Right? Thank you so much and see you.
The group of 20 represents around 85% of the global GDP, over 75% of the global trade, and about 2/3 of the world population. Led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India, in its year of G20 presidency, aspires to bring humanity together to help shape a new paradigm of sustainable globalization inspired by the traditional philosophy of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future.
भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता इंक्लूसिव, एम्बिशियस, डिसिसिव और एक्शन ओरिएंटेड होगी.
With the world fast adapting to digital innovations, India is inviting global startups and innovation from all G20 member initiatives in 6 sectors under Digital Innovation Alliance. The G20 Digital Innovation Alliance Summit will be held in the city of Bengaluru and will see global speakers, startups, unicorns, industries, corporate, and the government aiming to showcase digital solutions for various world economies. The summit will not only celebrate the startups, but find transformative digital solutions that are needed for the betterment of economies and the upliftment of humanity. Transforming billions of lives across the globe, the Digital Innovation Alliance is a decisive step towards equitable growth for one and all, with the vision to create a futuristic, prosperous, inclusive, and developed society at its core.
India, home of 1.3 billion people, is a confluence of religions, traditions, and customs. A thriving global center of technology and the world's largest democracy. As one of the oldest civilizations in the world with a rich cultural heritage and diversity, and as the 5th largest economy in the world, India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. As the country blooms into a new era, we look to another poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges. Lotus, the national flower of India, representing our culture, history, and heritage. A poignant symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from its challenges.
Good afternoon, everyone. May we kindly take our seats, please? And I will request each one of you to put your mobiles on silent. While we are waiting for the Honorable Minister to arrive, may I now request some of our unicorns who would be present here amongst the audience? Can we have Mr. Ankur Dhawan? Is he here? Mr. Ankur Dhawan? Mr. Nitin Jain? Kindly take your seats here in case you are present inside the hall. Do we have Mr. Rajiv Kumar Gupta here with us? All right. Jeet is here? Hello. Do we have Shri Jeet Vijay ji here with us? I would also request all the stalls at the back to, for this just one session, kindly slow down your activities. And once the minister has left the venue, you can resume your networking. That's a kind request, please. Thank you. The Honorable Minister has arrived. Kindly take your seats. And I will again request humbly to suspend the activities behind for some time. For just this one session, it's a humble request. Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Minister has arrived. मैं अनुरोध करूंगी कि कृपया जिनके नाम मैं पुकारूं वो कृपया आकर मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। माननीय आकाश त्रिपाठी जी, माननीय अभिषेक तिवारी जी, माननीय डॉक्टर आभा ऋषि, नमस्कार। माननीय अतिथि गणों को मेरा हार्दिक अभिनंदन। मैं डॉक्टर रीति कुलश्रेष्ठ सभा के इस प्रहर के संचालिका के रूप में आपका पुनः स्वागत करती हूं। मैं सभी माननीय अतिथि गणों से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे राष्ट्रगान के लिए कृपया करके अपने अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं।
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल वंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
मैं अनुरोध करूंगी मिस्टर राजीव कुमार गुप्ता, मिस्टर नितिन जैन और मिस्टर अंकुर धवन कृपया करके मंच पर आकर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। धन्यवाद। प्रशांत सुदीप्ति एवं निर्मल प्रकाश दुष्कर से दुष्कर मार्ग को आलोकित कर उसे सुगम बना देते हैं। अतः इस प्रहर का शुभारंभ हम दीप प्रज्वलन से करेंगे एवं यह कामना करेंगे कि यह दीप ज्योति सदैव हमारे मार्ग को प्रकाशित कर हमें अपने लक्ष्य की ओर अग्रसर करे। उस पवित्र ज्योति को प्रज्वलित करने हेतु मैं आग्रह पूर्वक आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि आदरणीय श्री योगेंद्र उपाध्याय जी एवं माननीय डॉक्टर हरिवंश चतुर्वेदी जी, माननीय जीत विजय जी, माननीय आकाश त्रिपाठी एवं माननीय डॉक्टर आभा ऋषि। आप सबसे विनम्र निवेदन है कि कृपया करके दीप ज्योति प्रज्वलित कर इस सभा का शुभारंभ करें। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी कि मिस्टर राजीव कुमार गुप्ता, मिस्टर अंकुर धवन और मिस्टर नितिन जैन भी कृपया दीप प्रज्वलन में शामिल हो।
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदं शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनम् दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनम् दीपो देवाहं सत्यादीपनमोस्तुते दीपब्रह्मरूपं ज्योतिषा प्रभुरव्ययः दीपब्रह्मरूपं ज्योतिषा प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्राश्च स्वच्छामि ते सदा।
सभी उपस्थित विशिष्ट गणों को हमारा सादर आभार एवं धन्यवाद। आज के कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करने के लिए आपकी अनुमति से आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी डॉक्टर हरिवंश चतुर्वेदी जी को, जो कि बिरला इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी ग्रेटर नोएडा के निदेशक हैं। डॉक्टर चतुर्वेदी शिक्षा, अनुसंधान, प्रशासन एवं प्रबंधन के क्षेत्र में 45 वर्षों से अधिक का विशेष अनुभव रखते हैं। वे अखिल भारतीय तकनीकी शिक्षा परिषद अथवा AICTE के निदेशक रह चुके हैं तथा अन्य प्रतिष्ठित शिक्षण संस्थानों के बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स में शामिल हैं। डॉक्टर चतुर्वेदी ने भारतीय उद्योग जगत, अर्थव्यवस्था एवं उच्च शिक्षा से संबंधित अनेक पुस्तकों का लेखन व संपादन किया है। मैं डॉक्टर चतुर्वेदी जी से विनती करती हूँ कि वे आए तथा सभी माननीय अतिथि गणों का स्वागत करते हुए उन्हें संबोधित करें।
आदरणीय श्री योगेंद्र उपाध्याय जी, माननीय उच्च शिक्षा, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एवं इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, स्टार्टअप मंत्री उत्तर प्रदेश, श्री आकाश त्रिपाठी IAS ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड IT भारत सरकार, श्री जीत विजय CEO मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड IT स्टार्टअप हब, यहाँ पधारे हुए गणमान्य एंटरप्रेन्योर्स जिनको हम स्टार्टअप एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के नाम से जानते हैं, उनमें से कुछ लोग यूनिकॉर्न भी बन चुके हैं। यूनिकॉर्न हम सभी जानते हैं जो 1 बिलियन वैल्यूएशन तक पहुंच जाते हैं, उनको ये सम्मान दिया जाता है। उनमें श्री उल्लेखनीय नाम है श्री राजीव कुमार गुप्ता, जो कि पॉलिसी बाजार एक बहुत प्रमुख इंश्योरेंस कंपनी है, उसके प्रेसिडेंट हैं। श्री नितिन जैन, जो कि ऑफ बिजनेस कंपनी के को फाउंडर हैं। श्री रोहन वर्मा, जो CEO हैं मैप माई इंडिया, वो कंपनी जो गूगल के आप मैप देखते हैं वो सारे हिंदुस्तान के मैप बनाती है। श्री राहुल गर्ग, जो मॉक लिक्स कंपनी के को फाउंडर है। और श्री अंकुर धवन, जो अपग्रेड के विदेश बाजार के और विदेश व्यापार के प्रेसिडेंट हैं। डॉक्टर आभा ऋषि भी, जो CEO हैं और जो पिछले 4-5 वर्षों से अटल इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर, जो नीति आयोग के द्वारा BIMTECH को एक सुविधा दी गई, उसको पूरे देश के स्तर पर उसका काम फैलाने में अग्रगण्य रही हैं। इन सभी का मैं हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं, खासतौर से मंत्री जी का, जो अत्यंत व्यस्त रहते हैं क्योंकि बहुत सारे मंत्रालय उनके पास में हैं और वो आज हमारे बीच में उपस्थित हैं। देवी और सज्जनों, युवा उद्यमियों, विद्यार्थियों जो सपना देख रहे हैं उद्यमी बनने का, आप सभी को मालूम है कि G20 जो एक बहुत बड़ी शक्ति है विश्व के स्तर पर, 20 प्रमुख शक्तिशाली देश जिसमें भारत के अलावा चीन, रूस, अन्य देश शामिल हैं, उसकी अध्यक्षता करने का सौभाग्य हमारे देश को और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को मिला है। और इस बहुत बड़े अवसर को जोड़ा गया है पूरे देश में और खासतौर से उत्तर प्रदेश में स्टार्टअप मूवमेंट को एक पुश देने के लिए, और इसीलिए इसका नाम रखा गया स्टार्टअप कुंभ। कुंभ से बड़ा कोई गैदरिंग पूरे दुनिया के इतिहास में नहीं है। करोड़ों लोग कुंभ में उपस्थित होते हैं और पिछले 100-150 सालों का इतिहास कुंभ का हमें मिलता है। कुंभ न केवल करोड़ों लोगों का एक बहुत बड़ा सम्मेलन है, उनकी एक मीटिंग है, बल्कि इसमें प्राचीन और आधुनिक के बीच का एक समन्वय भी है। और आपको ये जानकर प्रसन्नता होगी कि हार्वर्ड के शिक्षा शास्त्रियों और अनुसंधानकर्ताओं की टीम ने इलाहाबाद के कुंभ में आकर 1 महीने रुककर ये देखा कि आखिर कैसे ये ऑर्गेनाइज होता है। बाद में एक किताब भी छपी जिसमें उन्होंने बताया कि हमने ये रिसर्च की है कि अगर दुनिया में कहीं डिसेस्टर आए और करोड़ों लोगों का एक शहर बसाना हो तो हमें इलाहाबाद कुंभ से सीखना होगा कि करोड़ों लोगों के लिए एक टेम्परेरी सिटी कैसे बनाया जाएगा, और फिर जब डिसेस्टर खत्म हो जाएगा तो उनको वहां से कैसे दूसरी जगह ले जाया जाएगा। तो इसका नाम बहुत सार्थक नाम रखा, डॉक्टर आभा ऋषि को धन्यवाद, स्टार्टअप कुंभ। मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूं कि दुनिया में बहुत बड़ी बड़ी समस्याओं का समाधान स्टार्टअप्स कर रहे हैं, और आप लोग ये भी जानते होंगे कि दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी आईटी कंपनियां हैं जो 5 हैं, वो दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी कंपनियों की जो लिस्ट है, फॉर्च्यून 500 लिस्ट, सबसे ऊपर वो कंपनियां हैं जो कभी स्टार्टअप नहीं थी, जिसमें कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट है, गूगल है और फेसबुक है और इंस्टाग्राम जैसी कंपनियां हैं। हिंदुस्तान में भी स्टार्टअप मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ पिछले 7-8 सालों में, इसने गति पकड़ी है, जबकि नीति आयोग हमारे सामने एक अटल इंक्यूबेशन मिशन लेके आया और जिसकी दो योजनाओं का विस्तार पूरे देश में हुआ। एक थी अटल इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर और दूसरी थी अटल टिंकरिंग लैब। अटल इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर की फैसिलिटी अभी 60 के करीब यूनिवर्सिटियों और बिजनेस स्कूल्स में स्थापित की गई है, और इसका काम है कि नव उद्यमियों को पूंजी प्रदान करना, उनका निर्देशन करना, उनके साथ हैंड होल्डिंग करना और उनको अपने सपनों को पूरा करने का रास्ता दिखाना। AIC BIMTECH पिछले 4 वर्षों में 250 से अधिक स्टार्टअप्स को इंक्यूबेट कर चुका है, और अभी भी हमारे पास में करीब 150 स्टार्टअप हैं जो कि उनको हम हेल्प कर रहे हैं, उनको इंक्यूबेट करने के लिए सहायता कर रहे हैं। मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में एक नई स्टार्टअप पॉलिसी उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए बनी है। वहां के एक सीनियर अधिकारी ने ये हमें बताया कि वो संपर्क किया कि अटल इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर BIMTECH का जो अनुभव है उसको लेकर उत्तर प्रदेश में इसको कैसे इंप्लीमेंट किया है उस पर चर्चा करना चाहते हैं। मंत्री जी से निवेदन करना चाहूंगा कि आपके नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश स्टार्टअप मूवमेंट में आगे बढ़े, इनोवेशंस के क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़े। इसके लिए ये जरूरी होगा कि आप अपना कुछ समय स्टार्टअप मंत्रालय के लिए भी निकालें और एक बड़ा सम्मेलन उत्तर प्रदेश के विश्वविद्यालयों और महाविद्यालयों का, जहां पर के उनके जो स्टार्टअप से संबंधित डिपार्टमेंट हैं उनके लोगों को बुलाया जाए, वाइस चांसलर्स को बुलाया जाए, क्योंकि उच्च शिक्षा की बहुत सारी समस्याएं हैं, लेकिन उन समस्याओं का समाधान भी स्टार्टअप कर सकते हैं। सबसे बड़ी समस्या युवा वर्ग की है, रोजगार की। रोजगार, सरकारी नौकरियां अब नहीं है, कम है, संकुचित होती जा रही हैं सरकारी नौकरियां। ऐसे में स्टार्टअप को ही हम उम्मीद करते हैं, जो आज छोटे हैं कल वो बड़े होंगे, आज जो लघु हैं वो कल बड़े उद्योग बनेंगे। आज हमारे सामने पॉलिसी बाजार के श्री राजीव कुमार गुप्ता जी और अन्य जो बैठे हुए हैं उद्यमी देश के, जिन्होंने कुछ वर्षों पहले, 10 वर्षों पहले, 5 वर्ष पहले अपना छोटा सा बिजनेस शुरू किया, और इस स्टार्टअप के रास्ते पर चलकर आज हिंदुस्तान की बड़ी कंपनियों में इनकी गणना होती है, यूनिकॉर्न के रूप में गणना होती है। बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन युवा उद्यमियों का जो यहाँ आए हैं। और मैं अब ज्यादा समय न लेकर यही कहना चाहता हूं कि दुनिया की बड़ी से बड़ी समस्या ही नहीं है, वो एक अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है, वो एक अवसर भी है। हम अगर एनर्जी की प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करना चाहते हैं कि हम कैसे जो डीजल पेट्रोल से चलाने के बजाय गाड़ियों को हाइड्रोजन पर या सोलर पर या इलेक्ट्रिक बैटरी पर चलाया जाए, तो मैं समझता हूं आप जानते हैं इस बात को कि मार्क जुकरबर्ग ने सपना देखा था ईवी व्हीकल का और ड्राइवरलेस कार का। आज ड्राइवरलेस कार एक रियलिटी है अमेरिका में और बहुत सारे देशों में। कल भारत में भी ड्राइवरलेस कार होगी, लेकिन हमें ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि जो ड्राइवर्स कार चलाते थे उनके रोजगार के अवसर कम होंगे, तो उनको अल्टरनेटिव रोजगार भी मिलने चाहिए। और इस तरीके से हम समस्याओं का समाधान करें, लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट से, रोजगार से वंचित नहीं करे। इन शब्दों के साथ एक बार फिर आदरणीय मंत्री जी, यहाँ पधारे हुए अधिकारी श्री अक्षय त्रिपाठी जी, श्री जीत विजय जी और उद्यमी जो कि स्टार्टअप मूवमेंट से जुड़े हुए हैं, श्री राजीव गुप्ता जी, नितिन जैन, रोहन वर्मा जी, राहुल गर्ग, अंकुर धवन जी, मैं इनका फिर एक बार स्वागत करता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं ये सम्मेलन उत्तर प्रदेश के स्टार्टअप मूवमेंट को एक नई दिशा देगा। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। हमें विश्वास है कि आपने अपने विचारों के माध्यम से जो दृष्टिकोण प्रस्तुत किया है, विशेषकर कि स्टार्टअप कुंभ का नामांकन, वो नवीनीकरण एवं उद्यमिता को एक नई दिशा प्रदान करेगा। मैं अपनी टीम से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वो G20-DIA की एक झलक हमको दिखाएं।
The group of 20 represents around 85% of the global GDP, over 75% of the global trade, and about 2/3 of the world population. Led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India, in its year of G20 presidency, aspires to bring humanity together to help shape a new paradigm of sustainable globalization inspired by the traditional philosophy of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or one earth, one family, one future.
भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता इंक्लूसिव, एम्बिशियस, डिसिसिव और एक्शन ओरिएंटेड होगी।
With the world fast adapting to digital innovations, India is inviting global startups and innovation from all G20 member initiatives in 6 sectors under Digital Innovation Alliance. The G20 Digital Innovation Alliance Summit will be held in the city of Bengaluru and will see global speakers, startups, unicorns, industries, corporate, and the government aiming to showcase digital solutions for various world economies. The summit will not only celebrate the startups, but find transformative digital solutions that are needed for the betterment of economies and the upliftment of humanity. Transforming billions of lives across the globe, the Digital Innovation Alliance is a decisive step towards equitable growth for one and all, with the vision to create a futuristic, prosperous, inclusive, and developed society at its core.
धन्यवाद टीम। यह हमारा सौभाग्य है कि माननीय श्री जीत विजय जी, जो मैती स्टार्टअप हब के मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी CEO है तथा एक प्रतिष्ठित वक्ता हैं, हमारे मध्य उपस्थित हैं। ये अपने क्षेत्र के प्रख्यात विशेषज्ञ हैं जिनका G20 डिजिटल इनोवेशन अलायंस और उसके विकास में विशेष योगदान रहा है। मैं निवेदन करती हूँ श्री जीत विजय जी से कि वो मंच पर आकर सभी माननीय अतिथिगणों को G20-DIA के विषय में संबोधित करें तथा इस संस्था का लक्ष्य एवं उद्देश्य से हमें अवगत कराएं।
I don't think I need this to stand, but all right. So, Honorable Minister, thank you so much for gracing us with your presence at this event today. Director and our Joint Secretary, Shri Akash Tripathi, sir, thank you so much for your leadership for us to launch G20 Digital Innovation Alliance. And how can I start without not thanking our Honorable Prime Minister, who gave the vision, who had that charisma and the long-term vision कि भारत की उन्नति तभी होगी जब यहाँ के युवा आगे बढ़ेंगे. He launched Startup India mission back in 2016. Parallelly, our माननीय प्रधानमंत्री knew कि आगे देश का and संसार का विकास होगा digital technologies पे. So he launched Digital India mission in 2016. आज, because of Digital India and Startup India, it has really made India a giant among the nations when it comes to innovation. 90,000 plus registered innovation-driven startups make us the third largest. And because of paucity of time, I won't take too long, but I'll give you a few examples why we are different, why we are special, and why we will write the future. No country in the world today has anything close to CoWIN, a platform where 2 billion vaccination records. No country has a single identity card for 1 billion people. We have it. It's Aadhaar. No country can say the most financial transaction at the fastest speed happen. Only in India, UPI. No other country can take claim for launching National Digital Health Mission to make medicine available to the remotest villages, to the poorest people through telemedicine and online consultation. No other country can say that we have something called Gati Shakti, a multimodal connectivity platform to bring roadways, waterways, highways, airways on one platform so we can have holistic and integrated development of the nation. What about ONDC, liberalizing and the commerce and consumer business? Or ULIP, Unified Logistic and Integrated Platform? Or Bhashini, to translate everything we do into all the Indian languages? Or DigiLocker, the safe place for all your documents. India has built the ecosystem of digital technologies to include every citizen of this country and empower them. And that is the role that Ministry of Electronics and IT has played in launching these missions under our Secretary, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sarma's leadership and our Additional Secretary and Joint Secretary's guidance. Now, Digital Innovation Alliance is a mission to showcase India's best. Every country needs to know what India has built in the digital platforms. And not only because we want to celebrate and showcase, but also we want to take these technologies to help the rest of the world. Global South, जो problem India में वो Africa में भी है. हम UPI यहाँ से बाहर क्यों नहीं ले जा सकते? आधार क्यों नहीं ले जा सकते? कोविन क्यों नहीं ले जा सकते? Right? ऐसे ही आपके जो futuristic technologies हैं, उनको showcase करना है. So G20-DIA will bring 174 startups from 29 nations in one program. Applications are currently ongoing, and the Indian startups will get an opportunity to compete with the best of the best, be showcased to the global investors for funding, and connect with the corporates for pilot projects, and even government will give them some funding and grant support. So I really look forward to all of you as startups that are here today to please participate and spread the word and let the world know the strength of our ecosystem. And we would really love to see all of you at our mega summit in Bangalore, either as a participant or a guest invitee, so we can all learn from each other and we can build our nation together. So thank you so much.
धन्यवाद सर. हम आभारी हैं श्री जीत विजय जी के कि आपने हमारे साथ भारतीय विज्ञान, प्रौद्योगिकी एवं नवाचार के तत्वाधान में डिजिटल इनोवेशन अथवा अंकीय नवीनीकरण की इस अनूठी पहल के विशद परिप्रेक्ष्य से हमारा परिचय कराया. अब मैं विनम्रता पूर्वक स्वागत करना चाहूंगी श्री आकाश त्रिपाठी जी का, जो कि भारतीय प्रशासनिक सेवा से संबंध है तथा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्रालय में संयुक्त सचिव के पद पर कार्यरत हैं. वे भारत के नवीनीकरण एवं उद्यमिता के विकास एवं प्रविस्तारण के मुख्य स्रोत रहे हैं, जिनके प्रयासों से विभिन्न स्टार्टअप विकास समर्थन नीति लागू हुई है. मैं उनसे विनम्र निवेदन करूंगी कि वे हमारे माननीय अतिथि गणों को G20 के अंतर्गत स्टार्टअप प्रोत्साहन हेतु सामरिक सहयोग की रूपरेखा एवं परिस्थितिकी तंत्र फ्रेमवर्क टू सपोर्ट इनोवेटिव स्टार्टअप्स थ्रू स्ट्रेटेजिक कोलैबोरेशन अक्रॉस G20 नेशन के विषय में संबोधित करें एवं हमें अपने विशद अनुभव और विचारों का लाभ उठाने का अवसर प्रदान करें.
कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय मंत्री उत्तर प्रदेश शासन श्री चतुर्वेदी जी, मंचासीन अन्य सम्मानीय अतिथिगण, यहाँ उपस्थित देवी एवं सज्जनों। अभी मेरे साथी जीत विजयवर्गीय ने आपको G20-DIA अलायंस के बारे में बताया। ये एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर है, बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे हमारे स्टार्टअप अपने सॉल्यूशंस को, जो डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी सॉल्यूशंस हैं, they can showcase them. There are 6 sectors in this challenge, and in all 6 of them, 29 countries will participate. All G20 countries plus 9 member countries. So it's one of the biggest international competition, I would say, in the IT sector. अभी हमारा इसकी एप्लीकेशन की प्रोसेस चल रही है और मैं उम्मीद करूंगा आज यहाँ जितने भी स्टार्टअप हैं वो अपने अपने सेक्टर में, जिस सेक्टर में वो काम कर रहे हैं, उसमें वो जरूर इस G20-DIA कंपटीशन में पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे। आगे हमारा इसमें प्लान है कि जो स्टार्टअप इसमें फाइनली सेलेक्ट होंगे उनको हम नर्चर करेंगे, उनको एक एक्सेलरेटर प्रोग्राम में लेंगे, ऑफ कोर्स एक बड़ी अवार्ड मनी भी उनको देंगे, उनको सीड फंडिंग भी देंगे। So a lot of support they'll be getting, not only from our ministry, but also from all the venture capitals and investors. तो इसमें मेरा अनुरोध रहेगा कि आज इस इंक्यूबेटर के साथ जो सभी स्टार्टअप जुड़े हुए हैं, वो हमारे समृद्ध एक्सेलरेटर भी हैं, उन सभी से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि इसमें जरूर पार्टिसिपेट करें। इसके अलावा मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ IT, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड IT GOI द्वारा स्टार्टअप को लेकर बहुत सारी स्कीम्स चलाई जा रही हैं, स्पेशली IT स्टार्टअप्स को लेकर। टाइड एक स्कीम हमारी पहले से चल रही है, जिसका भी टाइड 2.0 इज गोइंग ऑन। उसका फायदा आप सभी लोग ले सकते हैं, खासकर इंक्यूबेटर्स। समृद्ध एक हमारा एक्सीलरेटर्स का प्रोग्राम है, जिसमें BIMTECH एक एक्सीलरेटर है हमारा, उसके अंतर्गत उसके अंदर भी हम बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप्स को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा अब हम एक नई स्कीम लेकर आ रहे हैं, विच इज कॉल्ड जेनेसिस, एंड नाउ वी आर फोकसिंग ऑन Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, because we know that our talent is there in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. More than 40%, 45% startups are now coming up from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. So this program Genesis would be focusing on Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. We'll be selecting around 50 implementation agencies through which we'll select startups on various fields, various technologies, and then nurture them and support them to become market ready. So Genesis जो हमारा अगला प्रोग्राम आ रहा है, उसमें मैं चाहूँगा कि आज ये एक स्टार्टअप कुंभ है, इसलिए मैं कहना चाहूँगा, आज माननीय मंत्री जी भी हैं इस डिपार्टमेंट के, कि इस जेनेसिस स्कीम जो इस फाइनेंशियल ईयर जो अगला चालू हो रहा है उससे हम शुरू कर रहे हैं, उसमें भी हम लोग चाहेंगे कि उत्तर प्रदेश के भी बहुत सारे शहरों में हम वहाँ के स्टार्टअप्स को सपोर्ट कर पाएँ और वो स्टार्टअप्स का लाभ लेकर अपने रेवेन्यूज बढ़ा पाएँ, फंडिंग ले पाएँ और ग्रो कर पाएँ। ये स्टार्टअप कुंभ एक अनोखा इवेंट है, जैसा अभी डायरेक्टर साहब ने बताया कि यूपी में स्टार्टअप को लेकर एक इस लेवल का इवेंट मेरे ख्याल से बहुत कम होते होंगे, और इसके माध्यम से आज हम G20-DIA के लिए भी आपको एक कॉल दे रहे हैं कि आपको उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करना चाहिए। और स्टार्टअप को लेकर जो विभिन्न हमारे पॉलिसीज हैं, हमारे प्रोग्राम्स हैं, उन सब का लाभ लेने के लिए मैं पुनः आपको आमंत्रित करता हूं और इस कार्यक्रम के लिए आप सभी को बधाई देता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
हम आपके आभारी हैं सर। आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने अपने अमूल्य विचारों से हमें प्रेरित किया एवं अपना बहुमूल्य समय प्रदान किया। यह हमारा अहोभाग्य है कि आज हमारे मध्य मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्री माननीय श्री योगेंद्र उपाध्याय जी उपस्थित हैं। एक ऐसा दूरदर्शी व्यक्तित्व जिन्होंने अपनी समझदारी, कुशलता और सेवा भाव के बल पर सामाजिक, राजनैतिक और शैक्षणिक क्षेत्रों में अपना एक विशिष्ट स्थान बनाया है। उन्होंने विधि शास्त्र में उच्च शिक्षा प्राप्त करने के उपरांत वर्ष 1974 में अखिल भारतीय विद्यार्थी परिषद के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में जनप्रतिनिधित्व प्रारंभ कर आगरा नगर मंत्री, भारतीय जनता युवा मोर्चा के महानगर उपाध्यक्ष, भारतीय जनता पार्टी में प्रदेश कार्यकारिणी के सदस्य जैसे अनेक महत्वपूर्ण दायित्वों का निर्वाह किया। वे वर्ष 2012, 2017 तथा 2022 में आगरा दक्षिण विधानसभा क्षेत्र से भारतीय जनता पार्टी विधायक निर्वाचित हुए। वर्ष 2022 में उन्होंने योगी 2.0 मंत्रिमंडल में उच्च शिक्षा, विज्ञान, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एवं सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्री के विशाल दायित्व का भार संभाला। उनके विधायक काल की अनेक उपलब्धियों में आगरा नगर पेय की जल व्यवस्था की समस्या का निदान, चिकित्सा सुविधाओं का विस्तार एवं सीवर व्यवस्था एवं सस्ती ईंधन गैस को घर घर पहुंचाने का कार्य विशेष रूप से उल्लेखनीय है। मंत्री जी भारत की सांस्कृतिक धरोहर के संरक्षण के क्षेत्र में महाराज छत्रपति शिवाजी के बंदी गृह को एक स्मारक स्थल के रूप में विकसित करवाने एवं कृष्ण लीलाओं को प्रदर्शित करने हेतु गोविंद गीत वाटिका के निर्माण में मनोयोग से कार्यरत है। हम सभी श्री योगेंद्र उपाध्याय जी का हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं। आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करें माननीय मंत्री श्री योगेंद्र उपाध्याय जी का।
मंच पर आसीन निदेशक डॉक्टर हरिवंश चतुर्वेदी जी, श्री जीत विजय जी, श्री अभिषेक तिवारी जी, सुश्री आभा जी, श्री आकाश त्रिपाठी जी, श्री नितिन जैन जी, श्री राजीव कुमार गुप्ता जी, श्री अंकुर धवन जी और सभा कक्ष में उपस्थित आईटी क्षेत्र के विद्वज्जन, स्टार्टअप्स, मातृशक्ति बंधुओं, अभी जैसा बताया गया कि ये स्टार्टअप्स का कुंभ है। कुंभ वर्षों से लगता चला आ रहा है, पौराणिक इतिहास है उसका। लेकिन हम जब बचपन में फिल्म देखा करते थे तो दो भाई कहीं बिछड़े हुए मिले कि कुंभ के मेले में खोए थे वो। तो ये मेला खोने का नहीं है, ये मेला पाने का है। यहां से कुछ पा कर जाएंगे, कुछ समझ कर जाएंगे, कुछ सीख कर जाएंगे, एक दूसरे से परिचय होगा, एक दूसरे की जो स्किल है उसका अध्ययन होगा, उस पर मनन होगा, उस पर चिंतन होगा, मंथन होगा और मंथन से जो अमृत निकलेगा उसका समाज के लिए वितरण होगा, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। मित्रों, देश बदल रहा है। 7-8 साल पहले जो भारत की तस्वीर थी और जो भारत आज है, काफी अंतर आया है इसमें। एक छोटा सा उदाहरण मैं अपना ही दूंगा कि अभी कुछ दिनों पहले हमारी सरकार ने कुछ इन्वेस्टर्स को इनवाइट करने के लिए मंत्रियों को विदेशों में भेजा था। मैं भी पेरिस गया था, नीदरलैंड गया था। आज से लगभग 20 साल पहले हमारे जीजा श्री भी पेरिस गए थे। इंदौर यूनिवर्सिटी में हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट थे वो, मैथमेटिक्स के। उस समय का उनका कुछ अनुभव रहा होगा, तल्ख। तो उन्होंने मुझसे कहा कि वहां जा रहे हो और थोड़ा भारत के लोगों को उपेक्षित, हिराकत की दृष्टि से देखते हैं लोग। ओ यू आर इंडियन। तो ये तुम्हें हो सकता है झेलना पड़े। हम गए, दिन भर व्यस्त थे इन्वेस्टर्स में। परफ्यूम खरीदने में गया, पेरिस का परफ्यूम मशहूर है। देखिए वहां के लोगों की शख्सियत, राष्ट्र गौरव का उनके अंदर भाव, वो सब अंग्रेजी जानते हैं लेकिन बोलते फ्रेंच है। जब तक सामने वाला फ्रेंच न जानता हो तब तक अंग्रेजी नहीं बोलेंगे। तो मैं, एक फेमस दुकान है वहां पर, उसमें एंटर हुआ तो जो सेल्स गर्ल्स थी उसने फ्रेंच में मुझसे कुछ बोला। मैंने कहा आई डोंट नो फ्रेंच। तो वहां एक खड़े सज्जन थे उसके बगल में ही, बोले फ्रॉम वेयर यू आर। मैंने कहा आई एम फ्रॉम इंडिया। और डरते हुए बोला, क्योंकि वो जिया जी का अनुभव। तो बोले ओ फ्रॉम मोदीज कंट्री, वेलकम वेलकम। ये बदला है हिंदुस्तान। मेरा सीना 56 इंची का हो गया, हर भारतवासी का सीना 56 इंची का होगा ये सुनकर, जब वो ऐसा भाव सुनेगा, ये दिया है मेरे नेता मोदी ने इस देश को। तो ये बदला है। अभी G20 की बात हो रही है, वो देश आ रहे हैं इसमें जो 60% अर्थव्यवस्था जिनकी मुट्ठी में है। 60% से अधिक जनसंख्या जिन देशों की है वो उसमें शिरकत कर रहे हैं। और हमें गौरव है इस बात का कि हमारा देश उसका अध्यक्षता कर रहा है और हमारा नेता उसका नेतृत्व कर रहा है। गर्व है हमको इस पर। उत्तर प्रदेश भी इसमें तरक्की कर रहा है। इस बीच पहले उत्तर प्रदेश के बारे में परसेप्शन दूसरा था, अब परसेप्शन दूसरा है। 1 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की अर्थव्यवस्था बनने की ओर उत्तर प्रदेश अग्रसर है, बढ़ रहा है, जिसमें आईटी की एक बड़ी भूमिका है। और उसी को देखते हुए प्रदेश ने नई आईटी नीति, नई डाटा सेंटर नीति, नई स्टार्टअप नीति इंट्रोड्यूस की है, जिससे इस क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए लोग प्रोत्साहित होकर उत्तर प्रदेश में आए और उत्तर प्रदेश एक हब बने। उत्तर प्रदेश का आकर्षण मैं बताऊं आपको कि बेंगलोर में एक स्टार्टअप्स के संबंध में ही सेमिनार थी। आप जो इस क्षेत्र के हैं मोहनदास जी को जानते होंगे, बड़ी प्रमुख पर्सनैलिटी है इस क्षेत्र की। मैं जाड़ों में हिमाचल टोपी पहनता हूं तो वो तो मैं हिमाचल का समझ रहे थे। तो उनके पास मैं गया बातचीत करने, बोला यू आर फ्रॉम हिमाचल। मैंने कहा नहीं, मैं उत्तर प्रदेश से हूँ। अरे वाह, मैं उत्तर प्रदेश में काम करना चाहता है, मैं उत्तर प्रदेश में काम करना चाहता है, बेंगलोर से आगे उत्तर प्रदेश को ले जाना चाहता है। ये उनके अंदर की फीलिंग थी। बोले योगी ने बहुत बदला है उत्तर प्रदेश को। तो इसलिए उत्तर प्रदेश बदल रहा है, देश बदल रहा है, इस ओर अग्रसर हो रहा है। और उसी माहौल में ये आपका कुंभ भी चल रहा है। तो उत्तर प्रदेश में उभरते हुए स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम के बारे में आपसे कुछ बात करना चाहता हूं। आज उत्तर प्रदेश में स्टार्टअप क्षेत्र में क्रांति हो रही है। इसमें विकास के अनुकूल इको सिस्टम बनाने की दिशा में राज्य में महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाए गए हैं। जैसा मैंने अभी बताया कि नई नीति इंट्रोड्यूस की जा रही है, उस पर काम हो रहा है। उसके अंतर्गत लोग उत्साहित होकर जुड़ रहे हैं। हाल के वर्षों में राज्य में स्टार्टअप्स, इनक्यूबेटर्स, एक्सीलरेटर्स और निवेशकों की संख्या में बेतहाशा वृद्धि हुई है। उत्तर प्रदेश में स्टार्टअप नीति 2020, जिसका मैं अभी जिक्र कर रहा था, की उद्घोषणा और वर्ष 222 में इसके प्रथम संशोधन के साथ उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने स्टार्टअप के फलने फूलने के लिए एक अनुकूल वातावरण बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका अदा की है, जिसमें हमारे मुख्यमंत्री माननीय योगी जी की एक अहम भूमिका है। उन्होंने अपने प्रदेश को नई दिशा देने के लिए इसमें खासी दिलचस्पी भी ली है। स्टार्टअप को विकसित और विस्तृत होने में सहायता के लिए सरकार ने 23 जिलों में फैले 60 इनक्यूबेटर और एक्सीलरेटर भी स्थापित किए हैं। ये इनक्यूबेटर और एक्सीलरेटर स्टार्टअप को मेंटरिंग, नेटवर्किंग, वित्त पोषण तक पहुंच और अन्य संसाधन उपलब्ध कराते हैं, जो उनकी सफलता के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। वर्तमान में उत्तर प्रदेश राज्य में लगभग 9000 पंजीकृत स्टार्टअप हैं और ये संख्या लगातार बढ़ रही है। नए उत्साही जन इससे जुड़ रहे हैं। योगी जी की सरकार ने जनशक्ति की कौशल वृद्धि और नव कौशल के लिए विशेषकर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स तथा ब्लॉकचेन जैसे उदीयमान क्षेत्रों के लिए कई कार्यक्रम प्रारंभ किए हैं। इसके लिए सरकार को उभरती प्रतियोगियों के क्षेत्र में 8 सेंटर ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस एक्सीलेंस की स्थापना का प्रस्ताव है, जिसमें पहला सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस मेडिटेक के क्षेत्र में SGPGI में कार्यरत हो चुका है। दूसरा उत्कृष्टता का केंद्र आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के क्षेत्र में IIT कानपुर के नोएडा परिसर में तथा तीसरा ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में IIT कानपुर में स्थापित किया जा रहा है। यह इस दिशा में उत्तर प्रदेश के बढ़ते कदम हैं। राज्य सरकार राज्य में नवाचार गतिविधियों तथा अनुसंधान के विकास को बढ़ावा देने के लिए योगी सरकार ने डॉक्टर अब्दुल कलाम तकनीक विश्वविद्यालय के तत्वाधान में एक इनोवेशन हब भी स्थापित किया है। इन सभी प्रयासों का फल मिला है कि हम इनके परिणाम भी देख रहे हैं। आज देश के कुछ सबसे होनहार स्टार्टअप उत्तर प्रदेश में स्थित हैं। ये स्टार्टअप्स विभिन्न उद्योगों को चुनौती दे रहे हैं और राज्य के लोगों के लिए रोजगार उत्पन्न कर रहे हैं। फिर भी हमें एक लंबा रास्ता तय करना है। नए स्टार्टअप्स जो आते हैं अपना थिंकिंग लेके नए प्रयोग करने के लिए, उनको भी फाइनेंशियल बैकिंग की जरूरत होती है। सरकार कर रही है उत्तर प्रदेश की, इस ओर उत्साह से आगे आ रही है, लेकिन अकेली सरकार से ही यह संभव नहीं है। उसकी भी एक सीमाएं होती हैं। समाज भी उसके साथ खड़ा हो, जो औद्योगिक क्षेत्र के बंधु हैं वो उनसे जुड़ें, इसमें सामंजस्य स्थापित हो। हमारी सरकार यानी योगी जी की सरकार भी ये करने जा रही है। मुझे विश्वास है कि योगी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार के निरंतर सहयोग से उत्तर प्रदेश शीघ्र ही नवाचार और उद्यमिता का केंद्र बन जाएगा। हम उत्तर प्रदेश को विकास और काम करने के लिए एक बेहतर स्थान बनाते हुए अधिक से अधिक सफल स्टार्टअप तैयार करेंगे और नए नए रोजगार स्थापित होंगे, सृजित होंगे। मैं आप सबका स्वागत करता हूं उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार की ओर से, माननीय योगी जी की ओर से, और ये आशा करता हूं कि समाज और सरकार मिलकर उस दिशा में जाएंगे जिस दिशा में हमारे नेता मोदी जी और योगी जी इस देश और प्रदेश को ले जाना चाहते हैं। धन्यवाद।
हम माननीय मंत्री जी श्री योगेंद्र उपाध्याय जी के हृदय से आभारी हैं कि उन्होंने आज अपनी उपस्थिति से हम सबका हौसला बढ़ाया और साथ ही साथ अपने अथाह ज्ञान और अनुभव से हम सबको प्रेरणा दी। और आपकी ये पंक्ति कि ये कुंभ मेला खोने का नहीं पाने का स्थान है, शायद सार ही है इस प्रयास का। मैं आदरणीय डॉक्टर चतुर्वेदी जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे माननीय मंत्री जी श्री योगेंद्र उपाध्याय जी की सराहना के रूप में अपनी 2 पुस्तकें भेंट करें एवं स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करें। धन्यवाद। मैं आदरणीय डॉक्टर चतुर्वेदी जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे श्री आकाश त्रिपाठी जी को सराहना के रूप में स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करें। मैं आदरणीय डॉक्टर चतुर्वेदी जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे श्री जीत विजय जी को सराहना के रूप में स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करें। मैं आदरणीय डॉक्टर चतुर्वेदी जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे श्री अभिषेक तिवारी जी को सराहना के रूप में स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करें। मैं आदरणीय डॉक्टर चतुर्वेदी जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे श्री नितिन जैन जी को सराहना के रूप में स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करें। मैं डॉक्टर आभा ऋषि से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे श्री राजीव कुमार गुप्ता जी को सराहना के रूप में स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करें। मैं डॉक्टर आभा ऋषि से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे श्री अंकुर धवन जी को स्मृति चिन्ह के रूप में सराहना के तौर पर भेंट करें। करतल ध्वनियों के साथ स्वागत करें श्री माननीय योगेंद्र उपाध्याय जी का। As many of us may know, unicorn founders are a highly esteemed group of individuals who have achieved the remarkable feat of building companies valued at over $1 billion. These individuals are visionaries and risk takers who have transformed their ideas into highly successful businesses, and their achievements serve as an inspiration to entrepreneurs and business leaders everywhere. Unicorn founders have navigated the highs and lows of entrepreneurship and have a wealth of experience to share. They have faced numerous challenges, overcome obstacles, and persevered through difficult times to achieve their goals. Their journeys have been marked by innovation, determination, and resilience, and they have much to teach us about what it takes to build a successful company in today's highly competitive business landscape. It's a great privilege to have unicorn founders amongst here with us today who will be sharing their experiences, insights, and lessons learned. Their stories are sure to inspire and inform us all, and we are truly honored to have them here. Ladies and gentlemen, I take great pleasure in inviting Mr. Rajiv Kumar Gupta, an experienced executive director in the insurance industry with a strong background in business planning, operations management, communication, team building, and retirement planning. He is a certified wealth manager from CWM and has a proven track record in business development. Currently, he is serving as the president of Policy Bazaar. He brings a wealth of experience to the table. I kindly invite Mr. Rajiv Kumar Gupta to share his experiences and insights with us.
Yeah, stand down. Can I remove this? Good evening, everyone. My colleagues on the dais, Mr. Ankur Dhawan, Mr. Nitin Jain, entrepreneurs, investors, young students, and startup entrepreneurs. If I were to call you the future of India, so namaskar from Policy Bazaar, Today in the morning, I was attending a meeting of the ASSOCHAM, and Shri Amit Shah ji was there to deliver his opening address. And as I speak to you, I am also a proud Indian to know that today we are the 5th largest economy in the world. I think let's give a big hand for that, Friends, way back in 2016-17, when Digital India initiative was launched, nobody ever believed that this country is going to go through a digital transformation. Today, as we speak, we can see every thela using digital transactions. Isn't that a proud moment for all of us? It is indeed. When we meet people, they say that, India's population is 130 crores. Is that a problem? I believe it is not a problem, it is an opportunity, right? When you have 130 crores, you have business to do here. And that is how this country has created 116 unicorns from just 4 unicorns a couple of years back. Startup India DIA initiative is an excellent initiative by Government of India, where budding entrepreneurs from all over the country who have an idea, who have an innovation, get a platform to discuss their idea and seek help, both in terms of funding, setting up infrastructure, so that it can take you where you want to go, by creating a large business. I truly believe that the environment available today is very different from the environment which was probably available a couple of years back. When Policy Bazaar started, it was in 2008. And the journey from 2008 to today has been phenomenal. I'll talk about that a little later. But today, I think every entrepreneur has access to capital, access to government schemes, which makes life literally much better than probably many entrepreneurs faced way back in 2008-10. G20 presidency has come to India this year, which is a proud moment for all of us. G20 presidency has also been with other countries. But I am given to understand that India probably is the first country which has taken the G20 initiative to discuss in almost 59 locations of this country, which is amazing, isn't it? About 10 days back, I was in Sikkim, Gangtok, attending a startup G20 meeting. And it was phenomenal to see young budding entrepreneurs putting up stalls, where a lot of people like us from the industry were impressed to see the kind of ideas which people have come up with, even in a northeastern state like Sikkim, which is showing a true reflection of this country, that every part of this country has budding entrepreneurs. All they want is an opportunity for them to grow. Friends, Policy Bazaar, when they started their journey in 2008, in the first year, we wrote a premium of 5 crores. As we speak, the last return premium is about 13,000 crores, right? Now, does it mean the journey has been easy? I don't think. When I speak to both the founders who started this company, they've had their tough times. They've had their deathbeds during this entire journey. And so will all of you. I think budding entrepreneurs and people who want to start their organization should believe that you will face all kinds of challenges. Some of them could be running out of capital. Sometimes it could be a founder leaving you. It could be hajar issues which you will face in your journey. It is your resilience, it is your belief in your concept and your idea, and the timely execution which will take you where you want to be. I think if today we have 116 unicorns in this country, I am confident in a matter of few years, we will have 1,000 unicorns. And many people sitting here or sitting elsewhere in this country are going to be the budding entrepreneurs who are going to become unicorns of this country. We have another company called Paisa Bazaar, which is part of PB FinTech, which again started with about 143 crores of loan disbursements in the year 1995. Today, we have disbursed 12,000 crores of loans. So what does it speak? It tells us there is opportunity everywhere. And when we analyze our own business as to how do we go from here to 3x, we believe that we are there in tier 1 and tier 2 cities, right? But there is the tier 3 and tier 4 cities which is yet to be tapped. There is a big opportunity sitting out there. So having become a unicorn, do we stop here? I don't think so, right? We have a vision that we want to grow bigger. And as an organization, we are keen in supporting many such budding entrepreneurs who have some idea which kind of works with us very well. We have invested in a couple of startups. We have invested in an NBFC. We have invested in a wellness company. We also support a lot of other startups indirectly by mentoring them, right? And we will continue to do that. My colleagues from different, departments continue to go and, share their ideas, share their success stories with different entrepreneurs in different parts of the country. Friends, if you have an idea, come forward. Opportunities are there today. Discuss. Look at the government schemes available to you. Look at the access of capital available to you. Trust me, good ideas, good innovations are always welcome. 50% of countries' investments today are going into pre-launch companies. That is the kind of money which is available. Apart from government support, all the venture capitalists available in the country today are willing to invest in startups. So come forward. I wish all of you loads of success, and probably some of you sitting here could be sitting in this side of the table very soon. Wishing all of you the very best and expect many more unicorns to come from this hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv Kumar Gupta. I now invite Mr. Nitin Jain, co-founder and chief business officer of Business. Mr. Nitin is an experienced entrepreneur with a strong background in the e-commerce industry. He has a demonstrated history of success in business development, fundraising, investment banking, strategy, and credit risk. His expertise has been instrumental in the growth and success of the business. We look forward to hearing from Mr. Nitin about his journey as an entrepreneur and the innovative work being done by Business.
Hi, thank you so much. मैं बहुत ज़्यादा खुशनसीब हूँ कि I am able to address all of you. तो मैं थोड़ा सा अपना बैकग्राउंड देना चाहूँगा, उसके बाद अपनी कंपनी का बैकग्राउंड देना चाहूँगा और थोड़ा मैं बताना चाहूँगा हम क्या कर रहे हैं, what innovative things we are doing as part of the startup community. तो मैं IIT दिल्ली से कंप्यूटर साइंस इंजीनियर हूँ. 2008 में मैंने ग्रेजुएशन करी. उसके बाद लंदन में मेरे को नौकरी का मौका मिला. उस टाइम लगता था कि बाहर जाके जो सीख मिलेगी, जो एक्सपोजर मिलेगा, वो अनपैरेलल्ड होगा. तो हमारे टाइम पे 2006 से लेकर 8-9 तक ये था मोटो कि अगर बाहर आपको नौकरी मिल रही है तो इसका मतलब आपकी लाइफ बन गई है. तो 2007 से लेकर 15 तक आई वाज अ इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकर इन लंदन, enjoying all the comforts and working in investment banking, which is a glamorous job. But 2015 में एक harsh realization हुई कि opportunity तो वहां है ही नहीं. Opportunity तो हमारे देश में भर भर के है. मतलब इंडिया जितनी अपॉर्चुनिटी आई थिंक उस टाइम पे थोड़ा समझ आ रहा था कि इंडिया इज अ 1.3 बिलियन मार्केट, कंजम्पशन मार्केट, और
यूके जैसा शहर जो है, यूके जैसा देश जो है, वो सिर्फ 60 मिलियन का है, 60 to 70 मिलियन। सो डिफरेंस इतना स्टार्क है। तो और इनएफिशिएंसीज वहां पे एफिशिएंट काफी ज्यादा है, यहाँ पे इनएफिशिएंसीज बहुत ज्यादा है, तो अपॉर्चुनिटी उतनी ज्यादा है। तो 2015 में थोड़ा समझ आया कि अपॉर्चुनिटीज इंडिया में है और थोड़ा इंपैक्ट क्रिएट करने का जो मौका मिलेगा वो इंडिया में मिलेगा। सो 2015 इज व्हेन आई मूव बैक टू इंडिया टू स्टार्ट ऑफ बिजनेस। एंड हम बहुत खुश नसीब हैं कि हमने 2 यूनिकॉर्न 2015 से पैदा करे हैं। हमारी टोटल वैल्यूएशन जो है करीबन करीबन $6 बिलियन के आसपास है। सॉफ्टबैंक, टाइगर, मैट्रिक्स जैसी कंपनीज हमें इन्वेस्ट कर रही हैं और हमने 7 साल में करीबन करीबन 20,000 करोड़ की रेवेन्यू अचीव कर रहे हैं हम इस साल। So this financial year we'll be hitting a top line of close to about $2.5 billion, which is about 20,000 crores, and we are profitable. So we have created a profitable entity. तो हमने वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करी जो एक्चुअल ऑन ग्राउंड पे लोग फेस कर रहे थे। जो व्यापारी होता है या जो मैन्युफैक्चरर होता है, उसको 2 प्रॉब्लम्स मेन होती हैं। एक, मेरा पैसा कहां से आएगा रॉ मटेरियल खरीदने के लिए, बनाने के लिए और आगे सप्लाई करने के लिए। दूसरा मेन प्रॉब्लम, मेरे को सस्ते दामों में रॉ मटेरियल मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा, बिकॉज हर इंडस्ट्री में करीबन करीबन 3 से 4 मिडिलमैन की लेयर्स होती है। हमने ये तय किया कि हम जो ये मिडिलमैन की लेयर्स हैं वो हटाएंगे और जो मैन्युफैक्चरर है, जो कंज्यूमर है, जो फूड मिल है या फिर स्टील मैन्युफैक्चरर है, उसको बिल्कुल एंड जो सोर्स है या स्टार्टिंग का जो सोर्स है रॉ मटेरियल का, उससे कनेक्ट करवाएंगे। तो वी वर वेरी सक्सेसफुल। हमने स्टार्ट स्टील के धंधे से किया और स्टील का धंधा इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट इन इंडिया, आई बिलीव। एंड वंस वी क्रैक द स्टील बिजनेस वेयर वी वर सप्लाइंग द स्टील मैन्युफैक्चरर्स या स्टील जो प्रोसेस करते हैं विद द इनिशियल मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, हमने ये देखा कि ये तो कट कॉपी पेस्ट मॉडल है। आप इसमें एल्यूमिनियम में अप्लाई कर सकते हो, टेक्सटाइल में अप्लाई कर सकते हो, पॉलीमर में अप्लाई कर सकते हो, केमिकल में अप्लाई कर सकते हो और फूड में भी अप्लाई कर सकते हो। तो वी आर इन 30 सप्लाई चेन्स नाउ। हम मक्का से लेकर, गेहूं से लेकर, शुगर से लेकर, एल्यूमिनियम से लेकर, टेक्सटाइल से लेकर स्टील, हम सब कुछ में डील करते हैं, सारे रॉ मटेरियल्स में डील करते हैं। इंडिया में भी एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं हम यहां से। तो इसकी अपॉर्चुनिटी जो है, हमें ये रियलाइज करी कि $1 ट्रिलियन प्लस अपॉर्चुनिटी है, तो मार्केट बहुत ज्यादा बड़ी है। सो दिस इज अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ अ स्टोरी अबाउट आवरसेल्व्स एंड हमने कैसे प्रोग्रेस किया एंड हम कैसे प्रॉफिटेबल भी बने। एक चीज हमारा बड़ा क्लियर था कि हम जो भी काम करेंगे प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी की तरफ काम करेंगे। ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ ग्रोथ करनी है और लॉसेस पे लॉसेस करना है और इन्वेस्टर्स फंड कर रहे हैं लॉसेस। हमारा ये मानना बिल्कुल था ही नहीं। हमें बिल्कुल इसको धंधे की तरह चलाना था, इसको बिजनेस की तरह चलाना था और उसमें हम काफी हद तक सक्सेसफुल हुए हैं। अब हम लेटेस्ट क्या कर रहे हैं इज एक्चुअली वेरी इनोवेटिव इन टेक्नोलॉजी। अगर कोई फार्मर होता है, उसको अगर कोई दाम जानना होता है अपने आसपास की मंडी में क्या दाम हुआ, तो उसको 5 या 10 लोगों से बात करना पड़ता है और उसको भी करेक्ट रेट मिलता नहीं है। उसके आड़तिया जो होते हैं वो उसको कुछ भी रेट लेके उसका माल ले लेते हैं। तो हमने एक टेक्नोलॉजी बनाई है जहां पे वो लिटरली अपनी ऐप में बोल सकता है कि आज गेहूं का दाम मेरे आसपास की मंडी में क्या है, एंड ही विल गेट द करेक्ट रेट ऑफ गेहूं, मक्का। अगर कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्टर है, उसको सरिये का दाम जानना है, तो वो सरिये का दाम मांग सकता है। So this is what we are working on. Artificial intelligence has got so ingrained into our lives, and we are pioneering, and we are sort of being the pioneers of incorporating artificial intelligence in the most difficult industry to crack technology in. B2B industry बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल होती है टेक्नोलॉजी को क्रैक करने के लिए, क्योंकि जो व्यापारी होते हैं या मैन्युफैक्चरर्स होते हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा अपने रजिस्टर के साथ कंफर्टेबल होते हैं। वो कंप्यूटर्स भी बहुत कम यूज करते हैं। ओनली थिंग दैट दे यूज इज व्हाट्सएप। तो हम उसको लेवरेज करके टेक्नोलॉजी आगे लेके आ रहे हैं, एंड वी आर द फोरफ्रंट ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर टेक्नोलॉजी। एंड हम इनफैक्ट बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप्स को और इंडस्ट्रीज को फ्री गाइडेंस देते हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी आप कैसे इंकॉर्पोरेट कर सकते हो और आगे कैसे बढ़ सकते हैं। क्योंकि जितना आप टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करेंगे उतना ज्यादा आपका टाइम फ्री होगा, और जितना आपका टाइम फ्री होगा वो आप टाइम इनोवेशन में और लगा सकते हैं, अपनी और सेल्स में लगा सकते हैं, और प्रोडक्शन को स्मूथ करने में लगा सकते हैं। सो दिस वाज आवर जर्नी, एंड आई रियली होप कि मेरी तरह बहुत सारे लोग रिवर्स ब्रेन ड्रेन करें और वापस आए इंडिया, बिकॉज आई थिंक दिस इज इंडियाज डेकेड। एंड इंडिया में जितने यूनिकॉर्न्स अभी पैदा होंगे, आई थिंक यूएस भी मैच नहीं कर पाएगा, because India is going great guns. The amount of opportunity here, the amount of growth out there, I can just see it on the ground. I can feel it on the ground. Everyone is pumping towards the common goal of growth, and they just want to take India to the next level. So I think this is not the year of China. This is not the year of or decade of China or the decade of US. It's a decade of India, and all of us have a great opportunity, and especially startups, because they are the pioneers of innovation. Thank you so much.
I now invite Mr. Ankur Dhawan, President of Upgrad Abroad, with 15 years of experience in building businesses across sectors such as education and real estate. He completed his BTech from IIT BHU and PGP from IIM Bangalore, where he was a gold medalist. His views on business strategy have been featured on several industry and media platforms, and he was recognized as one of the most influential 25 e-commerce professionals of India in 2016 by CMO Asia. I invite Mr. Ankur Dhawan to share his insights with us.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My friends on the dais, as well as people in the audience, I'm sure a lot of investors, startup entrepreneurs, and I can see students here. I'll just give my story. I was born in a town, in industrial town in UP called Kanpur. While I was growing up and doing my schooling, I don't remember I ever heard the word of startup. I heard Kumbh because it was close to Kanpur, a place called Prayagraj now. But I never heard a word called startup during my initial schooling in Kanpur. Even when I went for my engineering degree to Banaras, IIT BHU, by the last year, we started thinking of doing something on our own. We should not take jobs. Why did we do computer science engineering if you are going to work for someone else? All those ideas were there. I remember with my friend, we came up with multiple startup ideas, but we could not dare to go to our parents and say, okay, I will not take a job, but I will start up. There was no accelerator, there was no investment. Obviously, I don't think my parents would have been very proud to tell their friends, oh, my son is doing a startup. From there, today, being part of a StartupKumbh in our own UP is a big transformation, I will say. Before this, I was talking to Akash, and he told me that at this point in time, there are 9,000 startups in UP, a number which I seriously would not have told, I would not have guessed. But that's the current reality. So today, I think parents are very proud when they tell their friends, oh, my son is not going to take up a job, he's not going to set up a placement, and he will start on his own. Today, because of the opportunities and the stories such as Flipkart, which every parent now knows how has transformed the overall startup industry. Now, just to give my story, specifically the Upgrad story. Upgrad started in 2015 by Ronnie, Mayank, and Falgun. If you look at the gross enrollment ratio, that means students who are eligible to study versus students who are actually studying. When we look at primary and secondary classes, it is somewhere around 80 to 90%. But as soon as it reaches higher education, the ratio drops from that 80% to suddenly at 27%. That means only 27% of students or people who are eligible to study in higher education are actually pursuing their higher education. And that's a big problem. So when first thing I wanted to bring out, I think a lot of you are thinking of starting up or already doing some startup. First, figure out a problem which you want to solve, and you want to be solving with passion, like Nitin talked about the problem he's solving with such a passion. We all need to figure out a problem which we want to solve. If you want to only start up because you see here 3 guys who are unicorn co-founders or working for a unicorn, I think you are in a big problem. If Ronnie was here, he would have just told you that nobody should start up only for the valuation. Nobody should start up only to take investments from investors. The startup should be done when you love to solve a problem which is close to your heart, and you are really willing to give your premium years of life to make that happen. And I'm sure Nitin, as he said, he came back to India because he saw that this is a problem he wants to solve. Similarly, Ronnie, Mayank and Falgun saw a problem that there is a big gap in terms of the education we are providing, in terms of the infrastructure which we can create. And that's how the online learning started. And this was way before the government came up with a law of online degrees by Indian institutions. So they saw that there's a need. Can it be given affordably? Can it be given flexibly, where everybody does not need to quit whatever they're doing and just come to a campus to study? And that's how the journey started. I think compared to 2015-16, when this was started by 3 of maybe 10 employees at that time, today we are a 6,000 large organization. I started a specific business in Upgrad, which helps students like you who wish to study abroad, who want to go abroad, but cannot afford the full fees. They find a solution with us. I'm very passionate about this problem. How do I help more and more students who have ambition to study abroad and build a career abroad by making their part of the studies in India online and then sending them abroad? I started this business 2021. In my first quarter, I think we got 40 odd students who enrolled for us. At this point in time, I'm enrolling close to 2,000 students per quarter. So from 40 students in 2021 to 2,000 students in 2023, I being the first employee in Noida for Upgrad. Today, 600 odd people working for Upgrad in Noida. That's what the startup should be. Startup should be about how do we create more and more employment? How do we create more alignment with our vision, with the problem which we are trying to solve? How do we get more and more persons to come and join us in our vision? It should not be about valuation. And I'll again say, unicorn, though it is a tag given to us, I'm sure Ronnie avoided it for a long time. He didn't take money. 2015, we started. Till 2021, he did not take money from outside. It was all bootstrapped. Only in 2021, he took the money. So yes, we could have been a unicorn maybe in 2018, but we didn't go that route because we didn't want to take money just for the sake of being called a unicorn. So go for that. I think all of you are very, I'm sure, talented, skilled, and you have opportunities now in form of the Atal incubation centers, which are across the, I'm sure, UP as well as the country, where you can go and take your idea and find initial guidance, mentoring, and investment to start. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Dhawan. It's time to move on to our next session. This is an important topic that touches on the role of corporates and the Indian startup ecosystem in transforming human values across G20 nations. It is a topic that has garnered a lot of attention in recent years as the business community increasingly recognizes the importance of social responsibility and value-driven innovation. We are fortunate to have with us today an esteemed panel of experts who will be sharing their insights and experiences. Our panelists bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise in the area of corporate social responsibility, startup ecosystem development, and value-based leadership. They will be discussing the ways in which corporates and startups can work together to create a more value-driven, sustainable future for all. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause.
It's a matter of honor to introduce the panelists here with us today. Mr. Ayush Gupta, Director HR at GAIL India Limited, with 30 years of experience in process and oil and gas industry. He's a Chevening scholar with expertise in HRD, talent acquisition, leadership development, performance management, project management, operations, and maintenance. At GAIL India, he leads the company's HR function and has played a vital role in attracting and retaining top talent. Please welcome Mr. Ayush Gupta on the stage. Mr. Girdhari Lal, Director of Public Policy at Ernst & Young, with 15 plus years of experience in public policy, regulatory reforms, compliance, and business transformation for both government and private organizations. He has a track record of managing strategic programs for businesses and clients, including central ministries and departments, State Department, multilateral bodies, industry associations. Currently, he manages strategic accounts for SAT practice at Ernst & Young. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Girdhari Lal on stage. Mr. Rohit Chauhan, GM Strategy, Policy and Business Development at Adani Enterprises Limited. He is a senior professional in strategy, public policy and government affairs with extensive experience in building impactful relationships and navigating organizational boundaries for personal business growth. Mr. Chauhan possesses insightful experience working with foreign embassies, multilateral forums, and other global associations on digital business policy and UN SDG programs. He has led cross-functional teams for over 15 years and managed business development for public sector account. Please welcome Mr. Rohit Chauhan. Mr. Anant Narayan Shanmugam is the Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy for Intel Corporation in India. He has also worked as Corporate Affairs Technology Advisory for Wipro Limited. He holds a management degree from ISB. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Shanmugam to the stage. Professor Pankaj Priya, who is the moderator for this session, has a wealth of experience in both academia and industry. With a PhD from IIT Delhi in the field of retailing, Dr. Pankaj has received national recognition as a best teacher in marketing management. He has published research articles in reputable publications, taught at prestigious universities, and is currently guiding PhD students. His research interests include retailing, sales and distribution, and technological interventions in marketing. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Pankaj Priya. I request Professor Pankaj Priya to kindly take over the session, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, when I start this session, it is an honor for me to be a part of panelists who have been at the leading front of actually developing policies which actually impact not only the way their organization functions, but also the way they are trying to imbibe the same mindset among the startups whom they are trying to promote. So we all know that as an Indian, the famous line we have is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Okay, so we say world is one family. That was the mindset of the Indian culture. And that culture, that mindset, we plan to imbibe it among all startups and ensure that it is spread not only in India, but all G20 nations. And hence, the way I would like to carry this particular panel discussion is that how each of my panelists, how they have planned to imbibe those values, which is a part and parcel of their ethos, their mission and vision of the organization that they represent today, among the startups that they are promoting. So to start with, I will start with Mr. Ayush, who is the director, GAIL. Now, GAIL is in 5 countries, more than 5 countries. They have been funding in startup related to energy sectors. And recently, Mr. Ayush did talk about empowering women in the oil and energy sector, which was supposed to be dominated by men. And he has been able to actually dismantle many of the structural barriers in his own organization. And hence, sir, I would like to start by how you plan to take this aspect of gender inclusivity by empowering women among the various startups which are coming up, not only as a founder, but also as a team members or the employees that they are trying to hire. Sir, please.
Hello. So thank you very much, Priya sir. It has been a pleasure to be for me to be part of this wonderful August forum and to share my views on behalf of GAIL India Limited. So as rightly shared by our moderator, GAIL India Limited as one of the leading Maharatna PSUs has been supporting the startup ecosystem way back from since 2017. 2017 was the first time when we initiated system or the platform in the name of GAIL Punk, where we started supporting the various new initiatives and startups being brought up by different organizations and the people. And we started with a moderate fund of 50 crores to support such startups when the journey of startup or the story of startup was just beginning in the country. And now today we see that we are ranked almost second or third in the world in terms of the number of successful startups. And we see here the stories of over 100 startup unicorns being there in the country. And the world has recognized the potential of Indians in scaling up the startups. So with that moderate beginning, then now the fund has been doubled. And talking of supporting the women-led startups, that has always remained focus of GAIL, not just to support the startups as a whole, but also specifically the startups who are either led by women or one of the members in the team is women. So that has always been one of the criterias for selecting the startups which GAIL selects through a structured mechanism in terms of supporting which startups to be supported, apart from their uniqueness of the idea and the clarity of thought and various other parameters. One of the parameters for selection is also the involvement of a woman member in the team of that startup. And let me just share one of the good things or successful stories about the startups being supported by GAIL. In one of the recent startups which we supported, they had created a electric vehicle, which has done, and one of the lead members of that startup was a woman. And they have developed the bike, they have tested the prototype, and with that bike, they have covered all the peripheral boundary of the country by Bharatmala. So that has been a most successful recent example which comes to my mind. And another unique initiative which we have led, where again the women-led startups are being supported. That initiative we have just launched on the 7th of March, that is the International Women's Day this year, in the name of GAIL Abha, where we are going to support the startup ecosystem or ideas of the, not the employees, but the spouses of the employees. We have about 5,000 employees, and some of them are posted at remote locations where there are not enough of work opportunities for the spouses to be professionally engaged. They are all professionally qualified. Some are engineers, some are MBA, some are doctors, and they are all primarily 95% of them are women, the spouses. So for them, we were finding it difficult how to give them a professional engagement, because of which the employees were either requesting for transfer to some other location or they were maintaining a distant relationship. So this initiative is focused on the spouses of women employees in such townships, where it's not just supporting the startup, but even starting from the very stage of supporting the development of the idea. Because people may have ideas, different ideas in their mind, and half those ideas get killed within their homes. They don't even come out in the society, and they don't even get an opportunity to share that idea with others. Maybe a very good or potential idea gets killed at that level only. Sometimes the family may not support, sometimes the husband may not support, sometimes the people around us may not support, be supportive of that idea. So we have, starting from that stage, there are many platforms or systems or mentors or investors who are supporting the ideas which are already there in the market. They have been tested, they have been prototyped. For them, a lot of support is there. But very naive ideas, out of which maybe 70-80% may not pass through the next stage. But picking them very young and from that stage of capturing the ideas which are lying there in the minds of the people, to help them develop and convert them into a business plan. And primarily, which will be, as I told you, it will be focusing on the spouses of the employees. So 95 to 98% of those target audience is the women folk who will be there. So that is something, a journey which we have started, and it's a journey of 6 to 9 months, which we start the phase 1, where we'll be helping to develop those ideas. Then sieve through those ideas, say if 100, 200 ideas is received, then filter them out, select few ideas, and then help them develop those ideas into a concrete business plan, and prepare them where they'll be at a stage where you can utilize all the existing platforms in the world and in the country to pitch their ideas for getting funding and then implementing and executing them. And in that phase 2, wherever if such ideas comes up along with our theme, so GAIL may also decide to fund and support them to take to the next level. So this is something unique which I wanted that I can share with the platform today. Thank you.
Okay, sir, obviously this is a very novel phenomena, because see, we are in a patriarchal society, and this is one potential which we have not been able to tap so far. Many of the housewives, as Mr. Ayush rightly said, they are talented, they have the skills, but because of the absence of getting exposed to this, they are not able to actually get the maximum advantage of their knowledge and skills. And obviously being posted in far-flung areas, it is a further bottleneck for these women. And this is a very good opportunity which has been tapped by Mr. Ayush, and he should be really lauded for this award. Thank you, sir. Now I move to my next panelist, Mr. Girdhari, a young professional who has moved up the ladder very fast with Ernst & Young. Their basic philosophy is working for a better world. And they have been there advising entrepreneurs, organizations, as well as government. And Mr. Girdhari Lal has been advising all of them at different stages of his life. Now, one of the focus of Ernst & Young has been that they focus on DEI, that is what we call diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, here I would like to ask Mr. Girdhari that what are your advice or inputs to your clients whom you are supporting or providing service? As we know that Ernst & Young has a great deal of services, and it is one of the 4 large service providers in the world. Now, what does he advise based on the ethos of his own organization to the entrepreneurs, so that whatever public policies is being framed by these entrepreneurs incorporates these issues of DEI? Sir, please.
Thank you, sir. And with your permission, sir, first I would like to add something to my introduction. Sir has been kind enough. I have been following sir as a student. I have done my MBA. Of course, sir has given me a lot of guidance and inputs then as well. And it feels very happy. I'm delighted, and it's my privilege that again I'm sharing. He is my co-panelist. But thank you, sir, for imbibing the values that we have been given during my MBA days. Coming back to the organization that I work for at EY, again, sir has called out the values, the principles that are at the core of our existence. Diversity, equity, inclusiveness. These are simple fundamentals that we live every day. So there are multiple accolades, recognition at a global, at a national and other levels wherein our values have been recognized. But I'll talk more about the larger ecosystem that is there, wherein we are also a contributor, and we are also help shape our policies at national and at a state level. So I'll come to the second part, wherein I see, before I get into the actual space, let me also connect back or probably take a couple of steps back. When I graduated, the option that we had was very limited. Either we could have worked for the government, or if at all we wanted to work for the corporate. I come from a very small town called Hazaribagh in Jharkhand. So to me, to working in the private organization, the only option was you'll have to move out of your city. With the ecosystem changing in a big way, I see a lot of startups, unicorns also coming to tier 2, tier 3 cities. And they have really taken the flag of diversity, inclusiveness, and in true sense to the masses. Just to give you an example, I was talking about to somebody in Solan. So it is today known as the mushroom city of India. A small time business person, an entrepreneurial spirit is what it takes to take a city, which is there, of course, on the map, into the entrepreneurial map of India. And today, Solan has such kind of a startup. If I recall the name correctly, Amrit Tatwa is the name of the startup which is there, which is doing phenomenal. And it not only is doing good for the firm or the entity, but it is providing a lot of opportunity, has done a brand transformation for the entire area. So what I'm wanting to impress on all of you is, and especially the youngsters that are there in the back end, is this is the transformative times we all live in, and everyone can contribute. You can either can lead from the front, or you can join any of the startups, or probably any of the stakeholders there. At EY, when we provide our advisory services, I'll talk first from the government side. The government of India at the highest level is committed to ensure that we have right kind of policy. The policy imperatives are there. And even at the global level, it is said that a country needs to have a national entrepreneurship or a policy to support it. And in India, of course, we have it. We know that Startup India is there, and there are a lot of programs which are there, or initiatives taken by the Indian government. It has taken well, or rather it is well received by the corporates, also by the various state government and the district governments. We have various startup policies of the government. When we write or probably help states to come out with their policies, the fundamental principle that is embedded is you should have a look at the holistic development of the entire state. If there are startups or corporates which are taking the load of going to the backward areas, underprivileged, there should be certain kind of incentivization which has to be there. If you look at some unique programs like ODOP, one district, one product, again, a lot of startups are making healthy impression. They are doing good for themselves, as well as lifting the entire ecosystem in that district. So there are a number of examples. Probably now they have a dedicated site. It is a Government of India initiative. In the times of technology, wherein India has been doing great, you'll find various initiatives like one pioneering being ONDC. What it is doing is, it has basically two fundamentals to it. One is interoperability, and the other is unbundling. So what we can do is we can assess. I'll take this example forward, wherein an entrepreneur can assess if they believe that there are certain areas wherein they excel. Not necessarily that you'll have to have the entire value chain as a part of your offering. You can specialize into your area, and ONDC is one example wherein you can focus on a particular area, and that particular area could be unbundled from the value chain. You focus on that and let others take care of it. And these are the platforms wherein this unbundled component can come together. What it means practically is, if I talk about the e-commerce, wherein our retailers, a lot of entrepreneurs want to be onboarded, is you can be a logistic player, but you may not want to get into the other side, wherein somebody is able to discover product, is able to take the load of financial part of it, wherein the order fulfillment can be done by somebody else. Till some time back, when an e-commerce company was offering a service, everything end-to-end was to be done. But now with this unique platforms, with the unique offering, what is happening is you can unbundle the services, and you can look at the speciality that you can bring on, and then it is all put together. So there are such innovations, such technology which are there. So when we are looking at making the entire inclusive development of an area of different demography. Yes, at a policy level, there are various incentivization. We look at promoting women-led entrepreneurs. When we look at various incentives that are given under industrial policy, sectoral policy, yes, the government keeps this as a key focus area, that you will have to have certain element into every policy making. I'm switching from this industrial policy to the various incentivization to the actual what it takes for a business to get more business. So even if you look at the various procurement that is happening countrywide, the government policies are changing. I'm sure sir would be witnessing a lot of change even in PSU procurement. A lot of incentivization is given to startups, wherein they are encouraged that you come in and sell your products or services, or probably offer them, become a partner to the various agencies that are there. So I'm saying this is the time we are all living in, and I'm happy that this I am not lost, because at the core at EY we believe in these values. Onto the private side or onto the government side, we are helping governments probably move up into the right direction. One last example, or probably an area that I would want to call out, is HERA program, wherein what is happening, HERA stands for High Impact Entrepreneurs from Emerging Regions. What it means is, maybe you are already doing good, or probably you are catering at a particular level in your value chain. If you want to really uplift yourself, you want to level up, what does it take? So there are various programs. This framework is provided by UNCTAD, wherein any entrepreneur, any corporate can assess and see that if I want to take this particular trajectory, you'll have to hit the right chords. So there is a parameters, there is a checklist which is there. So it's a very detailed assessment which is done, and hand holding is done on a continuous basis. So what I'm probably trying to impress on you is that the entire ecosystem that is there currently is committed to have a very inclusive, equity oriented and empowering to all the stakeholders. So that is I believe in, and I am very fortunate to have this crowd, wherein especially the young entrepreneurs or the budding entrepreneurs are here and we are able to share our experiences. So thank you all. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Girdhari. Now, you see, when we talk about inclusivity, we are talking about inclusivity in its total ecosystem. We are talking about inclusivity in terms of economic wealth creation, then economic growth, or in education, or in other social sectors. So Ernst & Young has been involved in all these aspects across different programs. Now I move to my third panelist, Mr. Rohan Chauhan from Adani Group. As we all know, that Adani is one of the largest business conglomerate, not only in India, but across the globe. It has its footprints in every continent of this earth. And it has been expanding and entering into all types of businesses, whether it is mining, metal, excavation, or trading, or food, any type of business you talk about, Adani Group is there. Now, the reason, if the Adani Group is so big, obviously they may be having many ancillary units, many vendors, and they also promote startups who get associated with the Adani Group, and then they get an opportunity to grow with the Adani Group. Now we have Mr. Rohan Chauhan, who is a GM strategy, and as well as who is a business development and policy making, or a part of the Adani Group. Now he would be the right person to give us inputs. Number one, for example, Adani has now mines in Australia. How are they taking care of ensuring that the local unit of Australia, the local values of Australians are ensured? Similarly with other businesses across the different continents. And as I mentioned, what about the small ancillary units which are being promoted by them across the globe? How they are trying to inculcate the human values among these vendors or ancillary units, or even their traders? Sir, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And it's an honor to be present in front of such an august gathering and fellow panelists. So I think, to me, first of all, as a group, or you can say as an organization,
we take a lot of Western terminology, but the point is that India will be the last country to learn value system from anybody. So, so basic philosophy as an Indian business remains is that, you know, whether we call it Vasudev Kutumbakam or whether we call it as a spiritual guru of the world, our value system and we already had those ethos as a civilization in us. So the point is that we don't give them too much fancy names, but it's about, you know, extending that helping hand wherever required, wherever we have our works or wherever we have our businesses, whomsoever we are working. Now, taking it to the point of startups and DIA initiatives and how, you know, things can work, what all work which are there and which matters to people, I think. So as an industry, I think there is a lot of hope and lot of, you know, aspirations and lot of cloud also in terms of what startups are doing and what can be achieved. But there are certain very, very important points I think that we need to remember is in terms of what kind of use cases are being implemented and how is it helping the society in overall sustainable development of the country, if we have to say at large. So whether I'm doing some kind of work in the power sector or whether I'm, you know, into AI or data science, whether we are trying to build industry 4.0 type manufacturing systems, what we need to remember is who is the one data driven startup or who is the one, you know, you can say a culture which is promoting the right substance which can give us solution to our practical problems that we are facing. Second point for us is always is, you know, that we being an Indian company, we always want that, you know, whomsoever we work with, we promote, we make them, you know, fly, you know, like together. In the sense, it's not about that we, you know, take over somebody or do some kind of merger and acquisition. It's about how do we, you know, work along. So that's the whole, I think I would say a big difference in the approach. And the value system is, like I said, you know, as a group or as a country, whatever we have gained from our as a civilization background and from the you know, can say being an Indian at the core, I think those are being transferred whomsoever we work along. So those are being adhered to, and they are not only slogan or mission or vision, but they are, you know, part of the day-to-day working, where you won't see people being laid off. You won't see any such kind of things wherein you have, you know, you talk so big, but at the end of the day, you're hurting sentiments of people around or community or startup or vendors and whomsoever you're working. And which includes, of course, wherever you're working, the people around, whether it's an Adivasi community or whether it's a vendor who's giving you some kind of raw material or supplies. So it's about having that, you know, relationship which is based on mutual trust. So that's what is important. And lastly, I would just, you know, in a short way, I would say that the most important thing for the startups to grow and to go about what my humble learning has been, focus, where is your customer? That's about it. I think if you're being data driven and you're focusing, we may have great idea, but the point is if it's not sellable and if you're not able to give that revenue generation, you'll burn cash for some years, but at the end of the day, will you able to make something that you'll be proud of? You need to think that over and over again. So it's very good that we do great startup, and that's the way we're going to build a lot of entrepreneurs in the country. That's the way our country is going to grow, and that's the way we can create jobs. We can't employ such a big population. Indians are everywhere around the globe, but still we are always looking for job. So the point is definitely we don't have enough businessmen in our kitty that so that we don't know to do that. So I think that, but the time will come. I'm sure in next decade is India's decade, and probably in next 10 years time, a lot of countries will start facing that Indian talent is not coming, and you know, which is vice versa right now. but I think that time is going to come up, and that will be the time when the fruits will be ready, and that will be the brighter spot and sweet spot for the country. And I think kudos to Atal Innovation Mission, Meet Startup Hub, and all the people associated to encourage startup in whatever meaningful way we all can, whether we guide them, we fund them, or we do some kind of incubation, hold hands. I think we all as a society should encourage and make it a very, very respectable and a very dignified way of, because we are not only earning a living, but we are giving a living. So I think that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rohan. As you rightly said, number one, value system are ingrained in the Indian culture. And second is that the role of the conglomerate like Adani is to help every Indian develop, to earn their own livelihood, so that they can have a living which can be aspirational in nature. Now I move to my last panelist, that is Mr. Anant Narayan from Intel. You all have heard about Intel. Now Intel started in 1968 and its employees are in more than 46 countries. Now Mr. Anant Narayan, as the country head of India, sir, I would like to know that whatever policies you formulate based on your ethos of fearlessness, truth, transparency, how do you ensure that these are also imbibed among the startups that you promote directly or indirectly?
Thanks a lot. Just a clarification, I'm not the country head. I head the government affairs and public policy.
Sir, I think
sorry. Just a clarification, I'm not the country head. I'm the head of government affairs and public policy. If you look at Intel, I mean, our whole purpose is about creating world-changing technologies that actually transform lives of every person on earth, right? And if you look at that purpose, the scale of that purpose, right? And that directly translate to everything that you talked about, trust, truth, inclusivity, and everything. And one of the key things that we realize when we do things is that unless you have scale, you won't be able to create the impact that you want, right? We might be a small startup or a small company operating in a small place, right? But unless you have that scale, you won't be able to really add value to that particular. So scale is something that we look for in terms of whatever we do. Whatever we support, it has to scale largely. So that is one. The second thing is, if you have to achieve scale, you need to collaborate. No single company can actually achieve the scale that we want to do, right? So whatever we do, it's typically a very collaborative effort. And I can give an example. We have something called as a plugin alliance, which is one of the leading alliance within the country, works on the industry 4.0 area. We have about 100 partners, corporate partners, along with government, startup, VCs, right? What this provides us is that for a given startup, when they come in, right, they immediately have opportunity to work with so many clients who are trying to solve the same problem, right? Plus, since you have the VCs and the governments also part of the platform, it gives you immediate access to, the thing every startup wants. So scale is something, that we look at, and collaboration is something that is very vital for us. And for us, collaboration means that we work very closely with our industry partners, government, startups, and the entire ecosystem. And the other area that we are very focused on is that if you have to create the scale and collaboration, you have to build an ecosystem that can actually support and sustain that kind of thing that you want to do. So we are very focused on ecosystem development. And when I say ecosystem development, it will translate to things like, how do you develop talent? How do you help startups get the right kind of institutional capacity, both for funding, knowledge, and a lot of other access to the world market, right? So that is the second thing that we look at. For example, we have programs like for startups, we have tie-up with ISB where I do something called as a growth tunes. It's a very unique program where we bring in about 20 of those startups, every quarter for a 2-day residential program where global profs come and teach them about what is happening in the world. How do they manage their finance, business, organization structure, and things like that. So that is an innovative way of it. The other thing that we do is about talent development, right? I think one of the critical aspects for India as of today is that lack of talent, right talent for people, right? And that's a huge focus area. And we build talent across several areas, right? Starting from schools, engineering colleges, entrepreneurs, right? For schools, we have a program, especially in AI, called AI for Youth, where we have trained about 3 lakh kids on AI. And every year, these kids compete, and the top 20 get selected for a global competition that happens outside India. And Indians have run really well. Last 2 years, I think top 3 prize, there is typically somebody from India who's won it. Right? So there is so much amount of potential there. What we need is a way to bring that out, and we work on those areas. And again, in colleges, one of the key problem is semiconductor is a very niche area. And normally when we do hiring, we go to tier 1 colleges, right? What it happens is the talent that is available in tier 2, tier 3 sort of get missed out. So we have something called an internship program where every year we bring in about close to 100 people from tier 2 colleges for a 6-month internship that is paid by Intel and also partly funded by Ministry of Electronics and IT, right? So that way you are able to bring in talent, and once they are done, about 50 to 60% gets absorbed in the company, but at least the 40% is given back to the ecosystem so that other companies can use it, right? So similarly, the other thing that we do is also specifically focused on women, right? The challenge that we have with women is that while they do STEM, right? From STEM to an engineering degree to a corporate, they need a lot of hand holding. So we do a lot of work. We have taken a target of at least doing 6,000 women, engineers, to train them into semiconductor area, right? Along with our partners. So that is a way of trying to bring women into that. And the other problem that typically happens is even when we get women into the company, right? Over the course of their career, they drop out, right? So we are trying to bring in policies where, especially with COVID and others, because of all this, work from home has become pretty normal. So there are a lot of policies and other things that we do to ensure that we ensure that the women talent force is retained, so that they can actually go ahead and continue their career as we do it. And finally, other thing that we do is as a company we do a lot of procurement, right? We have ensured that we want to ensure that a percentage of that procurement, right, actually happens from women-led enterprises plus also small and medium enterprises, so that they get an opportunity to participate in the supply chain that they are in, right? So
okay, so thanks a lot. Now you see all the panelists have one common thread which is emerging, is that they all have developed policy which provide a helping hand to all budding entrepreneurs. So there is an ample opportunity for the budding entrepreneurs of today to take advantage of this helping hand provided by all the top organizations and try to make a future for themselves as an entrepreneur. So thank you very much, sir, all of you, for giving these inputs. Thank you very much. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much. We deeply thank our all panelists and Professor Pankaj Priya. I now invite respected director sir to kindly felicitate our panelists with a small token of appreciation. Mr. Ayush Gupta. Mr. Ayush Gupta, please. Mr. Girdhari Lal. Mr. Rohit Chauhan. Mr. Shanmugam. Professor Pankaj Priya. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries, and thank you, Director sir. Professor Pankaj Priya, please. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries and thank you so much for gracing the occasion with your presence. Thank you, Director Sir. We would now move on to our highly anticipated panel discussion on catalyzing digital transformation in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Kindly bear for a couple of minutes. We now begin our panel discussion on catalyzing digital transformation in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. We have an esteemed group of experts joining us today to share their insights and experiences on this. Let's give them a warm welcome and get ready for a thought-provoking conversation. Mr. Abhishek Tiwari is a state mission representative of UP government. With over 20 years of experience across various industries and countries, he has developed core skills in strategy, business processes, restructuring, enterprise risk management, customer experience, and management audit. He has a natural flair for lateral thinking and innovation and has significant experience in setting up greenfield operations. I welcome Mr. Abhishek Tiwari. Please give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Mr. Amit Sehgal, one of the founding partners of Fluid Ventures with a strong background in accounting and finance. Mr. Amit has a proven track record in the industry. He is skilled in areas such as internal and external audit, corporate finance, and managerial finance. Mr. Amit is a graduate of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and is a strong business development professional. We are honored to have him with us today to share his insights and expertise. Mr. Amit Sehgal, please. Thank you, sir. Ms. Anupama Singh, CEO of Interview Cracker, completed her BTech from IIT Kanpur in 2001 and worked with Infosys and Honeywell. Her passion to use technology to impact young Indian aspirants brought her back to India. Anupama ma'am is highly skilled in networking and always ready to assist. She will share her startup experiences and the innovative work of Interview Cracker. Ms. Anupama Singh, please. Mr. Ravi Ranjan, the moderator for the session, is the founder at Velocity One, entrepreneurship evangelist, startup expert, advertiser, and advisor and consultant. Mr. Ravi has 14 plus years of experience working with notable organizations such as Indian Angel Network and Innovent. He is also a 2-time TED speaker and has trained over 180,000 students, 10,000 faculty, and 1,000 government officials on entrepreneurship, innovation, and mentorship. Additionally, he is a consultant to numerous organizations, including Seed Group and Private Office of Sheikh Saeed bin Ahmed at Maktoum. Mr. Ravi has a range of skills from angel investment to public relations and has organized 2000 plus startup events. I now request Mr. Ravi Ranjan to kindly take over the session.
Is anyone else joining? We're good. Oh, thank you so much. आवाज आ रही है पीछे? सारे बच्चों आप लोग बैठे हो, आवाज आ रही है? जोर से बोलो एक बार। पता है आज दो तरह के भारत हैं। एक भारत जो आप जैसे बच्चों से भरा हुआ है, कॉलेजेस जाते हैं, दे ऑल आर वेटिंग फॉर जॉब्स एंड दे आर स्टिल स्ट्रगलिंग। और एक भारत है जहां पे 18, 19, 20 साल के बच्चे ऐसी कंपनीज बना रहे हैं जो हजारों करोड़ का रेवेन्यू कर रही हैं। मुझे लगता है आप दूसरे वाले कैटेगरी में हैं, आप सारे लोग उस कैटेगरी में हैं जो इस भारत की जो ग्रोथ स्टोरी है, जहां पे स्टार्टअप बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले कर रहे हैं, उसमें आप जुड़ना चाहेंगे। तो अगले 30 मिनट में हम ये कोशिश करेंगे समझने की कि जो भारत देश में अचानक से स्टार्टअप के बारे में इतनी बातें हो रही हैं, वो क्यों हो रही हैं, उसका क्या रीजन है। So this is how we're going to start. We'll start with a quick round of introduction of the panelists and then मैं उनसे कुछ सवाल पूछूंगा जो आपको ये बताएगा कि भारत में खास करके छोटे शहरों में कितनी ज्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं और आप सारे लोग कैसे उस अपॉर्चुनिटी का हिस्सा बन सकते हैं। सबसे पहले मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा मेरे बहुत प्यारे मित्र और इंडियन स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम में बहुत नजदीकी जुड़े हुए हैं, मिस्टर अमित सिंघल। Amit Singhal started his journey with a company called StartupBuddy, which has now evolved as a very large fund called Agility Ventures, and is very active working and helping startups at tier 2, tier 3 cities. So Amit will talk about his experience and expertise of being part of the ecosystem. Amit, if you can take 2 minutes, talk about what inspired you from being a chartered accountant to being part of the startup ecosystem and how things are moving on. We have one more panelist joining us. Unfortunately, we missed inviting him, so I'll request ma'am to kindly invite the final panelist. Thank you so much. Mr. Amit Kapoor from One Stack. Big round of applause for Amit. Thank you. Thank you for joining, Amit. Requesting Amit Singhal to kindly go ahead, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Ravi. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk first on this topic because this is very near to my heart. तो नॉर्मली अभी लोग जब मुझसे पूछते हैं तो बात होती है कि आप सारी जगह दिखते हो, तो आप कहाँ रहते हो, गुड़गांव रहते हो, दिल्ली रहते हो या नोएडा रहते हो, इस इंटेंशन के साथ मुझसे पूछते हैं। फिर मैं उनको जब कहता हूँ रोहतक रहता हूँ, ओहो रोहतक रहते हो, तो किसी ने तो मुझे पूछ भी लिया कि डेली फ्लाइट से आते हो क्या। मैंने कहा नहीं नहीं, इतनी दूर भी नहीं है, 70-80 किलोमीटर ही है। तो मेरा बताने का पर्पस ये है कि मैं उस शहर से आता हूँ जो टियर 2 में काउंट होता है आज के दिन, और जहाँ पर वो वाली अपॉर्चुनिटी अवेलेबल नहीं है जो बेंगलोर, मुंबई या फिर दिल्ली में अवेलेबल है। तो मैंने अपनी जर्नी 2004 में स्टार्ट करी थी एज ए चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, और मुझे 2007 में ही मौका मिल गया था कुछ स्टार्टअप्स के साथ काम करने का, जबकि वहां पर स्टार्टअप वर्ड नहीं था। तो आई वाज कंसल्टेंट टू देम, आई वाज हेल्पिंग देम इन देयर बिजनेसेस। देन आई रियलाइज कि ये कैसे काम करता है पूरा वर्क, कि कोई इन्वेस्टर उनको सपोर्ट करता है अगर अर्ली स्टेज पर तो वो काफी ग्रो कर जाते हैं, कोई मेंटर अगर उनके साथ पार्टनर बन जाता है तो वो काफी जल्दी उस चीज को कवर कर लेते हैं जो शायद वो अगर खुद एक्सपेरिमेंट के साथ करते तो उसमें बहुत ज्यादा टाइम लगता। तो दैट्स हाउ आई रियलाइज कि इंडिया में अभी है ना मेंटरिंग और इन्वेस्टमेंट की थोड़ी कमी है। तो वी इन 2015 डिसाइडेड, मी माय पार्टनर, कि हम एक स्टार्टअप को सपोर्ट करने के लिए एक एंटिटी बनाते हैं। तो हमने स्टार्टअप बड़ी बनाई जिसमें हम 360 डिग्री सपोर्ट करना स्टार्टअप्स को शुरू किया, और उसी के अंदर हमने कुछ स्टार्टअप में एंजल इन्वेस्टमेंट करी। तो ये सिलसिला चलता रहा एंड टिल नाउ वी हैव इन्वेस्टेड इन 38 कंपनीज एज एन एंजल इन्वेस्टर। लास्ट ईयर हमने डिसाइड किया कि इसको थोड़ा फॉर्मलाइज करते हैं, देन वी अप्लाइड टू सेबी एंड सेट अप आवर ओन फंड कॉल्ड फ्लूइड वेंचर। सो फ्रॉम फ्लूइड वेंचर वी हैव मेड 10 इन्वेस्टमेंट टिल नाउ। सो आवर टिकट साइज इज समवेयर बिटवीन 2 to 4 crore rupees in D2C brands. Total corpus is 50 crore. Recently we have launched another fund called Real Time Angel Fund, where our corpus is around 125 CR, and we are investing in early stage startups. So this is my entire journey, Ravi.
Wonderful, Amit. Really appreciate that. We'll have next Anupama. Anupama went to IIT, worked with some very interesting companies, and now Anupama is trying to solve a very important problem. आप में से कितने लोगों को पता है कि भारत में 75% से ज्यादा इंजीनियरिंग जो स्टूडेंट हैं, दे आर नॉट एम्प्लॉयबल। इसका मतलब क्या है कि 75% बच्चे जो कॉलेज से निकलेंगे उनको जॉब नहीं मिलेगी, because they are not ready with the skills. That is where Anupama and her team is trying to solve this very, very important problem with Interview Cracker. Anupama, if you want to take 2 minutes and talk about your journey and what inspired you to build this very interesting solution.
So you rightly said, right? India is the youngest country in the world, means that we have the youngest population. सबसे ज़्यादा youth India में है, and we are growing like crazy. But still वो gaps है अभी भी, like employment नहीं है और इधर companies रो रही है मेरे पास candidates नहीं है employ देने के लिए. So there we are breaching this gap. So little bit background, as of business founder Nitin Jain was also saying, when we were abroad, लगा यार यहाँ तो सब कुछ set है, अपने देश का कौन देखेगा अगर हम लोग सब यहीं बैठ जाएंगे तो. So that has brought, and luckily my husband also has the same thoughts. We both came back India कि देश में कुछ किया जाए, and that's the way we came back. And here we realized कि इतनी opportunities है, इतनी opportunity है, but वो right लोगों के पास right time पे पहुंच नहीं रहा है. And after Corona, this 15 months back, we have started a sales hiring platform. यहाँ पे बच्चों का, along with the resume candidates, we are taking 1-minute audio, and through speech AI, we are taking out sales skills from that audio. So very interesting, it was going beautifully. And then we landed to banks. Motilal Oswal came, Aviva Insurance came, Mahindra Insurance, all of us are client. And उनको tier 2, tier 3 cities में चाहिए. We said no problem, हमारे पास तो इतने candidates है, why not? अपने देश में इतनी unemployment है. But when actually we started talking to these people, हम लोगों ने उनको एक survey दिया, Infosys की spelling लिखने को, and we got 7 version of Infosys. So they can read, but they cannot write, they cannot spell the word, तो वो job कैसे ढूंढे? That was the challenge. We realized कि यार उनको job चाहिए, company को वो चाहिए. We have built our speech AI platform on vernacular language. Now candidate can speak in their own language and can search job. So एक छोटा सा problem solve हुआ कि उसको अब job दिख जा रही है. Now the second challenge is कि जब interviewer call कर रहा है, English में पूछ रहा है, introduce yourself. So 85% of our country's youth are shivering. English में कैसे बोले? Okay. So now we are giving them a platform. तुम अपने language में ही interview record कर दो. हम उससे sales skills अपनी speech AI लगा के निकाल रहे हैं. Employer को बता रहे हैं ये बंदा आपके लिए right fit है. So that is where when we enter tier 2, tier 3 city, huge opportunity. बच्चों के लिए भी, candidates के लिए भी, companies के लिए भी. So real Bharat is growing there, Ravi. That is what I say, and that motivates us.
Thanks a lot, Anupama. If it's possible, can I request all the stall owners to stop for 20 minutes, because we are just not able to hear anything. I mean, there's no point of all of us coming all the way and we are not able to talk to all of you guys. Can we please reduce some noise? Can I request the organizing team to help us with that, please? Thank you so much. And all the students, you are missing your classes, you are sitting here. All of this is happening for you. हम लोगों को कोई भी फायदा नहीं है, ना तो हमें यहाँ पे मॉनेटरी रिवॉर्ड मिल रहा है, ना हमें और कोई चीज मिल रही है. हम सिर्फ यहाँ इसलिए आए हैं ताकि हम आपसे कुछ चीजें शेयर कर सकें, क्योंकि आपको इन चीजों की बहुत जरूरत पड़ेगी कल के गए. कल आप बहुत आपके सामने 2 बड़ी समस्याएं हैं. आपको पता है भारत में 2025 तक 500 मिलियन से ज्यादा ऐसे लोग होंगे जिनकी उम्र 30 साल से कम होगी, which means you have to compete with all of them. Number 1. Number 2, आप सबके सामने एक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है, उसका नाम है चैट जीपीटी. अभी सिर्फ एक सॉफ्टवेयर है, अगले साल तक 20 ऐसे सॉफ्टवेयर आएंगे जो आप सब में से, आप जितनी जॉब्स के लिए अप्लाई कर रहे हैं ना, वो 90% जॉब्स ऑटोमेट हो जाएंगे. It's going to be very difficult. तो 20 मिनट तक थोड़ा सा ध्यान से सुन लीजिए. I'm sure it's going to add a lot of value to you. And to all the stall owners, if I may request you to take your conversations outside, that'll be very, very helpful. Thank you so much. I want to invite the next panelist, Mr. Abhishek Tiwari from KPMG. Abhishek is running a very, very large initiative to promote the startup ecosystem in one of the largest states in the country and the world, Uttar Pradesh. Abhishek, it would be great to hear from you. What are you doing? What is your plan to catalyze and promote the startup ecosystem in tier 2, tier 3, and also tier 1 cities in Uttar Pradesh? Abhishek, over to you.
Thank you, Ravi. So as far as UP startup ecosystem is concerned, we've been running the UP startup policy for almost 5 years now. And when I started the policy implementation work, which obviously started with formulating the policy, at that time we had, I think, barely couple of hundred startups in UP, official records. I think somewhere around 350 or something in late December 2017. We started the policy implementation process with recognizing incubators which were already established in the market, and primarily they were all in premier institutions. IIT, IIM, in fact, BIMTECH. So in total, we could reach only 7 incubators. इतनी ही संख्या में मिली जो incubators चल रहे थे. The biggest problem which we faced was the awareness about the startup program itself, because Startup India was launched in 2016 और बहुत ज़्यादा awareness थी नहीं market में, बच्चों में भी. और considering it is a large state geographically and demographically both, it was a mammoth responsibility on our shoulders to reach to maximum students, as many as possible. तो हमने incubation ecosystem को बड़ा करने का बीड़ा उठाया कि जितने ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा incubator हम establish कर सकें. And at a time when we had only 7 incubators on the portfolio, we set a target of 100 incubators in the state by 2025. और उस 100 के against में I'm delighted to say कि हमने 60 incubators अभी तक achieve भी कर लिए हैं, which is actually adding a lot of value in the market when it comes to hand-holding of the startups. Warna, as a government, it is very difficult for us to reach every nook and corner of the state and talk to students. बहुत सारी media visibility करी, बहुत सारे events, outreach, workshops करे. This particular event is a prime example of such kind of activity which we are conducting across the state, where on behalf of the government, I am going out, my team is going out, and also we are taking help of our registered incubators. So I am delighted to say today that after 5 years of a lot of hard work, we have not only achieved an incubation network of 60 incubators, which is going to be pretty much the largest incubation network in India by any state in next, I would say, by end of December. But in terms of the startup ecosystem also, यूपी के बारे में बहुत लोग नहीं जानते. सबको लगता है यूपी बहुत अभी काम करना बाकी है startup में. But let me tell you, there's a silent revolution going on. We have already touched upon almost 9,000 startup figure, and this figure is increasing almost on a 150 or 200 startups every month. So very soon we have become the 4th largest startup ecosystem. तो बहुत जल्दी हम बहुत अच्छा नंबर प्राप्त करने वाले हैं. And I think tier 2, tier 3 cities का इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा contribution है.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Abhishek. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आपने बताया किस तरह से उत्तर प्रदेश में स्टार्टअप की जो मुहिम चल रही है, जहां पे कई सारे इंक्यूबेशन प्रोग्राम्स और कई सारे स्टार्टअप्स हैं जो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. आई थिंक दिस इज गोइंग टू बी अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग अपॉर्चुनिटी टू सी हाउ वन ऑफ द लार्जेस्ट स्टेट इन द कंट्री which has a really large resource pool would be able to contribute to the growth of the Indian startup ecosystem. Amit is the founder of OneStack. But before Amit start, मैं आपको एक छोटी सी स्टोरी बताता हूँ. आवाज आ रही है मेरी? फिर से आ रही है? ओके. मेरा गांव है झारखंड में, एक बहुत छोटा सा गांव है, और मेरे गांव में सिर्फ 2 बैंक हैं, स्टेट बैंक और पंजाब नेशनल बैंक. अभी भी जब भी मैं साल में 1-2 बार मैं जाने का मौका मिलता है, मैं देखता हूं कि स्टेट बैंक के बाहर लाइन लगी है करीब 1 घंटे लंबी, और वहां पे ज्यादातर लोग जो लाइन में लगे हैं वो 80 ईयर प्लस हैं. पता है क्यों? ये लोग ऐसे लोग हैं जिन्हें सरकार की तरफ से पेंशन मिलता है महीने का 1500 या 2000 रुपए, और ये बूढ़ी औरतें 50, 80 साल की, 82 साल की, वो लाइन में खड़ी होती हैं ताकि उनको वो पैसा मिल सके. आज भी भारत में ज्यादातर जो लोग हैं जो ट्रेडिशनल बैंक्स का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी बिल्कुल नहीं के बराबर है. मोबाइल ऐप तो बहुत दूर की बात है. कई ब्रांचेस में ये भी फैसिलिटी नहीं है कि उन्हें विड्रॉल करने का मौका मिले या उन्हें डिपॉजिट करने का मौका मिले. उसके लिए भी उन्हें घंटों लाइन में खड़ा होना होता है. इस प्रॉब्लम को देखते हुए अमित ने, मुझे लगता है, दुनिया में सबसे पहली बार एक बहुत ही यूनिक टेक्नोलॉजी बनाई है. अमित की जो कंपनी है OneStack, वो जो कम्युनिटी बैंक्स होते हैं, छोटे बैंक्स होते हैं, जैसे ग्रामीण बैंक होते हैं अलग अलग राज्यों में, इन सारे बैंक्स के साथ पार्टनर करके अमित उनको एक ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी देते हैं ताकि वो अपना मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन बना सकें. And all these people who are stationed in various small cities and villages, they have the same access to technology. जैसे आपके पास एक्सिस बैंक, आईसीआईसीआई बैंक की टेक्नोलॉजी होती है, इन सारे बैंक्स को भी वही टेक्नोलॉजी मिल सके. अमित, आई थिंक आप बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग काम कर रहे हैं. क्या आप हमें बताएंगे कि किस तरह से आपको आइडिया आया वन स्टैक बनाने का, और अभी तक वन स्टैक ने क्या क्या काम किया है भारतीय गांवों में और शहरों में बैंकिंग को डिजिटल बनाने के लिए?
Thanks, Abhi. So this is my second startup. The first startup was Payments AirPay. Built that company. While I was building the payments company, I was working very closely with the banks. And that's when I realized that there is a larger opportunity to do something in the banks. It's interesting, like you touched upon, Ravi, most people don't know how many banks are there in this country. There are actually 1 lakh banks in this country. 1 lakh, correct? Take it a pinch of salt or a bucket of salt. But most of us know of the top 50 public private sector banks or top 50 international banks, but nobody talks about these long tail banks. These are your cooperative banks or credit societies or credit unions, as you rightly said. Now, unfortunately, everybody is talking about the top 150 million, which are banking with the public private sector banks. Nobody talks about the 300 million customers, which are banking with the cooperative sector. The challenge was these cooperative banks have been catering to their neighborhood audiences for all along. Having said that, the customers have evolved, but the banks have not evolved. Till yesterday, they were competing with public private sector banks, but today they're competing with Google Pay, Phone Pay, Paytm, and everybody, correct? And what is it they don't have? They don't have technology, they don't have infrastructure, and they don't have the resources in people and money. So what we did as OneStack is we built a complete backend and a front end, and we have given everybody a neo banking mobile app. It's literally like an SBI Yono. So every Bharat cooperative bank today has a neo bank mobile application. We are live with over 150 of these small cooperative banks and credit societies in the country. In fact, most people may not know, Government of India has launched its own Play Store called M-Seva. We are the only private company which has put 100 applications on that platform. METI themselves facilitated us, saying that the only private company supporting this initiative. We do believe the audience of the tier 2, 3, 4, they are living on the mobile phone. Their exposure towards the outside world is the mobile phone. And we want to ensure that we are able to provide the same financial inclusion, the same financial products and services which you and I are able to use on a public-private app in their Bharat Bank app.
That's amazing. I think that deserves a big round of applause, Amit. You are doing a phenomenal work with OneStack. हमारे पैनल के दूसरे हिस्से में हम बात करेंगे कि किस तरह से भारत में छोटे शहरों में एक डिजिटल क्रांति आई है और जिसकी वजह से भारत आज एकमात्र ऐसा देश है जो शायद रिसेशन में ना जाए. आप में से कई लोगों को शायद ये पता ना हो क्योंकि आप ज्यादा टाइम स्पेंड करते हैं इंस्टाग्राम रील्स पे. थोड़ा टाइम अगर आप स्पेंड करेंगे इन शॉर्ट्स पे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि पूरी दुनिया में, खास करके यूरोप और यूएस में, एक बहुत ही ज्यादा बड़ा फाइनेंशियल रिसेशन आने वाला है. उसके 2 कारण हैं. पहला कारण, कोविड के दौरान यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स गवर्नमेंट ने डिजिटली और आर्टिफिशियल तरीके से नोट की प्रिंटिंग की. पूरी दुनिया में क्या होता है कि अगर आप करेंसी प्रिंट करना चाहते हैं तो आपको उसके बदले में गोल्ड एज ए डिपॉजिट, एज ए रिजर्व रखना पड़ता है. यूएस गवर्नमेंट ने बिना किसी डिपॉजिट लिंक किए उन्होंने करेंसी इन्फ्यूजन किया. पिछले 12 साल में यूएस गवर्नमेंट ने करीब $20 ट्रिलियन का करेंसी इन्फ्यूजन किया है. अब क्योंकि एक और बहुत बड़ी समस्या चल रही है, रशिया और यूक्रेन का वॉर, इन 2 चीजों की वजह से यूएस की पूरी इकोनॉमी आज बहुत ही मुश्किल हालात में आ चुकी है और साथ ही साथ यूरोप में भी हो रहा है. लेकिन आज सिर्फ एक ही देश है पूरी दुनिया में जो कि डेफिनेटली पॉजिटिव ग्रोथ की तरफ जा रहा है, वो है भारत देश. उसके 2-3 सबसे बड़े कारण है. सबसे बड़ा कारण है कि हमारे पूरी दुनिया में जिस तरह से हम हर देश के साथ दोस्ती करके काम चलाते हैं, विच इज वेरी पावरफुल ग्लोबलाइजेशन फ्रेंडशिप मॉडल, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, जो हमारे देश की आबादी है, आप में से कितने लोगों को ये पता है कि भारत as a country is going through a phase called demographic dividend. 2018 में शुरू हुआ था, 2054 तक चलेगा. इसका मतलब यह है कि भारत अभी इस टाइम के लिए वो सबसे बड़ा देश है जिसके पास सबसे ज्यादा युवा आबादी है. और जो देश सबसे ज्यादा यंग होता है वो देश सबसे ज्यादा मेहनत कर सकता है और वो देश सबसे ज्यादा रिस्क ले सकता है. तो भारत वो देश है. और तीसरा जो सबसे बड़ा कारण है वो है स्टार्टअप्स. आप लोगों को ये जान के बहुत अच्छा लगेगा कि भारत आज दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोनॉमी बन चुका है. हमारे पास अभी करीब 2 लाख से ज्यादा स्टार्टअप हैं, 108 से भी ज्यादा यूनिकॉर्न कंपनीज हैं। यूनिकॉर्न कंपनी ऐसी प्राइवेट कंपनी को कहते हैं जिसकी वैल्यूएशन $1 बिलियन या उससे ज्यादा होती है। और तीसरी जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है स्टार्टअप में वो ये है कि ये जितने भी स्टार्टअप्स आप देख रहे हैं उसमें से 50% से ज्यादा स्टार्टअप टियर 2 और टियर 3 सिटीज से आते हैं। हम बात करेंगे कि किस तरह से ये सारे स्टार्टअप्स और ये टेक्नोलॉजी कंपनीज डिजिटल मीडियम का इस्तेमाल करके भारत की तरक्की में योगदान लगा रहे हैं। मैं आपको एक छोटी सी कहानी बताता हूं। मैंने जैसे सारे स्पीकर्स ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया, मैं फटाफट अपना इंट्रोडक्शन देता हूं। मेरा नाम रवि रंजन है और मैं पिछले 12 सालों से भारत के स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम के साथ जुड़ा हूं, कई सारी कंपनीज के साथ काम किया। 2014 से 17 तक एक बहुत बड़ा प्रोग्राम था 10,000 स्टार्टअप नाम से, उसको मैं चलाता था। और 2018 से मेरी एक स्ट्रैटेजी कंसल्टिंग कंपनी है जहां मैं काम करता हूं। अभी कई सारे इंटरेस्टिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स में मुझे काम करने का मौका मिला और पिछले 10 सालों में मैं पूरे भारत के हर राज्य में घूम चुका हूं और मैंने अभी तक 2 लाख से ज्यादा एस्पायरिंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को ट्रेन किया, 20,000 से ज्यादा टीचर्स को ट्रेन किया, 2,000 से ज्यादा गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स को ट्रेन किया, 4 अलग अलग देशों के साथ में काम करता हूं। और 2021 में मैंने एक टीवी शो बनाया जो अभी बहुत पॉपुलर हो चुका है जिसका नाम है शार्क टैंक इंडिया। तो शार्क टैंक इंडिया शो जब मैंने बनाया उस समय यही हमें उम्मीद थी कि इस शो की वजह से पूरा देश बदलेगा। और अभी पिछले 2 सालों से मैं दुबई की रॉयल फैमिली के साथ काम करता हूं, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, लेकिन मैं आपको ये सब इसलिए बता रहा हूं क्योंकि इसके पीछे एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी है। मेरा जन्म झारखंड के एक बहुत छोटे से गांव में हुआ था जो उस समय भारत का सबसे ज्यादा नक्सल अफेक्टेड एरिया गांव था। मेरे गांव में 4 महीने में एक बार बिजली आती थी। मैंने गवर्नमेंट स्कूल से पढ़ाई की जहां पे कोई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं था और उस समय ऐसी कोई भी रिसोर्स मेरे पास अवेलेबल नहीं थी जिससे मैं कुछ सीख सकूं। आज अभी बहुत कुछ अचीव करना बाकी है लाइफ में, बट मैं आपको यह बताना चाहता हूं कि आप लोग ऑलरेडी उससे बहुत आगे बढ़ चुके हैं। आपके पास इंटरनेट है, आपके पास आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है, आपके पास ऐसे इवेंट्स और सेमिनार्स है जहां पे आपको यह मौका दिया जा रहा है कि आप सीख सकें कि किस तरह से इस ग्रोथ डेवलपमेंट का आप पार्ट बन सके। सो आपके पास 2 ऑप्शन है, either you try and be part of this startup ecosystem or you work with the startups or you think like an entrepreneur, because if you're not thinking like an entrepreneur as a young person it's going to be very 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 difficult for you. अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं कि आपकी ड्रीम कंपनी कौन सी है, ज्यादातर लोग बोलेंगे गूगल, कुछ लोग बोलेंगे एशियन पेंट्स, कुछ लोग बोलेंगे कोका कोला। आपको ये जान के हैरानी होगी कि 5 साल के बाद जिस तरह से टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ रही है हो सकता है कि गूगल एग्जिस्ट ना करे, तो आपकी जो ड्रीम कंपनीज है वो एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करेंगी। और जो आबादी हमारे देश की है और जो चैलेंजेस दुनिया में हैं, जॉब्स बहुत कम हैं, एंड दैट इज वेयर एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप प्लेज अ वेरी वेरी क्रूशियल रोल। आई वुड लाइक टू स्टार्ट विथ once again with Amit Singhal. Amit has worked very closely with startups in the country. Amit, आप कई सारे छोटे शहरों में जाते हैं जैसे कि झांसूगुड़ा हो गया, जैसे कि भुवनेश्वर हो गया, वहां पे आप जाके लोगों से बात करते हैं स्टार्टअप्स के बारे में, उनमें इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए। साथ ही साथ आप स्टार्टअप्स में इन्वेस्ट भी करते हैं जो कई यूनिक तरीके का काम कर रहे हैं। कुछ एग्जांपल्स आप शेयर करना चाहेंगे किस तरह से स्टार्टअप्स आज भारत के छोटे शहरों में डिजिटल इनोवेशन के माध्यम से अपना बिजनेस बढ़ा रहे हैं और ये अपॉर्चुनिटी कितनी बड़ी है? अमित
तो रवि, मैं इसमें है ना 2 पार्ट में आंसर देता हूँ। सबसे पहले जो मेरा मेन फंड है फ्लूइड वेंचर।
कैन यू ब्रिंग अ माइक क्लोजर?
या थैंक यू। तो रवि, मैं इसको 2 पार्ट में आंसर करता हूँ। एक तो सबसे पहले जो मेरा फंड है फ्लूइड वेंचर, तो अगर हम देखेंगे तो फ्लूइड वेंचर का जो थीसिस है दैट इज प्रोडक्ट फॉर द भारत, दैट इज द टैगलाइन ऑफ फ्लूइड वेंचर इटसेल्फ। तो इसका मतलब क्या है, आज से 1 साल पहले जब हमने फंड लॉन्च किया तो हमने कहा कि हम D2C 2.0 में इन्वेस्ट करेंगे। तो लोगों ने कहा 2.0 क्या है, तो मैंने कहा अभी तक जो D2C कंपनीज बनी है वो लार्जली प्रीमियम कैटेगरी के लिए बनी है, क्योंकि एक थीसिस दिया गया कि ऐसे पेरेंट्स जिनके 1 या 2 बच्चे हैं, दोनों पेरेंट्स कमा रहे हैं, उनके लिए एक प्रोडक्ट बनेगा और वो ऑनलाइन बिकेगा और वो प्रीमियम प्रोडक्ट होगा जो आम नहीं मिलेगा। लेकिन इस टाइम पर जो ट्रेंड है ना, क्योंकि हर गली मोहल्ले में हर बंदे के पास अपना इंटरनेट अवेलेबल है, उसको ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग करनी आती है, खूब सारे सॉफ्टवेयर्स और प्लेटफॉर्म्स अवेलेबल है थ्रू विच यू कैन पे ऑनलाइन एज वेल, कैश ऑन डिलीवरी अवेलेबल है, इंडियन पोस्ट के थ्रू आप किसी भी पिन कोड पर डिलीवर कर सकते हो। और टियर 2, टियर 3, टियर 4 सिटीज में एस्पिरेशन है प्रोडक्ट की। देयर आर मेनी प्रोडक्ट विच आर नॉट अवेलेबल इन टियर 3 और 4 cities, but they want to buy that product because they want to have that product with them. So that's how we started this fund, where we focus only on those products which are for the masses. So we are not investing in any premium product. अभी हमने जो latest investment भी करी है, they are into the cleaning product, chemical free cleaning. People can use that for various purposes in their home, and that is an inspiration, क्योंकि कोई भी अब chemical के product नहीं use करना चाहता. तो इसीलिए मेरा तो thesis ही भारत के ऊपर ज्यादा dependent है. इसके अलावा जो हमने second fund launch किया, real time angel fund, तो जो सबसे पहली मेरी इन्वेस्टमेंट थी, दैट वाज एक कंपनी विच इज बेस्ड आउट एट ग्वालियर. इट इज कॉल्ड माई मंडी, जहां पर सुबह सुबह वो सब्जी मंडी से सब्जियां खरीदते हैं और जो कार्ट पुशर होते हैं उनकी रेडी पर उस सब्जी को पहुंचाने का काम करते हैं. तो ये तब पॉसिबल है जब वो टीयर 2 की पेन पॉइंट को देख सकते हैं. टीयर 1 में हो सकता है वो वाली प्रॉब्लम एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करती हो, क्योंकि यहाँ पर क्विक कॉमर्स है और बहुत सारे सॉल्यूशंस अवेलेबल है. दूसरी कंपनी मैंने इन्वेस्ट करी राउरकेला, ट्रांसपोर्ट सिंपल. बंदा एक सॉफ्टवेयर बना रहे, ईआरपी सॉल्यूशन जो ट्रांसपोर्ट कंपनी को काफी हेल्प करता है उनकी कॉस्ट रिडक्शन करने के लिए. कंज्यूमर क्या है, इंडिया में तो यूज कर ही रहे हैं, मीना रीजन में काफी यूज हो रहा है. कतर से उनको क्वेरी आ रही है कि यार ये सॉफ्टवेयर तो हमें भी चाहिए, हमारे यहाँ तो बाइक्स भी चलती है, हम तो इसका भी एनालिसिस करना चाहते हैं. तीसरी कंपनी हमने इन्वेस्ट किया मेरा ट्रैक्टर. ट्रैक्टर किसके लिए, एग्रीटेक के लिए. चौथी कंपनी अगर हम बात करें V360, यहाँ पर मैं स्पेसिफिकली बताना चाहूंगा कि ये जो फाउंडर है V360 का, ही इज बेस्ड आउट एट भोपाल. His age at that time when I invested last year, it was he was 20-year-old only. Now he is 21. अब उसकी कंपनी में इस टाइम पर 54 एम्प्लॉइज काम करते हैं भोपाल के अंदर. भोपाल में जो उसने ऑफिस बना रखा है अपना, हर फैसिलिटी उसने एम्प्लॉय के लिए अवेलेबल करवा रखी है. उसके कस्टमर अब यूएस में. तो आपको ये मैं जर्नी क्यों बता रहा हूँ कि देखिए टीयर 2 सिटीज में कितनी सारी अपॉर्चुनिटी आ रही है. और ये स्टार्टअप ऐसे नहीं है कि ये चल के आए कि मुझे आप फंडिंग कर दीजिए. हम लोग एज एन इन्वेस्टर अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी ढूंढने के लिए टीयर 2 सिटीज में जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि एज ए फंड मैनेजर हमारा काम क्या है, टू find a right opportunity for our investor and to invest in them and to make money for our investor. So because I am from the fund side, तो फंड साइड को क्या है, ऐसा नहीं मैं कर सकता कि यार कोई अच्छा स्टार्टअप आएगा तो ही काम होगा. तो इस टाइम पर मैं जितने भी शहरों में जाता हूँ मुझे पता लगता है कि और भी फंड मैनेजर वहां पर आए हैं या आने वाले हैं उन अपॉर्चुनिटीज को या उन इन्वेस्टमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटी को ढूंढने के लिए. तो जो जैसे रवि ने बताया ना कि अब तो इतने सारे सेशंस है, इतना सारा कंटेंट अवेलेबल है. शार्क टैंक इंडिया ने घर घर का डिस्कशन बना दिया है. कई बार तो मजाक मजाक में लोग, बच्चे भी पेरेंट्स को पूछ लेते हैं कि इसके लिए कितनी इक्विटी आपको चाहिए, आप पॉकेट मनी की जगह मुझे ये दे दो, मैं एक आइडिया पे काम करना चाहता हूँ. तो अब घर की बात हो गई है. तो रवि को वैसे हमें काफी अप्रीशिएट करना चाहिए. थैंक यू वेरी मच रवि फॉर मेकिंग सच ए वंडरफुल शो इन इंडिया एंड दैट मेक आवर लाइफ इजी, बिकॉज नाउ हमें सिखाना नहीं पड़ता वहां जाके कि यार क्या हम डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं. नहीं तो लिटरली 4-5 साल पहले तो रिलेटिव ही पूछ लेते थे यार करते क्या हो, ये इन्वेस्टमेंट क्या होती है, रियल एस्टेट में इन्वेस्टमेंट सुनिए, ये क्या करते हो, कुछ करते हैं आपको समझ में आएगा. तो बट थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thanks, Amit. I'm going to bring it Amit next, Amit Kapoor. Amit, you have built a very interesting stack. I was in Finland in November last year. I was representing India at a very large event called Slush with the Startup India team, and I had with me Upasana from MobiKwik. And it was very interesting. Finland is very proud. They always tell everyone, oh, we are 98% banked country. And they were, giving me all these very interesting data point. I was just listening to everyone. And then I started giving them insights about UPI. Also, for all of you to know, today in India, we have 1.2 billion mobile phone user, 865 million broadband users. Every single day, Indians are doing 265 million UPI transactions. This is a very small data point. When you look at micros of how the banking system is growing, Finland, the people in Helsinki they were like blown away. They were like, what are you talking about? I told them that, listen guys, when you do a transfer from your FinBank to India or your US, it takes 3 days to settle the account. We can do that instantly. Yep. I started giving them insights about how the banking system, obviously they are pretty good. They have done a good job. But India, because we have 3 very powerful tools with us. Number 1, the population. Number 2, the mobile data penetration. Number 3, for the first time, I am surprised that government has built a powerful technology like UPI. These 3 are very deadly combinations which will catapult the entire banking and finance segment. Today, there are digital lending companies, companies like LazyPay and Zest Money, which are making lending so easy that you can get from approval to disbursement in less than 3 minutes. That's like magical. One stack is solving the next layer of problems, where the idea is to bring the very, very last pillar of people who are trying to use the very interesting, innovative technology where they can do all the transactions. What has been some of your insights when you talk to these banks? what is the customer profile, how the things are changing, how lending is becoming more and more affordable and more accessible, and how OneStack is trying to really and truly catalyze the digital ecosystem in the tier 3 and beyond India. Amit, over to you.
So Ravi, interestingly, you took the Finland example, rightly said, 95% of their transactions are digital, correct? And if you just take a stark contrast, they largely rely on the rails of Visa, Master, because a lot of the transactions are on the credit cards ecosystem. So not nationally, the nation has not built anything. It is the borrowed technology. Cross-border has always been a challenge. And if you take India, if you look at the entire petrol collection, all the petrol pump collection, 95% of those transactions were cash transactions before UPI came into the market, correct? And today we are seeing the game has changed completely after NPCI has implemented UPI. Not only has it kind of democratized transaction in the domestic market, we are even seeing the same globally as well, right? Very soon people in Singapore and European countries will be able to do UPI transactions. Having said that, what we realized that while this technology was rapidly adaptive and people consumed it in the metros, tier 2, 3, 4 was still catching up, correct? Now, unfortunately, what happens, as I said, their banks were not evolved, but what happened, private companies reached there faster. Google Pay, Phone Pay, Paytm. Now, interestingly, if you see, there is a lot of migrant population which is living in the metro, working in the metro. Once he goes back, he kind of educates them because he wants the one which wants to do the remittance. He's the one who's sending the money. So he was sending the money back through these private channels and all. What we were able to do was these banks, which are their district banks, or when you cross over 2 cities and suddenly you see a one street restaurant and a one street bank over there, we were able to give them the first time a UPI issuance and UPI acceptance, correct? Now, till yesterday, they were taking money in their public private sector bank, which was not even there in their PIN code. They had never seen their branch. Their neighborhood branch was not able to give them a UPI and a QR. We gave them. Even if you see the NPCI data, there are only 300 plus banks which are actually live on UPI. And there are 1200 banks which are issuing debit cards. And as I said, there are lakh banks which are there. So I think the market is still very, very raw. It is just more inward thinking than outward thinking. I think we have looked at it from a lens saying that we need to build for Bharat. In fact, that's what we say. We want to make every Bharat bank a neo bank. That is our motto. And the consumers are ready. It's not that the consumer is not ready, because for the consumer, I keep saying this mobile phone, the data which you said, this is the interaction with the outside world. By the way, it's the same Amazon which she is using, which you and I are using. It's the same Netflix where you and I and Prime which we are browsing. And it's the same Instagram where they and I are using. And they're fully exposed. They're fully evolved. And the data plans and consumptions are right there. So I don't think that the market is not ready or the customer is not ready. The behavioral patterns are same. It is just the expend pattern or the ratio will be different in terms of saving vis-a-vis investment, but it is the same. Last point which I would like to leave Ravi over here is, today all of us sitting over here have 3344 credit cards. If you call your relationship manager, he'll give you 5 advisories of how to invest, which insurance to buy. But the unfortunate part is, these are the people who actually need advice. These are the people who actually need loan, and nobody wants to serve them. Why? Because the ARPU is bad, average revenue per user. So it's bad, therefore nobody wants to serve them. We do believe that because of technology, that will change. And that is what we as OneStack are trying to see, that how can we change their life bit by bit. Banking layer first, payments layer next, then comes your insurance, then comes your investment, and then comes lending by default. Because these are the people who really need the loans, not you and me and everybody over here, right? So we're trying our bit, and response is good so far.
Amazing, truly impressive, Amit. I think what you're trying to build is the next level of UPI, which is truly going to give a lot of power. I remember, as I said, my village has just 2 banks. When you go a little far, we have a couple of Grameen banks, but most of the folks don't have access to technology, which is still very challenging. One of the very interesting part is that in these small tier 4 towns and villages, unfortunately, there's only 1 or 2 ATM, which is always out of cash. And that's where a very great opportunity has again emerged. There are a lot of fintechs today. What they do is that they give them cash against a small commission of, let's say, 10 rupees per 100. And it's crazy, it's super expensive. But unfortunately, people don't have access to ATMs. There's nothing. And that's where startups try and find opportunities to solve these problems. Very, very interesting, Amit. I remember recently, I experienced 3 of the really amazing use cases of UPI. I saw a young 20-something guy paying the shoe polish wala at Mumbai station, paying using UPI. I saw another guy, my auto rickshaw driver, paying at Sulabh Shauchalay for using the toilet by UPI. And I personally paid to a jhalmudi wala 30 rupees paying using UPI. I mean, to be honest, these examples doesn't even make any, doesn't make me excited because I've seen some crazy things. We take this at granted. UPI is a very interesting technology, but to be honest, there's so many more avenues which can be evolved. For example, less than 4% population in India today have access to insurance. 96% population is uninsured, and people in villages, they are now aware. They want it, but unfortunately the Lombard would not go there. And that's where you have opportunity to do it. Yes.
Actually, sorry, I'll just add over there. It's ironical. The government has actually launched a lot of insurance schemes, which is like, India is the only country which offers an insurance for 1 rupee per day. Correct?
Yes.
Nowhere in the world does it happen. Now, the problem is nobody wants to sell that insurance. Why? Because the agents don't make money. Correct? So it's a power of distribution which needs to kick in over there so that they will be able to appreciate it.
Absolutely, Amit. One of the portfolio where we have invested is very interesting company called HESA. HESA is a rural distribution company similar to Elastic Run, and they focus only on villages because for a lot of folks here now, a lot of us are living in metro cities. We don't realize the power of villages. Today, you can go to a Starbucks or a large store and buy a piece of clothing or a shoe. People in villages don't have these options, and they have more money because they're doing so many things. They're also getting money because one of their kid is in UAE or somewhere else sending money every month, and they have aspiration to spend money, but they don't have options. And that's where brands like Amazon, Myntra, Meesho, they are able to take advantage of all of them. That brings me to the next set of questions to Abhishek. Abhishek, UP, as I said, very large state. There are some really interesting opportunities. I travel to UAE twice a month, and I see brands who are selling perfumes. These are basically Itr. Kannauj in Uttar Pradesh is one of the biggest producer of Itr in the world. They have very interesting solution on Itr, number one. Then you go to Firozabad, you have Chudi, one of the biggest market for bangles. Then you have Bhadoi, which is the carpet capital of the world. These are some very, very small examples. If we are able to create a linkage between these traditional businesses, startups, large technology companies, and government, I believe UP has a potential to be a $1 trillion GDP in the next 3 years. I mean, that's just me, a young boy telling this. You are a senior person with KPMG working with the government. How do you see creating this linkage? Because I believe, just in Uttar Pradesh, you have so many opportunities available to develop these very unique clusters, the way China has done with, so there are these villages in China called Taobao village, where every single village has a mandate. One village is doing only mobile cover, one village is doing the tempered glass, one village is doing rubber band, one village is doing buttons. How can we build this amazing infrastructure between startup, MSMEs, traditional businesses, and government in Uttar Pradesh? Abhishek.
Thank you, Ravi. The good thing is that we have already started doing this. Let me tell you how. You might have heard that government is proactively working on a $1 trillion economy, and part of this entire vision, government had already launched the OTOT program, in which we have identified 18 clusters. For each cluster, there is an anchor product. And for that product, there's a lot of intervention from the government side, which has been taken to promote the MSMEs. And now, because in the government scheme of things, there is a MSME department, and then we have a department which is managing the startup ecosystem. So it is very important for us to integrate both of them. Otherwise, we don't cross each other's path. Or हम अपने कुछ अलग ही effort चलाते हैं. So that is where we are trying to integrate and collaborate with each other. And the first level of intervention which we have done in the startup policy is by bringing an element that we will also be setting up incubators which will be dedicated to the promotion of ODOP products, so that we can bring in the scalability part. And apart from this, let me also tell you that recently I came across a couple which came down to meet me, and they both were working professionals in USA. They both hail from Lucknow, and recently they migrated back to Lucknow, and you'll be surprised to know what they are doing. The husband is developing a deep tech solution in health tech, and the wife is, has picked up this chicken curry product, which is a Lucknow's homegrown product, and she is, she has started, shipping those chicken curry products in European and US markets, and they are doing fantastically well. So this is, the brain drain which we had seen. Now the reverse brain drain has also started, and that is the power of tier 2, tier 3 cities. कि अभी इतना पोटेंशियल है, और अच्छी बात यह है कि इतनी विजिबिलिटी आ गई है, तो पीपल आर रियलाइजिंग द पावर ऑफ इंडियन इकोनॉमी, द पावर ऑफ अ लार्ज मार्केट विच वी हैव एट आवर डिस्पोजल, एंड also the kind of startup ecosystem which has been built over the years.
Wonderful, really amazing, Abhishek. We have 15 more minutes, right? Can you ask, ma'am? We have 15 more minutes, right? 5:30 we wrap up. Is it okay? Thank you so much. Okay. While talking to Abhishek, I remember I have a lot of friends from Uttar Pradesh. Abhishek, in fact, I try and travel twice a year to Uttar Pradesh, go to IIT Kanpur, meet a lot of folks, and we all are trying to contribute to the ecosystem. But there are some really interesting stories. Unfortunately, very few people know about this. I'll tell you a story from Uttar Pradesh, from Kanpur. I'm really, really proud of this story. Two of my friends, Ankit and Nachiket. Ankit used to work with a very large company in Bangalore. And one day he came back to Kanpur with one of his friends who was from the US. And if you go to Kanpur, on the way to IIT Kanpur, there is a barrage. It's called Ganga Barrage. It's basically a small dam, and people go there as a picnic spot. And they were all sitting on the Ganga Barrage. This guy was from the US. Obviously, people in the Europe are more aware about eco ventures and sustainability, etc., etc. Suddenly, a family came with a bag full of plastic, a bag full of flowers, and they threw all the flowers in the river. Obviously, as we all know, we do it in Yamuna here. That's why Yamuna is so beautiful here. So you put all the flower waste, which is primarily your puja ka phool, and you throw it in the river. It's a very, very high toxin thing, which adds a lot of negative value to the water ecosystem. This guy asked Ankit, why these people are throwing flower in the river and why you are not doing something about it. Ankit said, what can I do about it? I mean, there's nothing I can do. He said, no, you should do something. This is your village. This is your town. You have to take an action. Ankit went back to Bangalore to his job, but then he kept on thinking about this. He came back to Kanpur and he spoke to a lot of priests at temples, and he said that, listen, all the flour which you are wasting every day, can we take that and do something? Everyone said, no, you cannot touch it. वो भगवान का फूल है, वो तुम उसको कैसे छुओगे? Then what he said that, listen, I want to give dignity to this flower. He took all that flower waste, and on the other side, what he did is that he partnered with women who used to carry human feces from manual toilets across Uttar Pradesh. And these women are untouchable. Even today in Uttar Pradesh, nobody will sit with them. Nobody will allow them to enter in their house. Ankit got 100 of these women, trained them. These women today take this flower waste, dry them, process it, and they make incense stick from this phool. It's called phool. It's an incense stick brand. I'm sure you all would know Alia Bhatt is a brand ambassador. Today, phool is one of the largest premium incense stick brand in the world, and they are selling across the world. It's a very, very beautiful story of how all of you can take a small idea and make it really large. I also saw another very interesting company called Isak, which is from Lucknow. They are doing very beautiful perfume, and chicken curry is like a great example of how we can take a very beautiful craft and take it across the world. That brings me to Anupama. Anupama, बच्चे तो चले गए, but आप थोड़ा बताइए इंटरव्यू क्रैकर में आप क्या कर रहे हैं और किस तरह से आप डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या को सॉल्व करने के लिए. अनुपमा.
So the biggest challenge what we are seeing right now to make aware of these people that there are jobs, as you said, right, that insurance कोई बेचना नहीं चाहता है. Right? But then these insurance companies are ready to go and penetrate tier 2, tier 3 cities. And this is a real challenge which we are facing. And then we started digging up. I will not say that we found the solution, but that was the thing which when we did survey कि यार ये तो job ही नहीं ढूंढ पा रहे हैं, तो इनके city में job है but ढूंढ नहीं पा रहे हैं. right? So all those things we need to solve. There are so much of gap between India is going to $10 trillion economy. कैसे जाएगा जब हमारे youth ही काम नहीं करेंगे, बेरोजगार रहेंगे तो, right? So these all things we are trying to solve at this moment through the, of course, digital and scalability, because as you rightly said, one good thing India has is that we have a penetration of data and mobile. The smartest thing will be that if we build any solution around that, because सबके हाथों में है अभी mobile. So that is where we are trying to see that, if you are looking for a job, and UP alone, sir, right? I mean, when you guys did last month Invest India, that was 51 lakhs jobs is going to get created, whatever the investment they have got. I mean, I could not count the zeros. 94.3 lakh crore money has come to UP. अभी ये जॉब तो लगेगी ही, इन्वेस्टर्स लोग आ रहे हैं बाहर से, ये जॉब लगाएंगे ही. तो नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज दैट अपने यूपी के बच्चे यहाँ पे जॉब लेना चाहेंगे या फिर वहाँ हैदराबाद, बैंगलोर एंड वो बच्चे आके जॉब लेंगे. So this is the question. I request that government also have to start promoting that, like you're saying, यूपी के क्राफ्ट को यूपी में रखना, यहाँ से बिजनेस शुरू करना. The similar way, यहाँ के बच्चे अनएम्प्लॉयड हैं, बाहर आके, like we all did. I am from north, but now I am settled in Bangalore. क्यों? क्योंकि हमारे टाइम पे IT जॉब था ही नहीं नॉर्थ में.
आपसे मेरे, I have another quick question to you.
Correct.
One of the biggest industry which is going to get disrupted because of chat GPT and AI is recruitment. There are three things going to happen. Number one, most of the kids will use chat GPT to get knowledge, which is not the best way to do it, but anyways, they're going to do it. That's for sure. Number one.
Right.
Number two, large companies across the world will use chat GPT to create the interview structure, which includes filtering, evaluation, shortlisting.
True.
And number three, almost all the CVs would be optimized in such a way that it would be automatically read by the chat GPT, which means that any CV which is not really the best of the best will not even get shortlisted.
Agree.
How are you going to solve this?
Very good question. And that's the reason it's always said that the hiring is art and science both combined together. Even what we have digitized with all the AI, machine learning, speech AI and all those things, only the science part we are automating. And the chat GPT and all those things are coming up, then technology is also advancing from the employer side, right? So what we are doing is that chat GPT se aap content copy kar sakte ho. We are taking a video interviews where facial expressions we are analyzing, right? Usko aap chat GPT se copy nahi kar sakte ho. So the employer side, the hiring side also are coming up with uses of this technology. So yes, it's a healthy competition between, how can somebody cheat technology and how can somebody take leverage of this technology.
Wonderful.
So, yes, that's
Thanks a
the
lot.
point.
We are running short of time, so I'm going to request all the panelists to take 60 seconds to conclude your thoughts of how you see the next 10 years in India, how digital technology is going to play a very crucial role. Starting with Amit.
I think if you see what is happening in the metros, we are highly saturated in terms of our consumption and every possible lifestyle, right? Whether it is expense or what mode will we do, whether it is financial or consumption patterns in terms of consumer behavior. I think the next growth is largely going to be fueled with the 300+ million users which are in the tier 2, 3, 4. And that is why you will see a very high push of everybody, right from the government to public-private sectors, to FMCG companies, and all of us sitting over here looking at that market a little more closely. Because if today India has to do the $5 trillion economy, it's not the metros which are going to fuel the growth. It's these markets which are going to fuel the growth. So everybody is going to be betting on that.
Thanks a lot. Amit Singhal.
Yeah, I believe, Ravi, this is a decade of the startups only, and this is the very good time to start the startup in case you are planning to start that. And as Amit mentioned, that this is the era of rural economy, and I see lots of opportunity in agri-tech, health tech, which is for the rural and the real Bharat. So this is the right time, and start early.
Perfect. Anupama.
In next 10 years, Bharat is anyway going to be the world power, no doubt about it. Now, question is that, are we going to create some dent on this $10 trillion economy, which the country is going to make? So it is not for only students, not for the startup, not for the enablers, but each one of us. Can we create a dent out of this $10 trillion economy wherever we are? That is the message I would like to pass.
Perfect. Thank you. Abhishek.
I think emerging technology is going to disrupt. That is the fact. And as a government, we have understood that. which is why we have taken a proactive step in strengthening the emerging technology infrastructure within the state. I'll tell you 2-3 things quickly. The first one, government is distributing 1 crore smartphones and tablets to the young students. The second thing, with NASSCOM, we are also introducing the Futures Prime, which is basically they creating the new potential talent for which is readily employable. The third thing which we are doing, we are creating emerging technology infrastructure in the form of center of excellences. We are introducing quantum computing, blockchain, additive manufacturing, space tech, and 5G, 6G. So next 6G technology is going to be invented right here in UP. So these are some of the initiatives which we have already taken and will continue to do that.
Perfect. Wonderful. Just to conclude, quick parting notes. India today has 2 lakh startups, 10,000, 15,000 angel investors. Every 1 out of 10 unicorn is coming from India. But if we have 2 lakh startups, China has 30 million. If we have 20,000 angel investors, US has 1.7 million. And if we have 108 unicorns, US has 350. What it means is that not even 0.1% of the population is building startup today, which means that we have a great opportunity in front of us. And for all of you, if you're building a startup, congratulations. If you're trying to build a startup, do it really, really fast, because the next 5 years are going to change the way the world looks at India. We are very, very proud that we are currently, have the honor of getting the G20 presidency in the country. And I would like to congratulate AIC BIMTECH in taking this really wonderful initiative to celebrate the spirit of entrepreneurship with G20. Thank you so much, everyone, for being a patient audience. Unfortunately, we can't take questions. We can take it offline. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ravi Ranjan, and I really deeply thank all the panelists for blessing us with their gracious presence. I now invite respected director, sir, to kindly felicitate the panelists with a small token of appreciation. Mr. Abhishek Tiwari. Mr. Amit Singhal. Ms. Anupama Singh. Mr. Amit Kapoor. Mr. Ravi Ranjan. In the morning session, we had a unique pitching for the by the startups, a very interesting session where we witnessed some mind-blowing, path-breaking, unique ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to announce
the best pitch of the event today. I'm excited to announce the name of the best pitch. It is Credit Siddhi Chetan Pandya. Let's give them a huge round of applause, please. And I request respected Director Sir and Dr. Abha Rishi to kindly present a memento as token of appreciation to the winner.
So can we have people from Credit Siddhi out here? Credit Siddhi? Oh, there you are. Great. Congratulations.
I'm very excited to declare the most promising startup of the event. And the winner is Detrocell Healthcare, Soumya Shukla. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and give her a huge round of applause. I now request Dr. Abha Rishi, CEO, Atal Incubation Center, BIMTECH, and Chairperson, Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development, to kindly deliver a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Riti. And so finally, we come to the end of this event. And it's my pleasure to say the vote of thanks. Today, we have had the opportunity to engage in thoughtful and productive discussions on a wide range of important topics, from digital transformations, you heard some of the sessions, to startup innovation, to large-scale corporations, and a plethora of things. I hope that you found some of their insights and perspectives quite valuable and inspiring. So as we wrap up, I would like to take a moment and express our sincere gratitude to MeitY, that's the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, for their support and partnership in making this event possible under the Digital Innovation Alliance. So thank you so much, MeitY. Their commitment is driving digital transformation and innovation in India is truly inspiring. Can I have a big round of applause for MeitY? They've done a great job. And now for our guests. So a great thank you to our chief guest, Shri Yogendra Upadhyay ji. And then we have had our eminent speakers like Akash Tripathi, who is the Joint Secretary of MeitY, Jeet Vijay, the CEO of MeitY Startup Hub, Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, Dr. Hilda Farkas, the Counselor of the Embassy of Hungary, Abhishek Tiwari, Director Advisory, KPMG India, Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi, Director BIMTECH, and our speakers in the different panels, Ankur Dhawan, Nitin Jain, Rahul Garg, Rajiv Kumar Gupta from Policy Bazaar, Rohan Verma, Amit Kapoor from OneStack, whom you just heard, Amit Singhal from Fluid Ventures, Anupama Singh, Ayush Gupta, Girdhari Lal from Ernst & Young, Maheep, Dr. Pankaj Priya, Dr. Puran Singh, Ravi Ranjan, who moderated the last session, Rohit Chauhan, Ronald Fernandez, Shiba Khan, Soman Mondal and Dr. Yogmaya Verma. So thank you all of them, and a huge thank you to Bhavesh Jatania of IDFC First Bank, our institutional partners. Besides the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, we had the MeitY Startup Hub and Start in UP, which is a government of UP initiative. And like I said, our exclusive banking partner and our sponsor, IDFC First Bank. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event. Our investment partners, we have a lot of them. So I'm just going to take a few names. Fluid Ventures, thank you so much, Amit ji. 100X VC, FARD, Venture Catalysts, Whale Tank, and the others, and our ecosystems like ecosystem partners like AWS, Freshworks, Oppo. I don't know if you're still around, but thank you so much for being there. Academic partners, so IIT Mandi, Shiv Nadar University, Atal Incubation Center, GL Bajaj, GNIOT, Lingayas Vidyapeeth, IMS Ghaziabad, and of course, our host institution, BIMTECH, Birla Institute of Management Technology. Can I hear a huge round of applause for them? Thank you so much. And of course, our media partners, Startup News, TV9, Amar Ujala, 10 News, Bharat Express, and Startup Reporter. Thank you everybody for helping us make this event a success. And last but not the least, the AIC BIMTECH team, whom we have here. They worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that everything went smooth. So can I have team AIC BIMTECH up here on the dais? You guys deserve it. Please, can we have you here? And can we also have the team from MeitY, Omkar, and can you both please come up to the stage? Anybody else from MeitY, can you please join us here on the stage? Come on in, both of you. And also, we should not forget the two MCs who made this event so interesting. Dr. Riti Kulshresht and Dayatri. Dayatri, do we have you here? Okay, so, okay, fine. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And again, volunteers. Can we have all of you here? Please come over to the stage. It's been great having you. Join us on as we finish this event. Thank you so much.